What is just the topic of discussion for this evening?
Oh, I guess somewhat in the realm of, I guess, claims of borrowing from the worldview and such. But it can be more general, just kind of whatever's making the rounds. There's a recent thing with metaphysical naturalism being a presupposition. Could be quite a number of other things being presuppositions too.
I've
Or
never
not,
quite
we have
understood
ways
what
of justifying.
presupposition is.
Oh, could you start over again?
I said I've never really understood what presupposition is.
Well, it's basically kind of a properly basic belief, something that we believe without justification necessarily, and there's more to it because Floyd has stuff from material from Bonson and Frame. Talks about like being pervasive or foundational in some respect, but without justification is one, and I guess being axiomatic and such is another, and yeah, it's essentially within like a foundationalist thing. It goes back to the quote unquote foundation. And you want to elaborate?
Yeah, it's let me pull up.
Yeah, let me get you a slide and extra controls here.
Yeah, so here's one for Craig Bonson, which I think is fine. So a presupposition is just not any assumption a person has. It is a very fundamental or logically basic assumption. It is, in fact, the precondition of that person's thinking. Because a person's presuppositions about the nature of reality, the nature of knowledge, and the nature of human conduct and value, a person's presuppositions provide the precondition for choosing the problems that you consider generally problematic, giving you a method for discovering, resolving, and providing for you the standards of interpretation. So basically what that means is just it's your very foundational axiomatic beliefs that basically you cannot even justify because they're so basic. So one fundamental belief that pretty much everyone has is the idea of that there's a mind-independent reality, that there's a world outside your mind. There's something out there. We just take that for granted. But there's no real way to justify that. How can you justify that there's a world out there? You could say, oh, well, I can see it, I can feel it, and so forth. Well, that presupposes that your senses are reliable, right? Or your mind isn't playing tricks, right?
Oh,
so
well, thank you for explaining that. That makes a lot more sense now.
yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of presuppositions we all have, like that we can think reliably, that our senses are working, that our memory is reliable. If our memory wasn't reliable, we wouldn't even be able to form a sentence, right? You'd forget you'd forget the first words of your sentence while you're ending it.
Kind of
So
like a goldfish.
yeah, so those are all presuppositions, and the fact that we cannot justify them kind of gives an opening for religious people to kind of jump on that and say, we all have unjustified presuppositions. I know. I'll make my God and the scriptures presuppositions. So therefore, they're off limits to scrutiny.
Is that kind of like Venom Fang X's argument of like, do you know everything or half of everything, and what if God exists outside of that half that you don't know?
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know if you've ever seen Cy Ten Bruggencate.
Yeah, I have, unfortunately.
Yeah. So they say,
Well,
because they presuppose God, they can have knowledge and stuff like that. You know, uh,
well,
presupposing God solves all these problems, they think, and they ask you to solve those deep philosophical questions.
there's a second one, or angle they exploit beyond just this lack of justification, so to speak, which is fallibilism, right? I mean, it's pretty basic to acknowledge that there are limits on the reliability, right? Like if you string together big enough numbers, people will eventually give enough. You get the multiplying those two numbers wrong, right? Um, they simply can't get that much right, or whatever, or some other complicated thing that just blows the limits of quote unquote the mind. Or you listen to MP3s, you can't hear the difference because encoding's too good, but it still compresses, right? So when that kind of thing goes on and you acknowledge it, they say, oh well, you could be wrong about everything you claim to know, and but we have some kind of certainty and line on truth and such that you don't, and just don't really respond to the sort of thing like, how do you know your divine revelation is authentic and such?
Well, I think, I don't know. I'd be curious, Floyd, to hear, you know, where are we kind of at some juncture we have to say that it appears that we experience things. I think everybody would agree to that. And at some point you have to say, you have to admit of some lack of information, that there's no way that I can absolutely prove that this experience is in fact reflective of reality. I just don't have the tools or the ability to do so. And therefore it seems that the most reliable course of action is going to be to understand what we are experiencing, based both on our own experiences and that of others. I don't know that it ever proves, or that anybody ever says that it proves that that is necessarily the nature of reality, but it seems that that really is the only rational path left open to us, in our attempt to understand it, is we have to do it based on our experience, because literally that's all we have, isn't it?
True. Our own experience is all we have.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, there's,
Well,
we're fallible beings, and we just have to rely on what's given to us. Really, we have no choice.
Nadia, the way that you know divine revelation is reliable is the impossibility of the contrary. If it wasn't reliable, you couldn't actually know anything.
Well, what's the contrary?
Well, if divine revelation was not reliable, or it was possible that it could not be reliable, you couldn't actually know anything.
Why not?
Because the fact that God is reliable and doesn't contradict himself is the basis for the law of non-contradiction.
That's just an example of the law of non-contradiction. That's not the source of it.
Yeah, God is the source of it.
No, you're just begging the question there.
No, this is what he says.
Yeah, which begs the question, because you're getting that from Scripture. You're justifying Scripture by appealing to Scripture.
No, I'm justifying.
Thus, you're begging the question.
I'm justifying knowledge.
Yeah, well, whatever you're justifying, I think Floyd's point stands. If you're justifying it based on Scripture saying that, and you're justifying Scripture, kind of further down the line, yeah, you've come full circle. I mean, you really have. You can assert Scripture's true, but that's all it is an empty assertion.
All
Well, I'm not
epistemology,
exactly talking about scripture necessarily.
Okay.
well, all epistemology is circular. There's no way around it.
If you're not talking,
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so.
how do you know your epistemology is valid without appealing to it? It's impossible.
Because if it wasn't valid, you couldn't know anything.
but why?
Uh,
You keep saying that, but based
Then
on
you
what?
don't know, you cannot know anything. Then it's a fallacy of dire consequences.
Well, this is the thing. If you say, is it possible that God is it, how do I word this? Is it,
Yeah, actually, I have a slide that explains how the presupper
I think
justifies their epistemology.
I think one problem too that we're going to see there is going to be that if you take a non-Christian theist who believes in a different God, but who they give the same attributes and properties to, they could, on the same basis, assert the same thing, that you're
like a
incorrect.
Muslim?
Sure, fine. Although I think they would claim that they believe in the same God, but yes, that's the general idea. So if somebody has a God that they believe exists and they attribute him with the same qualities and properties, then on the same basis that you're claiming that your God is required for us to know anything, they could claim that actually it's their God's existence that's required for you to know anything. And how do you then? You've come
Well,
sort of to a draw there.
For instance, with Islam, I would just do an internal critique and show the self-contradictions in it.
There's plenty of contradictions in Christianity as well.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, there's tons.
Yeah, there is.
I can present.
Contradictions, but God does not contradict himself. There's only things that you're missing information, so it appears as a contradiction.
Because that's what the Bible says, but the Bible's contradictory, so it's self-defeating.
No, if God could be contradictory, then you couldn't know anything because the law of non-contradiction couldn't exist.
Right, but again,
We don't have to appeal to your God for knowledge.
but again, wait a minute. But again, the Muslim could make exactly the same claim that when you point out a contradiction, he could say, well, it's not really a contradiction because the God of Islam doesn't contradict himself. What you're seeing appears as a contradiction only because you lack information. So why can't he say the same thing?
Well, the Muslim is a little bit ineffective because of the true God, the Christian God, predicted the Muslim God 500 years in advance. So it's not a very formidable
Huh?
foe.
Where do you get that?
Yeah, that.
Paul says, if I or an angel
source,
from
please.
heaven come preaching any other gospel than that which ye have received, let him be accursed. And then 500 years later, an angel from heaven came preaching another gospel.
But that's not a prediction.
Source.
That's not a prediction.
That's not a prediction. That's a statement. He didn't predict that it would happen. He said if it happens. That's not a prediction.
There were a whole bunch of Christianities and Messiah candidates around that time as well. That's what Paul's writing about.
Right, but nevertheless, if God says, if an angel from heaven comes and preaches another gospel of Jesus Christ, don't believe it.
Right, sure, but again,
that's that.
but it presumes the correctness of your God. It doesn't necessarily make it right. The Muslims would exactly, again, I take the Muslim position. I could do exactly the same thing and say, Paul was wrong, and our prophet, who received revelation from the angel, clearly stated that was the case, that this was the right gospel, and Paul apparently was wrong, or we're missing some information. Again, there's no way to establish one over the other without just asserting it from the get-go.
And you also have to take into account that Muslims do believe that Jesus Christ was a prophet. They don't believe he was the Son of God, but he is revered as a prophet of Islam.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. We don't.
They say he didn't die on the cross.
Well, we don't have to. Yeah, and we don't have to be stuck on Islam. That was just a casual example. I mean, the point being that anybody could say that they believe that there exists a divine being who is the ultimate divine being and more ultimate than you. My dad's bigger than your dad. My God's more more powerful or more preeminent than yours is, simply because we assert that that's so. and that if your religion seems to contradict that, it's either because there's missing information or they were misinformed. Okay.
Well, can you show me another religion that has over 2,000 accurately fulfilled prophecies? Because that's one way that God authenticates himself as the creator. He declares things before they happen.
Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies. He fulfilled no prophecies at all. 0. And I'm actually going to have a debate with Seamus about it. But there are no true prophecies in the Bible.
There really aren't. I mean, I went through this with Seamus as well. We looked at Isaiah 53, and I know
over 400.
Well, yeah, no,
0.
But that's a problem. We looked at. I mean, as a simple example, Seamus looked at Isaiah 53 as sort of his crowning achievement of fulfilled prophecy with Jesus, and yet when you read Isaiah 53, when you actually read it, it's all in the past tense. There's nothing prophetic about it, literally. There is nothing there that even hints at future tense. It's all actually in the past tense. So when you look at it, it's not prophetic. The fact that you find somebody later on whose life seems to mirror whatever the person was, whatever Isaiah was talking about, doesn't add up to snot.
Well, you can say that, but I would say that you, as an unbeliever, are.
Well, I can say it because
it's been given in parables.
Well, wait a minute.
You can't see it because you don't have eyes
well,
to
yeah,
see.
that's crap. I mean, it is in the past tense. I don't need to be a scholar to see that. It is written in the past tense. Pick any version you like. It's past tense. And in what world is a past tense statement prophetic of the future?
Yeah.
Well, God writes from outside of time holographically, and it can imply.
Yeah, but he's writing. Yeah, but he's writing to people that live on this planet and live in time, and supposedly who are supposed to understand this. So once again, if he says it in the past tense, he's counter with his own goals here.
What the New Testament writers were doing, actually, I'm going to talk about this in my debate, is they practiced what's called pesher exegesis, where they went back in the Old Testament and they found new esoteric meaning in the old text, because the temple was gone and so forth. So they believed the Old Testament was a living document. They didn't view it as they didn't want to view it as a dead museum relic. So they found new meaning in the Old Testament, and applied it to themselves. So if they said in that day or my son or something, they applied that to Jesus. Out of Egypt, I call my son. Oh, yeah, okay, that's Jesus. That's Jesus.
Right. Well, as you guys, you're trying to pick apart God's word and find contradictions and flaws and problems in it. But the problem is it's actually hyper advanced and holographic and cross-references itself all over the place and writes history in advance, and God operates on a higher level. So you're picking apart going, oh, this doesn't make sense, but in actuality, it makes hyper sense.
Hypersense. Okay,
yeah,
well, there's a new term.
Connections and intricate patterns than you're trying to allow for. So you see these hyper intricate patterns, and you say, "Oh, this is a mistake." But
I guess we could pick lottery numbers out of the Bible.
The only reason
too,
it looks like a mistake
Fritz,
is because you're standing on your head.
Fritz, you're assuming that everybody's non-believer in this room. Like, I'm an atheist. I'm actually looking for answers to things, and that's why I like listening to religious debate, because I am trying to figure out what I believe and where I believe it and reasons for that. So just as someone who is trying to become more educated, your approach is very off-putting.
Yeah, okay, I can understand that. I apologize if I offended you. If
No,
you're
I'm not
looking
offended.
For
I
truth,
was just,
you're
I
looking
just
for Jesus
meant
Christ, but I actually know Floyd a little bit, and the other gentleman who was in here a little bit, and we've had a few conversations, and the debate between us is on maybe another level than what I might not be necessarily addressing you with some of this.
No, I just meant that you never know who's listening, and sometimes a softer touch is a better approach. I just meant that.
I totally agree. I try as hard as best I can. I need to have a softer touch for sure. Thanks.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You guys can go back to arguing.
We should probably also briefly note that, you know, it's actually the apologetic we're objecting to. I mean, we probably wouldn't get in quite such a heckles or stink or whatever or object so strenuously to a fideist or something like that. You know, it's the presuppositional and the evidential and so on lines end up getting treading on other people's ground in various ways. And does sort of provoke the reaction. I mean, we're borrowing from your worldview. We're secretly suppressing the truth. Our science and understanding of the way the world works and everything else is so wrong. And those are stepping on other people's toes. Fideist, not so much. I don't know, maybe you think stepping on people's toes like that's a good idea, but what is it, Matthew 10:34?
Hi, people who came in.
I mean, we can't know anything without believing in your God. It's likely to get a reaction. Not a friendly one.
Until next Thursday. I'm done with that.
Well, try to look at it just maybe from my perspective for a minute. Like, you guys are on here literally 24/7 trying to poke holes in God and trying to poke holes in his morality, in his existence, trying to lead people away from believing in him. Like, in all due respect, I should consider you essentially an arch enemy.
Could I raise two objections?
I love, but according to my my faith, I am commanded to love my enemy and to pray for my enemy, and that's what I do with you guys. And I really do like you guys and love you guys and pray for you guys. And but at the same time, we've got some issues here that are gonna have to be resolved.
Well, let me raise two objections to that statement right there. I'm the one that's on 24/7 at the moment, and that's got various motives that are not necessarily connected to how intense the quote-unquote opposition is. And to the extent there is an interaction with Christianity going on, I don't think it's entirely opposition. I think there's a genuine attempt to actually work with people and come to understandings and so on. At least on my part. And, others might be more confrontational, but still. And maybe I should let others speak for themselves too.
There's no need for us to be enemies. I'm sitting here enjoying a 21-year-old single malt. How could I hate anyone drinking this?
Jealous.
That sounds good. Probably not the day and the hour for that for me.
But this issue goes beyond G+, and it goes into the popular culture and goes into higher education circles and political circles and into real things that really have a large effect on the world.
Yeah, the idea there's a cultural war going on.
Right.
But the United States is a pluralistic society. Although, there are Christian Reconstructionists. You hear stuff like Mike Huckabee say it'd be easier to change the Constitution than change Scripture. Although I don't know about that. Scripture's been changed a number of times throughout the centuries. So.
No.
But yeah, I mean, the question is, yeah, do you want to live in a pluralistic society or not? Do you want the United States to be a melting pot, or do you want it to convert it into Jesus land?
Jesus land. Why the hell not?
Well, so the whole tolerance thing, the God of tolerance, which I believe this age has selected the God of tolerance to replace the Christian God, and that's what's going on in the cultural war, and it means being tolerant of all positions and moralities, except the one that and especially the one that claims to have access to the truth and have the truth. It's what they want is a pluralistic, secular, basically anything but Christianity society.
Well, I mean, Christianity is the dominant religion of the United States, so you know, and every religion, claims the truth. So that's the whole problem. Everyone's cultural relativism is absolute truth, according to them.
And it applies to Canada too, of course. Harper's pretty decidedly Christian.
No one likes Harper here. Trust me.
Well, true, but he's still Christian.
We don't even believe he's voted in. It's just selected.
Who?
Well, it's a parliamentary process.
Stephen Harper. I don't think we actually elect our high-ranking politicians any more than you guys do.
Lobbyists are, I'm just born into it these days.
I wish I could say Canada was different, but not really.
I think the States is slowly being generous enough to let us become part of them.
No thanks.
That's kind of the way it's presented. Yeah.
We beat them once. You can do it again.
Well, they've got the North American Union thing all in place, so yeah, it's inevitable.
I'm too polite to be American.
Well, the eschatology is one of the serious issues too. I mean, and you actually care about your children, their future, or whatever, or otherwise just have a goodwill towards whoever your successors might be. The whole doomsday kind of affair, where you don't have to worry about global warming or fossil fuels or antibiotics or anything, smells like a lot of trouble. Especially when some beliefs don't have you acknowledging where fossil fuels came from, or this divine promise never to flood the earth again keeps global warming from happening, or evolution isn't real, so antibiotics don't have issues, and so on.
I kind of blew it this year with the flu shot. People are still getting the flu, despite the flu shot, because apparently there's a strain that the flu shot didn't account for.
Oops, yeah, our CDC working for one and all. Yep, we know what we're doing, we're the government.
There's always a few strains that they don't include in the flu shot. They rotate them so people don't become used to the injection.
I made an interesting documentary on vaccines. It's called the H1N1 conspiracy. If anyone wants to check that out, it's a 3-part
I'd love a link
series.
if you would be so kind.
I'm just on an iPad, so I don't know how to go around. Well, maybe I can. Let me try.
Or even if you just put your channel, I can find it from there. If you give me your channel name.
Yeah, I wonder if getting like flu shot is like taking too many antibiotics. They say if you take too many antibiotics, it becomes less effective.
Yeah.
And I wonder if like by getting these flu shots, we kind of are accelerating up the mutations of flu and so forth.
Well, that's why they don't include all strains in the vaccine. They rotate them because they found we were becoming immune to the shot.
Yeah, I mean, some diseases are actually good to get. I know, like I think in Indian cultures, if like one kid gets the chicken pox, they send all the kids in the neighborhood over to his house, so they all get it at once.
So they can get it over with, yeah, which is just a general exposure. Yeah, I mean, that's normal for them, because, well, that's what they've got to do.
Yeah, I mean that's actually seems reasonable. In here it's like, oh, someone has chicken pox, isolate them, keep them away, and so forth. Well, you're probably going to get it eventually. So, and they say it's better to get it as a child than an adult. It's worse as an adult.
Yeah.
I got the chicken pox when I was like in my early 20s.
Ooh, brutal.
Yeah, I still have a few pocks on my face because of it.
Yeah, I'm French, so in my culture as well, if one kid gets sick, especially the chicken pox, all the kids go over to that person's house to play, so everybody gets the chicken pox and gets over with.
Nice.
Yeah. Fortunately, then you have to deal with the shingles later and so forth, which I heard is very painful.
I got the shingles. Can't really show the chest area where I got the scars, but I got a bunch of scars, like basically around mostly my armpits, kind of, but low enough down, it's more like the nipple level, armpit kind of side to side area.
I've heard of shingles, but I'm not exactly sure what it is.
It's from the chickenpox virus. Apparently when you get chickenpox, the virus just remains dormant inside you, and then like 50 years later, it can resurface as shingles, and it's supposed to be very painful.
Ooh, that sounds painful.
They do have a shingles vaccine now, though.
They also have a chickenpox one. My son was immunized for chickenpox and ear infections when he was a baby.
Yeah. Well, didn't they say like measles are making a comeback because you do have all these people that believe they're anti-vaccine, so the measles are coming back where
Which is ridiculous this day and age. Like measles can kill you.
Yeah.
I actually got. Whoa, Baron, you're making noises.
I think that's just Google sound effects. I think you can make it do that.
Yeah, don't do the Google sound effects. I actually had some kind of antivirals when I got the shingles. It was, I guess I talked a good enough game or something like that, and ended up getting free samples from the docs.
Well, that's always good. Like free samples, if you don't have the coverage, that's good to get.
Yeah, Tamiflu is supposed to be in short supply now because a lot of people are getting the flu, so the supply for that is down apparently.
I don't think I've ever had the flu. Which is kind of odd. Or maybe I did and I don't remember it.
Yeah, flu is just like a really bad cold, fever, um, cold-like symptoms.
Yeah, I probably had it and didn't realize it.
And then when it gets into your lungs, you have pneumonia then.
Yeah, well, I say antibiotic resistance, but really applies to, viruses and funguses too.
Yeah. I remember I got pneumonia one time. I coughed so much I cracked a rib.
Ouch.
And then it was every time I coughed, it was painful. So you try to like cough lighter, but it doesn't work. Or you put a pillow up to your ribs, so there's some resistance when you cough. That helps a little bit, but you want to cough because the coughing is helping get the fluid out. So I got to a point where I just said, the hell with it. I'm just going to cough hard, and I'm just going to deal with the pain. I'm just going to cough full force, and it actually turned out to be better. But that was like around 20 years ago or something.
Welcome, James. Yeah, we were dealing with presuppositions and such, and how we don't think some of the use of presuppositions by apologists is entirely above board.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of presuppositionalism though.
Oh.
Been there, done that. I don't think anything new has really come out of it. People are getting more sophisticated with it.
So does anybody have any idea who's been knocking down the channels? I know Agent of Doubt lost his for a little bit. You, James, Coughlin. Has anybody heard anything about that?
Well, clearly that's far enough below the belt that no one's going to know, and if they do, they're not going to talk.
No, I meant has anybody heard anything? Who's doing it or anything like that?
I'm actually going to jump over to Raw's hangout for a little bit. I'll probably be back. I'm not sure how much I'll stomach it, but I'm going to do it for a little fun. So.
Cheers.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for explaining that.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'll probably be back in 20 minutes. I was my guess. We'll find out.
So, James, would you say you're more of an evidentialist? Classical approach? Okay.
Hello, Nadia.
Oh, hi, Desert.
Hey, Glenn. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, classical approach is respectable.
What is the classical approach? How is it different from the presuppositional approach?
Presuppositionalists usually assume the validity of the Bible and then argue based on that assumption. Most of their arguments are that somehow rejecting the Christian belief, you can't have any knowledge if you reject the Christian belief, with those type of arguments. It's usually circular, the Bible is true because the Bible is true. Whereas the classical approach is more things like people like C.S. Lewis, Anselm, people like Isaac Newton, people who are okay, I believe this, and here are some logical reasons for why I believe this. So a classical approach is more of a rational, here's reasons and arguments for what I believe, and presup is more oh, it's true because it's true. That's a basic summary.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I've learned something else. need to come here hang out more often, Nadia.
And one of the nicer things about it is it basically doesn't have like a bunch of insults just kind of embedded within it. So it's nicer that way. Believe it or not, at least it's not telling you you're a know-nothing or whatever.
I agree.
Give me time, I'll probably get there.
Please don't get there.
You'll get there and say I'm a know-nothing anyway?
I'm kidding, hopefully not.
Okay. Yeah. Fritz, I think, earlier was saying there's, I guess imputing this sort of like missionary zeal or whatever to it all, to, non-believers and so on, or atheists. And actually, we kind of don't have that. You don't have a gospel that tells us to go preach. So, I mean, there's kind of a issue of provocation. Yeah, the kind of critique you have of precept is precisely the provocation. By and large, fideists really get along most smoothly, of course, because there aren't any really evidential claims to contest. But when it does come to evidentialism, the dispute isn't really about the conclusion. It's about like particulars of the evidence and such. Like, especially when pretty radical claims like young Earth creationism type stuff. So. And I don't think you're in that camp either, so you're pretty much going to get along, I think.
I think radical or evidentialism, like if you're saying, if you're using that in the proper text as you would find it in like an epistemology class or something like that, in which like you have to have evidence to be justified for something, then I would say that's not a solid view. But if you say that in like a common use of like, oh, I'm an evidentialist in the case, like I give evidence or I like evidence, which is a lot of people how they use it, then okay, yeah, whatever.
Oh, I thought it was one of the various camps within apologetics.
No, evidentialism is it's a theory of justification for knowledge.
That too, yeah.
And it's basically says that the justification for belief is solely in the evidence for it.
Yeah, I know it's out there.
What about
the impression? Just wrapping up quick. I was under the impression it was also, one of the devices in apologetics, theism and evidentialism. The big ones, I guess, presuppositionalism, kind of as a third contender or something like that. Go ahead.
It could. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was done.
Oh, I was just wondering, what's the deal about young Earth versus old Earth? Why is it important?
Yeah,
I don't think it is. In fact, I will slap a Christian in the face if they come to me and they say that's important. I say, shut up and go argue something important. Like I don't get into that debate at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always thought that was irrelevant when trying to, I guess, prove a god, whether the Earth was old or young.
Like I care more about what I'm having for dinner than I do about the age of the Earth. Like I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And that's how, honestly, that's how most. It seems I get the vibe most Christians don't care. It's just occasionally you get people like Ken Hovind or Ken Ham, people who just like try to make it really important, and nobody really takes them seriously anyway, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, they raise the hackles of people who, I don't know, I guess feel they value the integrity of science or something like that, and kind of like defended by counterfactual claims or claims contrary to a bunch of evidence and reasoning and so on. Theological claims end up not being the substance of the argument. You can see it in like the like hangout shouting matches or whatever. And you notice this isn't one of those shouting matches. I mean, we're literally like have a pregnant pause or whatever when we're all trying to let each other go.
Does Ken Hovind have any credibility?
To me, he doesn't. I mean, he might say something that's true, and maybe he'll like cite a source and that's an accurate cite, but I would never recommend him to anybody, and if I ever see anyone like listening to him, I would point them to a better source.
Would you recommend Eric, his son?
No, I don't like Eric either. Well, that's the thing is Eric, if I'm not mistaken, is a presuppositionalist, and I tell people just to run from presuppositionalists. Like just
Eric
go.
mixes both. When he's losing the evidential argument, he switches to the presuppositional argument.
Yeah.
If you watch the Magic Sandwich Show with him on it, he goes back and forth between the two. It's actually very frustrating.
Yeah.
Is this Ken Hovind, that guy that Venom Fang X was like coughing for the longest time?
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Well,
What?
I've briefly talked to Eric Hovind. Been in some of Jordan Rivers' off-air affairs, and obviously had his meetups with Art and Xbox. Yeah, my impression is that he believes in what he's doing. That even though it might be frustrating in some ways, he's undertaking that that mix and switching and so on, and as something he thinks is a valid tactic or a valid way of advancing the argument and so on.
I don't, and I don't recommend other people go to layman as a source. Like, I don't understand why any Christian's going to Ken Ham or Kent Hovind for scientific data. Like, they're not scientists. They're just ignorant laymen who are talking about it. Just as I don't understand why any atheist would go to someone like Dawkins or Hitchens when you've got people like, Nagel and Surly. Like, I don't understand why anyone goes to ignorant laymen when you have scholars you can appeal to. Like,
Because they focus on the lowest common denominator. How else did the Amazing Atheist get so damn famous?
yeah,
They don't know enough. Well, it's Dunning-Kruger, right? They don't know enough to know the difference between a layman and a scholar.
Yeah.
Or you have some people who actively don't like scholars because scholars use confusing terms and people just want to hear it directly, I guess. You can sum up someone's entire feelings in a simple multisyllabic word and they get all confused that you have to explain it to them. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense.
So, well, this is pretty cool. I think. Well, welcome to the fold. Hopefully, we can hook you up with other people who are also pretty enlightened. I think. I don't know if you've run into Russ Wilkins' circle, but Jimmy Stevens and all among them. I don't know if evidence is in here or in Skype. He's in Skype.
I have a question.
Sure.
I don't understand why some people feel the need to defend that the Earth is 6,000 years old, because I don't even think the Bible says the Earth is 6,000 years old, does it?
No, it was done by a monk a very long time ago. He used genealogies from the Bible. I think, according to him, that Earth began on like a Tuesday morning in September, something like that.
The reason they want to defend it is because, like, some people, like Kinham and those type of guys, they equate that with a central doctrine. Like, they would say, like, if you don't believe that, or if that statement's not true, then nothing I believe is true. Like, that's essential to them. And there's a whole cloud of problems with that. Like, that's the basis of it.
Yeah, that's strange to me.
Because, like, they think their thought process is, okay, the Bible teaches young Earth creationism, which that's an issue which people debate all the time, and whatever, that's a separate issue. But they think, okay, the Bible teaches this, and if this is true, then the Bible's wrong, and I don't think the Bible's wrong, so I'm gonna argue about it. Like, that's their thought process.
Yeah, that's just
But the Bible is wrong in some places. So.
Well, isn't the Bible more of a summary of what happened to Israel?
The Old
and the
Testament
Jewish
is,
people?
The Old
I mean,
Testament is, yeah.
It doesn't cover every single event that happened from the beginning of time, to when Jesus left the earth.
Yeah.
If you're in a discussion with a Christian, and I'm a Christian myself, and if they say the Bible has no contradiction or no every word is true, the best place to go is a very easy place. That is the description of the faith of Judas.
Faith of Judas.
Yes, if you see, it's two totally different stories, and it cannot be reconciled. It's just impossible. So,
in my experience, all these apparent contradictions under close examination are not contradictions. I have talked with many atheists who have cited many different apparent contradictions. I've gone to all the websites that supposedly have the 1,000 of contradictions, and I've never seen a actual contradiction. When you carefully examine it, it usually comes out just right.
That's because most atheists don't understand it. They come with contradiction that are no contradiction. I mean, when they talk about the gospel, that you have different information, different accounts, that is for me not a contradiction if you to go there. But the really strong points, the atheists, they don't know it. So if you want to really find out some contradictions in the Bible, you listen to some theologians or some historical Bible studies that are not atheists, and then you will get the real stuff. And James, try to reconcile the two different accounts of how Judas died, and you cannot say it's written from different perspectives and so on. It's just not reconcilable.
What are the two passages?
Yeah, I have a Norwegian Bible here, but you have to go on. You have to go on some.
If you can just tell me like it's the chapter and the verse, I'll look it up.
I will look up in my.
Because I have addressed this issue before, but it was many moons ago, and I don't even remember what the issue was.
Do you know? Do you know Matt Bell?
Who?
Matt Bell.
Name sounds familiar, but I don't think so. Conservative
Christian from England, and he's very passionate about his faith. But even he says no. There is a contradiction that cannot be reconciled. So, it's not that I want to say that I'm not talking about the Old Testament or what is that there are a lot of untrue things or contradictions there. I'm just
Well, I'm going to take a radical position. I think that I don't know how many are there, but I don't think they're important if they are there. And
it's contradictions.
Got whatever contradictions there are. I mean, the kind of literature goes on, uses quote unquote paradoxes. Like Oscar Wilde always had his paradoxes and such to create, quote unquote higher meaning. And welcome, Josh and Carlton. Good to have you back again. And I don't think an apparent contradiction or a genuine one would be damaging in any respect.
No, and the funny thing is also what atheists they don't understand, because they haven't studied the method of historical science, how to verify the historicity of a text. So actually, all these contradictions, these small contradictions that you have in the Gospels, they are speaking for the historical authenticity of the text and what has happened, at least for the text, and not against it. So atheism, many atheists, I mean, they they see this as, oh, this have to be made up, but actually historical. If you're into historical science, that is it's speaking for it, because if there were no contradiction, everyone knew, okay, this is just made up, this is a plot. And the sad thing about the Quran is that they burned all the texts. They knew there were many variations and many contradictions, and they burned them and got one Quran. And they praise, or they see this as especially worthy that there are no contradictions. And I think this situation is much better than the situation of the Bible.
So I'm going to jump in and say that if this Judas incident is the best contradiction you have against the Bible, it's doing pretty well, because there is no contradiction. A contradiction is when both statements cannot be true at the same time and in the same sense. And we do not have that happening in Matthew 27 and Acts 1. One says that he fell and he burst open, and the other said that he died from hanging. Both of these can be true. Acts 1 does not say he died from falling. It just says that he fell and he burst open. So a very seems to me plausible way to take this is that in Matthew he's saying, okay, the dude hung himself, and then in Acts he's describing after he hung there in the sun and rotted for a few days, he fell and burst open.
Well, I think hey by the way, but I think there's, between what Nadia said and what Baltasar said, I think that, yeah, sure, if we're talking about gospel stories, if we're talking about retelling a tale or an event, and you have different authors, yes, I would expect there to be differences in the stories. Right? That's obviously, if they were word for word identical, I would be very suspicious of them immediately. But on the other side of that coin, I think that there are different types of contradictions where we're not talking about the relating of a story or an event by different people, where we're talking about declarative statements either about the nature of God or by God himself about his own acts that are in conflict. And when we're talking about that, I think that's a different class of contradiction than simply having two different people tell the same story.
Yeah, I can buy that. Yeah.
Can I jump in?
By all means, please do.
Yeah. The different classes of contradictions, do you think it's possible that you're not considering the human element of divine inspiration, rather that you're presuming a dictation view of inspiration?
No, I'm not presuming a dictation view, but what I am assuming is the generally put forth Christian position that the substance of what was communicated is accurate. Now, I'm not saying necessarily that Paul and Luke aren't going to write about the same thing in different ways because they have different backgrounds and different frame of reference, and they're going to express themselves differently, just like you and I would if we were to tell the same story. But I do think the Christian position is that that what it communicates is inerrant. And so, as a simple starting point or an example, we have several places in the Scripture where it declares that God cannot lie. Now, if I presume by lying we're talking about deceiving somebody, a fairly straightforward definition, I think, then we have other places where God himself declares that he has intentionally deceived people for one or various reasons. So we have a problem there because now we're talking about trying to identify what is the nature of God. And we have a clear statement that says he doesn't lie, and then we have actually a declaration by God himself. It's in his own mouth, saying that he does. So
that verse is in the Old Testament, right?
Doesn't matter, but yes, it is.
Where is it again?
I could Google it for you if you want to. If I want to pull up a couple, we talked about them the other night, but I don't have the references at the tip of my tongue. So hold on. I'll get you.
1 Kings chapter 22.
Yeah,
that sounds about right. And I think that's repeated actually in several places. We also have
like God hardening their heart.
Well, we're not saying we have Ezekiel.
It says he sent a lying spirit.
Well, there's another one though. Ezekiel 14:9. It says, "And if a prophet be deceived when he has spoken to saying, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet." There's several of these, but yes. So the concept is there in several different verses, where the intent clearly seems to be that God is saying. I would think the common understanding that God is fairly straightforward, saying that he intentionally deceived somebody, whether he did it directly or whether he did it by sending something else, a lying spirit to deceive them. The end of the action is that there was an intention to deceive. The mechanism is not important. And so again, there we have a real problem, I think. That's the kind of contradiction that causes me concern. It's not the retelling the gospel stories.
Is it possible that through God's middle knowledge, he knew that they were going to lie anyway, and just expedited the process?
Yeah, but that's not what he says. That's my problem. So sure, yes, your statement is possible. Okay.
Okay. So there's no logical contradiction.
Wait, there is.
Your interpretation of a contradiction.
No. What I'm trying to say is I agree with what you say, that there could have been an instance where God knew that somebody was going to lie, and he just stood back and let it happen. But that's not what he says, for example, in Ezekiel. He says it in a very proactive way. He says, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. He didn't say that the prophet was deceived and I let it happen. He didn't say I let it go by. He said, I, the Lord, did this. I did this in the same way that he says, I, the Lord, did a million other things.
Yeah, and if he knew through his mental knowledge that what that person or false prophet, presumably, was going to do anyway, he would expedite it, and therefore no logical contradiction.
No, that's not this. But that's not what he's saying. I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, well, what if this and this and that? But the fact of the matter is, I don't have to. I'm not in a position here where I have to look at the verse and claim that this is in fact deceiving somebody. God himself states he did.
Yeah, but you're presuming that there's no other information or knowledge that's embedded in the situation.
Well, there's a problem with that. But there's a problem. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. But I was going to say the problem though with that is that it is only rational. If God intended us to understand this, if he intended us not to understand it, well, there was no reason to put it there anyway. So I'm assuming the fact that the statement is there because he intended us to understand it. If he intended us to understand it, then clearly he would have given whatever information is required to understand it. And if he didn't, then he's doing a very poor job as a communicator.
That's false.
Okay, why?
But because you don't need to prove divine inerrancy, or biblical inerrancy rather, to be a Christian. What you do is you have to place your trust in Jesus.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, if he was who he said he was, which based on the historical evidence, then we have good reason to believe that he first to the inerrancy of the Old Testament.
Right, but we're, and again, I'm sorry, but and I'm not trying to be obtuse here, but we're just spinning up what is a very plain, straightforward statement. We're trying to make it say something other than what it clearly just says.
But you're ignoring. You're not considering that there might be more information that's not recorded.
If it's not recorded, it's not material to the conversation. If you don't know. Okay, let me do my example, and I'm sorry if somebody's heard this before. Okay, but I think it's a very good example of what we're talking about. If I go into a school and I see a guy walking, I go to my local high school, and I see a guy walking down a hallway with a gun shooting kids, and I see kids screaming, running out, and I see blood all over the walls, and every once in a while kids are trying to get by him, and he grabs somebody by the hair and he blows their brains out, and they flop on the ground. Okay, and I'm going to be the hero of the day, let's say, and I'm going to go try and tackle this guy, right? I have to assess his behavior on the information that is there. It makes absolutely no sense to try and assess that situation by some imaginary thing that could be there but that I don't know, right? Now, let's suppose I go to, wait a minute, let's suppose I go to...
I'm going to jump in here.
We have good reason to believe God that God is real in other ways.
But wait a minute. But let me finish the analogy. It's almost there. So let's say I go to tackle the guy, and the guy gets around the corner before I do, and I go sliding around the corner to catch up with him. And as I slide around the corner, there's a movie crew there. Kids all get up laughing. This has all been a movie shoot. Okay, I happen to walk in on the back end of this. Okay, at the time when I see that other information, it is rational for me to understand it in the context of it was a movie shoot. This isn't a bad guy. Prior to that point, it is absolutely irrational to assume that this is anything other than what it appears to be based on the information at hand. And my point being, if God decided for whatever reason not to put in that information about that verse that would have somehow made his statement be something other than what it appears to be, well, then I can't. It makes sense. Well, there's not a problem. It doesn't make sense to take something into context that doesn't exist.
Let me reply. You're presuming that the Old Testament is somehow some historical record with every detail recorded about all the characters and about God, and you are simply not in a place to judge what God in his understanding wants to communicate to.
But that's a presumption. If God's intent was to communicate,
you're the one that's leveling the contradiction.
Wait.
Isn't even relevant.
If God's intent was to communicate something, then it is incumbent on him to put the information there so that it is. Wait a minute. But that is correctly understood. That is exactly how common sense works. You're presuming that God has a nature, and then you're spinning it to make it fit. But the point is, if God wanted to communicate something, right, then I could say, let me do this. For example, let me play this game. There's a verse here that says God cannot lie. Hold on. Okay. So I'll use 2 Samuel 7:28. Thou art that God, and thy words be true. Okay. Or better yet, okay, Numbers. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. Okay. Now it is equally. If we're going to play your game, it is equally valid for me to say, well, you know what? That seems to say that God doesn't lie, but maybe there's other information that I'm not aware of that if I knew it would indicate that actually doesn't say that. Well, that's absurd. You would call me stupid for saying that, and you would be right. But that's exactly what you're doing with the verse in Ezekiel. You're presuming that there could be some other information there, but you don't have it.
Because the Bible is not a word-for-word, an account of all the facts, of all the relevant facts. So you have to presuppose that there is a logical contradiction there.
Well, wait a minute.
Gentlemen.
Okay, go ahead, James.
There is no direct contradiction between the God cannot lie and God, allowed that spirit to go and lie to the prophets. There is no logical contradiction in that, in those being comparable. No, because one is saying God cannot put forth a proposition which is false, and the other is saying God allowed a spirit to go and deceive others.
What does it mean to lie?
Those two are God liars, hitman liars. Can I respond because I brought it up?
I'm sorry, Balasar. Sure, go ahead.
It's a day-clear contradiction. In one account, there are 3 accounts about Judas. The first from I think from Matthew, I cannot remember, but the other ones I've looked up. From Matthew, the money spent, the money that Judas gave the Pharisees, they cannot take blood money, so they buy a field. This field is famous. It's called the blood field. So then what happened to Judas? In one account, he runs away and hang himself. In the other account, he buys an acre and fall headlong.
No.
And
Okay, Belshazzar, you realize if I trip and fall, what normally happens is my skin keeps my organs inside my body. You understand that, right? Like, the skin is pretty tough. Even if there's a cut, organs don't just gush out. So what that verse is saying is it isn't saying, oh, he fell and his skin, which was apparently paper thin, just cut and he gushed out his organs. Rather, what is a compatible interpretation is that the writer of Acts was saying that after hanging himself, Judas's body, which was rotting in the sun, fell. And after rotting in the sun, it would make sense to say his organs gushed forth.
When a body is hanging, does it fell on the head?
Does it what? It can.
No, it cannot.
Why not?
It fell headlong. He buys an acre and falls headlong, and his stomach bursted. But this
there is no direct contradiction. You have to read in a contradiction. These two are compatible. The only way that they would be incompatible is if Acts said, and Judas died by. If it said Judas died by falling, then yeah, you would have a contradiction on your hands. But it didn't say that.
What about who bought the field? Did the Pharisees buy the field with the gold, or did Judas buy it with the gold? And why was the field called a field of blood? Was it because Judas exploded on it, or because it was bought with blood money?
I can tell you, it's a mix there. It's a typical thing that happens when in like these places you have got mixed the story about the Pharisees that uses they cannot take this blood money, so they use it to buy a field, and it's called the blood field. So you have this story mixed into the other. It's just a confusion. It's not enough information, and when it was written down, well, they made a mistake. But what the message of Jesus, the person of Jesus, and his sayings, they are beaming clear from the Bible. You know, if you want to try to make this not a contradiction, and this is, of course, I'm not a fundamentalist, but it's widely held by theologian, Christian theologian, that this we cannot do. This is just they just got it wrong. But a contradiction from the rest of the Testament, then that is also contradiction.
Belshazzar, do you understand what a contradiction is?
Yes,
both statements cannot. If something is a contradiction, it is logically impossible for both statements to be true. Okay.
And I tell you why.
You're saying, wait. Listen, you're saying if a man is hanging, he isn't going to fall on his head, okay? Now, it's possible maybe a wind came along and it swayed him and he dropped and he fell headlong. Even if that's not probable, even if that's possible, the fact that that is compatible and could happen means that those two are not a contradiction. There is a possible world in which these two statements can both be true. But even if you don't think that that's a likely outcome, you can't use the term contradiction. You are just blatantly misusing your terminology here.
Yeah. I don't build my Christianity on fantasies and imagination. For me,
well, that's great. Neither do I. I'm glad we agree on that. Cool.
No, but you do, because you have to have a big amount of fantasy. I mean, to get that to fit. And it's pretty clear. I mean.
Okay, wait. Listen. Before you say that, what I just said of the body being there and it's rotten, and maybe a wind comes and it blows him and it snaps and he falls. Is that logically possible? Like, could such a thing happen physically?
The thing is that in
yes or no? Don't dodge this question. Could such a thing happen?
Yes.
Okay, so wait. That means it is possible.
I can tell you how it can happen. It can come a very strong, like a typhoon or something that turns him around, or perhaps someone a very fantastic thing, so he falls on his head, and then his stomach explodes, and so on. You have to use very much fantasy, but it's
First
pretty
off, I
clear.
think you're
There are
misusing
two
the term
stories.
fantasy.
Yeah,
But secondly,
this has nothing to do with the Bible. No, the message. I mean, why do you care how Judas died? Why
because
do you
this is
care
a
about
really
this?
piss poor argument, and that bothers me because it's so awful.
Well, the lying one didn't really seem to bother you so much.
Well, it didn't bother me. I didn't get a chance to get to it because there is no logical contradiction there. Both those statements can be true.
Another
Wait a
version.
minute. There is a problem because you artificially narrowed what it means to lie to make it not a contradiction.
Hold on.
Lying means to deceive someone. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to speak the words. I can lie to you if I send somebody else to you with the intent that they're going to lie to you. I have lied to you. I don't need. Yes,
that is a misdefinition.
No, it's not.
Definitely.
Lying means to
who have I deceived? I have deceived nobody.
Lying means to yes, to cause to be deceived. I have caused person C to be deceived because I intentionally sent them person B knowing that they were going to lie to them. I have intentionally caused person B not to. Yes, and anybody in 4th grade would recognize that. You're not recognizing it because you don't want to.
You are completely misdefining lying to a very narrow range.
Go look it up in a dictionary, for Christ's sake. Any idiot knows the definition of lying.
Chapter and verse?
I was the one that was arguing with Kirkland on this point, and I still think you're reading that into the text as a logical contradiction. It's not possible that through God's mental knowledge, he was already going to make that lie. The person was already going to make that lie. So God just expedited it. Again, like James said, even if it's possibly true, there is no logical contradiction.
Do you guys extend I don't want to phrase this. When you're, say, examining like the Quran, do you extend the same benefit to the words of the Quran?
Yeah, I'm intellectually honest and I believe consistent. At least I like to think I am. And if somebody thinks I'm not, then
so you would never claim, like, for example, that there is a contradiction in other religious texts if there was any possible way to harmonize two accounts.
If the two were logically consistent and can both be true at the same time, then I'm not going to call that a contradiction because I actually know what the definition of a contradiction is.
What's the chapter and verse?
For which one? The Judas thing or the lying thing?
The lying thing.
It is possible to harmonize them, but it's also possible that we're just dealing with discrepant accounts. Isn't it also possible?
Sure.
Metaphysically possible? Yeah, sure. Logically possible?
Okay, so and how do we determine what's more probable?
Okay.
I think as we do with most historical documents, we give them the benefit of the doubt.
No, we don't.
It isn't improbable. What I've suggested about Judas, like that's not that isn't far out. Like that's not something that's a big issue.
Well, hold on. We do give them the benefit of the doubt. For Alexander the Great, the only two reliable sources we have are oh man, they go from my mind. Plutarch and Arian. Okay, they have differences. So we don't say that Alexander. You know, we look at the basic core fundamentals. A lot of these, discrepancies that critics try to point out, they're really peripheral to the main points that are being discussed. And again, you don't have to be a biblical a person that holds to biblical inerrancy to be a Christian. You can trust that Jesus rose from the dead without knowing the particular number.
When the Gospels say that John the Baptist's baptism was for the sake of the remittance of sins, but then we have Josephus saying that it wasn't about that. Which one's right?
Yeah.
I would say first off we should go with John because he's a better witness. But then second off, First off, you need to pick one argument and go with that because it is dishonest to throw half a dozen apparent contradictions at us and expect us to hit each one of them. Like that's
I'm just saying, do you guys harmonize stuff like that when you have an intuitive story?
Josephus was a Jewish writer who, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't there at the time. It wasn't based on eyewitness accounts. like John was.
Hold on.
First century writer.
It's strange why you automatically think that Josephus has a higher priority of being more trustworthy.
I never said that.
Okay.
You said John, not Josephus.
I said we're told in the gospel accounts, not by John. We have no writings of John the Baptist whatsoever. We're told by one historical account, namely a couple gospels, that his baptism
not one historical account. That is four independent historical texts. It's not one historical account. That's totally nonsense. There was no Bible. They are collected and they was chosen because.
Right. That's why I said we have two sources.
No, it's not two sources. It's 5 sources you're talking about, at least. We have also a couple of others, but it's 5
not all
sources.
the Gospels say it was for the remission of sin.
Mm-hmm.
Historicals, how they operate with this story is one of the things that we can know most for sure is the baptism of John of Jesus by John. The reason for this is it's how to say pinlighet, embarrassment. That's a very strong historical argument.
No, it's not. It's not a
Actually,
at all.
Let me finish. It's a historical embarrassment because normally a human being would not baptize God himself. And so there, from a non-religious, just a historical point of view, this is one of the places where historians are most sure this happened. And no, I'm not talking about theology, but history. Just because of the embarrassment.
But you're assuming that, say, Mark's gospel says that Jesus is God. John's gospel says
I didn't say that.
Oh, now you're on a whole completely different issue. And I think
but he's saying it's an embarrassment because you wouldn't baptize God.
Well, hold on. The other Gospels are written way before Josephus's account. So even if Mark portrayed Jesus as a divine figure, which I would dispute, and which other New Testament critics would dispute, I think we can also show that it's more plausible than Josephus's account.
And why is that?
Because of the criteria of embarrassment, which he was trying to enunciate to you.
But you're reading in, say, John's Christology into Mark's and Matthew's and Luke's Christology in order to do that. Because in John's Gospel, John the Baptist does not baptize Jesus in John's Gospel, which is the Gospel that explicitly says Jesus is God.
Yeah. But
even Bart Ehrman, I'm sure you know Bart Ehrman, even he is going back now, and he have it's not many years ago, he also have agreed that the God property of Jesus is also expressed in the other gospel. Not, of course, not with such high Christology like in John, but I see your argument your analysis is right. I understand that, but then we have to discuss how is Jesus portrayed in the other, and that's a very long.
So, if we're going to use this historical embarrassment criteria, can we apply it universally, like to the Old Testament? For example, we have a lot of the patriarchal fathers, say, doing things that are embarrassing. So that means it's true, since it was embarrassing, they wouldn't have made it up.
Yes, when someone sleeps with their own children, that is highly. It's
so
very.
Ancient authors never put in dramatic storytelling. That never happened.
See,
that's not dramatic.
You're going on these other issues.
The more embarrassing, the more. It's just how historical science operates with old texts. It has nothing to do with Old Testament.
So the stories of Hercules, the historical biographies of Hercules, where embarrassing things happen to him, those are true because they're embarrassing?
Yes,
the Gospels are written in a different genre. Most New Testament critics today recognize that the Gospels are written in the genre of ancient biographies.
there are ancient biographies of Romulus and Hercules where tons of embarrassing things happened to them. Does that mean they happened?
Now we got other criteria like multiple attestation.
Do you have that?
Yeah,
because
sure.
They're literally independent. Matthew and Luke used Matthew.
Yeah, I'm not talking about those.
How do you know they're independent? I'm
talking about the 1 Corinthians 15 creed that goes back to within 5 years.
That doesn't mention the baptism.
No, I'm not talking about that. We have other things.
Okay, what are we arguing about?
Tested. You brought up Romulus and Remus. I'm talking about the historicity of the gospel accounts, specifically the resurrection.
I'm talking about the criterion of embarrassment and how widely useful it is.
Jesus doesn't baptize because we're baptized into him for the remission of sin.
I was bringing up how widely can we reliably apply something like what I think it was Balthazar brought up, the criterion of embarrassment. They were saying, okay, something in this ancient biography looks embarrassing, so that means we should prefer that it's probably historically true, because why else would the author make it up?
Criteria. There's a lot of criteria, but when the scales are kind of even, the criterion of embarrassment is very helpful.
Well, you would think having to go to the stable because there was no room at the inn would be embarrassing.
The thing is, though, we have not independent accounts in the case of, we have Mark, okay, telling us that John...
Then the pre-Markan account, the pre-Markan passion narrative. That's 2, okay? So
where's the documentary evidence for that?
It's called Q, which most...
That's not a proven theory, that's a hypothesis.
Yeah, and most New Testament historians believe in Q.
I don't believe in it at all. I think Luke just used Matthew and Mark.
Okay, well, are you a New Testament historian?
No.
Okay. Maybe you should...
Mark Goodacre is a New Testament historian, and he doesn't believe in Q.
I'm saying the majority. There's different opinions on all of this. I'm going with the majority on all these things. I'm saying. That's why I don't try to prove Christianity by trying to prove the inerrancy of the Bible. Like I was talking to that other person, I said we can believe in it on the basis of historicity and these various criteria when applied to the New Testament. That's all I'm doing. What's next?
The problem with this approach is that I was not brought up with my parents didn't take me to church and so on, and I'm very skeptical to everything in life, and I'm pretty sure that if I was confronted with this when I grew up, I would never come to any belief. That's my personally, because and it's just and it doesn't do it. I mean, it don't change anything in the belief system. And if you try to, you just it's like we are grown-ups. You can perhaps say that to a child just to avoid some more questioning, but we can think, and you are like trying to stop critical thinking, and then you will just it's very counterproductive if you're because I would never come to any belief if someone tried to take the approach that I should like believe when I see myself. Yeah, I have a brain. I can use my brain, and the text is clear enough. You can use your brain and come to a very clear picture of who Jesus was and that he lived and what his purpose was.
Yeah, let me say this also. Virtually all New Testament critics today believe that Jesus taught about the kingdom of God He wasn't going around just saying these clever little sayings just to stir up trouble. He was specifically talking about the kingdom of God, and he used many parables, such as the parable of the wicked tenants, that showed that he was no normal prophet. That's it's in Matthew, and I think we can use various criteria to show that that's historical. But there's different parables and things that when you use these various types of criteria, a lot of these you can get back to the real historical Jesus was claiming to be something wonderful, something God himself. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, the substance of the claim appears to be that the Jesus' style of presentation was novel, which doesn't seem to argue much in the way for claims to being a deity or not.
Yeah.
And the problem with the whole Bible is it's not a philosophy. It's not like Asian philosophy and so on. It's a narrative, and that makes it pretty difficult. So you have narrative structures, and narrative is always some fiction in it. And fiction, I don't mean untrueness, but you have to make a story function. You cannot just list of words or facts. You make it's written as a story, and there you will have different elements that are there because of the story to tell a story. It's impossible not to yeah.
Well, again, I mean, prophets or demigods or whatever going around making religious pronouncements of various sorts are actually not unique. Zoroaster to Remus and Romulus to
those were considered the founders, but they weren't considered like a historical. They were more considered like a status figure. Okay, so nobody denies that Jesus actually lived and that he died by crucifixion. In all of these documents of the New Testament, all date within the 1st century. Just for the Gospel of Mark, we have the Gospel of Mark, okay, and then we have the pre-Markan Passion narrative, okay, and then we have probably Q, okay, and then we also have behind Matthew and Luke's narrative, we have M and L, what the information that's unique to them. And then we also have Paul's writings that predate all of that stuff. And then a few creeds in Paul's writings that even predates that. So we go back to extremely early dates, better than any other event in ancient antiquity.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's not. You cannot compare
contemporaneous accounts of lots of events in history, like the eruption of Mount Vesuvius.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And L and M, why couldn't Matthew and Luke why couldn't they have been the authors of that material? Why did it have to come from somewhere else?
Okay, well then, if you're going to say that they made it up out of...
I'm not saying they did. I'm just saying, why should we prefer that they got it from somewhere else rather than that they just made it up themselves?
Well,
do you have any evidence that they made it up?
We don't have any evidence in either direction. That's my point.
That's how history works. If you approach every historical document saying, how do we know they didn't make this up, then you're not going to know anything about history. This shows how incredibly ignorant of the historic method you are. Like, yeah, you could say, oh, maybe they made it up. Maybe it was one great masterpiece, and they just, intertwined, and they wrote this and put this name on it, and they wrote this, and they put this name on it. But at that point, you're not even doing history anymore. And that just goes to show that you can't have an accurate critique of the New Testament without using preposterous requirements. Like you extend the level that we have to meet so far that it's vastly past any other historic requirement we would have for any other document. It's just intellectually dishonest.
I'm not saying that they necessarily made it up out of whole cloth. I'm saying that they could have been the origin of that material, of the L&M material. That would have been the genesis of that material.
And in order to use that as an argument, you would have to show evidence for it.
Doug, can I just...
What I don't understand is why atheists, why is it so important for them that this is made up? I mean, if it isn't made up, you had a guy named Jesus, and he did this and that, and he was a normal guy, and he didn't rise from the dead, and so on. But they thought, and they wrote down his life. Why do you? Are you so eager that this is made up? I don't understand. It doesn't change anything.
I tried to clarify, saying I'm not saying that they invented it. I'm saying that they could have been. Say you have the L&M traditions in Matthew and Luke. Mm-hmm. The origin of that tradition could have been Matthew and Luke. Isn't that a possibility?
Well,
listen. It is metaphysically, logically possible. Physically, it's possible that all that happened. But just positing a possibility, that's not an argument. That's useless. You can do that with any historic document to argue against anything.
There are traditions that predate Matthew and Luke. What's the evidence from your guys' side that the L&M material predates Matthew and Luke?
What element? Like, what's that abbreviation for? I'm not familiar with it.
The M material, which is the stuff that's unique to Matthew's gospel, and the L material, which is the stuff that's unique to Luke's material.
Let me answer that. Unless they made it up out of whole cloth, then the information they have was from various sources. We know from Luke chapter 1, verses 1 through 4.
So we have two possibilities, right? Right? We have that Matthew and Luke originated this material, or the other alternative, which is that it came from an earlier tradition that they appropriated, right? Those are the two possibilities, correct?
I think so.
So they're both possible. How do we decide which possibility is more probable?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, first I want to point out that the epistles of Paul were written way before the Gospels, and so any information given about, this entire encounter should be considered there too. And
Paul
secondly,
barely says anything about Jesus' life. I'm talking about L&M material. Matthew.
Did you say Paul never said anything about Jesus'
No,
life?
I'm saying he doesn't give us very many specific details about, like, for example, he never says he cast out demons. He never says he said parables. He never says he says basically he was crucified and rose from the dead. And yeah, he does say some things. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying we get most of our biographical information from the Gospels is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I agree. And the thing is those Gospels, they say, hey, this is where we got our information from. Or, we talk to these witnesses.
Well, Luke
like,
says
they
that.
make the claims. Yeah, Luke does.
Well,
and so, like, that's the thing, though, is, like, they say, okay, this is where we got our information from. And it's generally believed, like, this is where they got their information from. And it's not a matter of, okay, here's 5 possibilities, you're saying this one, you have to prove it. Like, when you have documents like this, you give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, so let's try this then. If you're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, what do you do with the Gnostic Gospels that say that they got their traditions from apostolic pedigree, from apostolic tradition? Because all the Valentinians and the Manichaeans, guess what? They all say that their stuff came straight from the fathers.
Yeah, and the Gnostic Gospels are rejected by the early church because, oh, look, they didn't meet the criteria, which is that most of the early Gospels, like Mark, for instance, was written either by eyewitnesses or people who worked with the disciples, for instance.
That's what the early church fathers' tradition is saying.
Okay, literally, you are just rejecting history.
Yeah.
Like, Mark was written by the disciple of Peter.
That it's probable. I mean, you're doing a bad histography right now.
Like, literally, you're saying, oh, well, that's what they say. Like, you're
authors
rejecting history.
Everything a historical author wrote does not automatically mean it's true, okay?
Okay, but you understand something is innocent until proven guilty. If we didn't do that, we'd throw away history and just slam our heads against the wall.
That's fine. But we have other things that the church fathers say that even you guys would say there's no way it's history.
Okay, but the things that we're talking about now aren't disputed. There's not
They are
alternating ideas. No, there isn't. Nobody is debating the things that we've said. The things
Okay,
that we've
Josh
said about
was
the
earlier.
sources that the Gospels use. No,
Earlier, Josh was
historians
earlier-
agree on this. You're the one who's
No,
going against the tide here.
That's completely wrong. Earlier, Josh was appealing to the consensus of New Testament historians, and if the consensus of New Testament historians is that the Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses or companions of Jesus or Paul,
Let me read.
and that they were
I
written by
agree with that.
later
They were not
authors.
written
Hold
by
on,
the
let me-
eyewitnesses, but they
let me-
were written by people who talked with the eyewitnesses.
Yeah, and have you read the new book by Richard Bauckham? He traces all of the eyewitness accounts to the Gospels that they were either written by eyewitnesses or they have strong eyewitness tradition embedded in them.
I haven't read his book, so I can't comment on it.
It's one of the most popular New Testament.
So like you guys say that Mark obviously wasn't an eyewitness, right? He was a companion of Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
He was a companion of Peter.
Yeah, but he wasn't a disciple of Jesus. He wasn't around.
Yeah, he was not
Galilee.
a disciple of Jesus.
Yeah,
He was a
okay.
disciple of Peter.
So you could say he got his stuff from Peter. Fair enough. That's a possibility. Matthew, he was a disciple, right? He witnessed some of these things firsthand. But what's weird is you have Mark, who wasn't an eyewitness. You have his account, but then you have Matthew using tons of Mark's material verbatim. Even though Matthew actually was a direct eyewitness, you have him using a non-eyewitness's material in his own account.
It doesn't matter that he was a non-eyewitness. He was a disciple. He followed around Peter. He followed around another one of Jesus' disciples. Just because he literally followed around Peter and wrote down what he said, it doesn't matter that the guy holding the pencil wasn't an eyewitness. And if I was writing a historical document, like me and 11 of my other friends, we had one guy and we're like, man, he's awesome.
I
We're
think
gonna
you're
write
mixing
some
something
stories
up.
about him.
Mark is
I'm
not.
gonna use
Mark was a companion of Paul and Barnabas.
Mark, I'm highly confident
John
was
Mark
a
from the
companion
Book
of
of
Peter.
Acts you're talking
Hold
about,
on.
right?
There's traditions that he was both.
Like, I'm talking the Gospel of Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
So let me see. I'll check.
Yeah, the John Mark. Yeah. So a lot of traditions say that that's the same person who wrote the Gospel of Mark. But Matthew probably used a lot of Mark's material because Mark was probably a companion of Paul and probably recorded what Paul was saying.
But Paul
I'm sorry,
Paul
Peter
never witnessed
was
the events of Jesus'
what
life.
Peter was saying, not Paul, Peter.
He could have been.
Okay, first off, you're saying Paul never witnessed the events of Jesus' life, and that's true. However, Paul did go talk to the disciples and spent, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks with them,
Yeah.
and said, hey, check out what I'm saying is true. And they're like, yep, gold stamp. And there's in this entire area, we don't have any competing documents that are saying, no, guys, what Paul is saying goes against what actually happened. Like, there is no competing view at this time. So this idea,
what do you make of the book of what do you make of the
authors
letter to the
liars,
Galatians?
then you have to support that.
What do you make a letter to the Galatians? These Judaizing Christians telling the people, the Church of Galatia, they need to be circumcised in order to believe in Jesus, and Paul going nuts. And guess where they come from? Jerusalem. I wonder who they were.
So, how is that relevant?
Okay, so we obviously know, even in the time of Paul, we've got completely different forms of Christianity going around.
No, that's not what I said. What I said about Paul going up and talking to the disciples, and the disciples gave him the gold stamp. Like, if you're going to say Paul lied about that, or if you're going to say Paul was contradicting what Jesus actually taught, or the disciples, were contradicting what Jesus taught, or, that it isn't accurate, then that is a baseless assertion because there is no evidence. There is no conflicting views that say, nope, what the Gospels are saying is wrong, that's not what happened, here's what actually happened. There's nothing like that.
So who are these guys from
entire
Jerusalem telling the people of Galatia that they need to be circumcised?
That's not the issue we're talking about. I'm talking about the life of Christ, the resurrection of Christ. I'm not talking about minor theological points. I'm talking about the life of Christ. If you're going to say that was a lie, then you're going to have to offer some evidence for that.
That's the only thing they agreed to was the resurrection of Jesus, but they didn't really go into his life or other tenets and so forth. All they agreed was that he was resurrected somehow, and that was it.
Right, that the Christian kerygma was correct. That's what Acts tells us and Paul tells us.
Right. That's the only fact they agree with that we know of.
Paul said that he spent 2 weeks with him, so I'm pretty sure that Paul believed what the disciples did.
And he said that he saw, who did he see there?
If I'm not mistaken, James and
Peter, and that's it.
Peter, yeah.
The second time was Peter, James, and John. And then Paul says, they added nothing to me. So he was preaching, Paul, in the 1 Corinthians 15, the analogies that Paul was using for a bodily resurrection, that's what was going on there. The Jerusalem Council in 48 AD was talking about how are they going to evangelize or to the Greeks, to the non-Jewish people, and what will their requirements be?
But don't you guys see that when we have, even in Paul's epistles, we have him trying to combat other gospels that he disagrees with, even at this very early time, right? So that should automatically be telling us that, okay, we've got obviously, okay, today we have Pauline Christianity. That's what survived through tradition. But even at his early time that he's writing from, we've got docetic Christianity going around, which he tries to address.
No, hold on. I just mentioned to you that the Jerusalem Council in 49 AD. Okay, that's probably 19 years after the fact. Paul says they added nothing to me. They had nothing to my message. And in 1 Corinthians 15, he says that all the apostles basically agree on this. They're preaching.
I'm not talking about the Jerusalem meeting. I'm talking about Paul himself in his epistles trying to combat other gospels. He says,
there were false gospels, and he was trying to combat them. How does that doesn't say anything?
Okay, well, we have Paul's writings, but don't you think these other people would say that Paul's gospels were false?
Yeah, no.
Well, Paul actually had access to the sources, and there aren't other people coming about and saying, "Oh no, that's a lie."
Yeah, they all said they had access to the sources. Read the documents for yourself.
What document?
All the Gnostic Gospels, they say they go back to the church fathers. They say Valentinus, I was the disciple of so-and-so, who was the disciple of so-and-so, who was the disciple of Peter. All these guys claim the same.
What they said is rejected because it comes about a long time after the others, and it goes against the earlier information about Jesus' life.
All dated.
You don't know it's earlier.
The 2nd century at the earliest, but usually they're dated after that. So no New Testament scholar puts them in the 1st century, especially since there were eyewitnesses still alive that could vouch guard the reliability of the Jerusalem Council.
Eyewitnesses for what, though?
The council meeting at 49 AD, that Paul's message was sabbatico with the other apostles.
Yeah, but
all these other guys were claiming to go back to eyewitness testimony too.
Yeah, but what they say, the things that they say in their gospel, and the reasons they were rejected.
Until proven guilty.
Yeah, and the reason that they are considered guilty is because they come about a long time after the fact, and what they're saying contradicts the earlier sources.
I mean, in Galatians, the very first chapter of Galatians, Paul's complaining about other gospels.
No, I'm talking about the Gnostic Gospels.
Yeah, but we have Paul himself saying he's trying to combat these other versions of Christianity, okay? Even Paul at this early time is trying to combat these things.
Yeah, he's saying he's trying to combat false gospels, yes.
Right, okay, so Paul's saying they're false. Okay.
What is your conclusion that you're arguing here?
My conclusion is that it seems to me, based off of Paul's epistles, that we have a variety of different forms of Christianity, maybe not on super important doctrines, I'll give you that. But we obviously have docetism going on. We've got people saying you have to be circumcised. You might even have Gnosticism that early, depending on how you read some of Paul's epistles. I admit that's not clear.
No, it's
just a possibility. But you've got different views of what the gospel is.
Okay, so these different gospels, they're saying here's some theological points, right? And they're differentiating with Paul's gospel, right?
Obviously, because he's saying that they're false.
Now, we'll call it Paul's gospel, the appeal for that being true would be the Gospels and Paul's epistles and the eyewitnesses and all of that. Like, they would appeal to those. Now, what would these other views appeal to? What sources?
They all, if you're talking about the written documents that the people Paul was preaching against, we don't have those. We don't have any surviving ones. We don't even know if they
so
wrote
we have
anything
no
down.
evidence that anybody was coming and saying, nope, the disciples are wrong, here's what Jesus actually taught.
We have Paul himself saying that.
No, Paul says that there were false gospels, right? But those gospels weren't based on anything.
How do we know?
have evidence. We have biographies that
Paul
Jesus
says all of his gospels is based on his own revelation.
Yeah,
not
I
from other men.
nothing from men.
Yes, but he did have it verified with the disciples.
Yeah, I think you're politely ignoring those facts. That again, you're missing that he met with them at the Jerusalem Council, and they added nothing to his gospel. So there was a general regula fide, a rule of faith, a tradition that was the bodily resurrection. At the
Okay, so
no,
Paul
you'll never
says
say
he
he
got
talked about bodily
persecuted.
resurrection. Paul talks about spiritual resurrection. No,
okay.
No,
well,
Paul talks about crucifixion.
Let's go to that then. Do you want
he
to go
talks
to
about crucifixion, but no bodily resurrection.
You want to go to
Yes, he was. Paul says if Jesus wasn't crucified and resurrected, then his faith would be in vain.
Yeah.
A spiritual resurrection. Not talking about bodily.
No, Paul is talking literally about a bodily resurrection.
No, it says that nowhere. It says spiritual in 1 Corinthians 15.
But hold on.
Ghost Rider.
Hold on. That word, isn't that the same word that's used in 1 Corinthians 2 that doesn't mean bodily at all? I mean, doesn't mean spiritual at all. Let me give you the answer. Yes.
I heard that claim before, but there's nothing founded in that. Paul
look
talks
at
about
the
spiritual
word.
resurrection.
Yeah, if you look at the word, sumaticon, right? So you look at the word, and it doesn't have the context of a spiritual resurrection.
No, it can. There's nothing incompatible with that.
Well, you have
another thing to this. The problem Paul had, of course, that was his ideal. That's also where these sayings originate. This idea about the bodily resurrection, that was insane, and they looked upon him as insane. This message, and he also commented this. So if he was only talking about the spiritual resurrection, that would be nothing special. But he was he was talking about something that people would just laugh off. They wouldn't believe it if it was Greek or Jews or what you had. And Josh is right. There is nothing in the word of spiritual. It's just a resurrection. But you are talking about from silence. But if you see his what problem? I don't have the perhaps you can find it, but that was the insanity of the message. What no one would believe, and that was a bodily resurrection. Spiritual resurrection, I don't think that was.
It's pretty clear in 1 Corinthians 15.
Okay, let's go to that then. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 15.
Sure.
Okay.
What is that again?
We proclaim nothing.
But in fact,
rather
Christ has
except
been raised from the dead.
Yeah.
Those spirits of those who have fallen asleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, aren't you holding to the what is raised is the I, that existential element of mankind? Wasn't that Bultmann's main problem, and hasn't that been rejected by contemporary New Testament scholarship? They see, in other words, they see summa as body, as a physical body. It's not the I, the existential element, as Rudolf Bultmann claimed.
Well, I mean, look at verse 40. There are celestial bodies and there are terrestrial bodies, and but the glory of the celestial body is one, the glory of the terrestrial body is another. There's one glory of the sun, and glory of moon, stars, and so forth. Said, so there's a resurrection of the dead. It is sown perishable and raised imperishable. All right, at verse 44, it was sown a physical body, it is raised a spiritual body. If there is a physical body, there's also a spiritual body.
And Paul later says that we're raised in the same way Jesus is raised. To take off the perishable, put on the imperishable, just like Jesus.
Right.
You realize that the word they use for resurrection is literally standing up again, right? Like literally, it implies to stand up again.
Right, but it's nothing incompatible.
A resurrection from death. Like what you're saying, it's literally like, oh, this is a winky-dink argument. This is a way you could interpret this. It has very little scholarly support, and it completely goes against the reading of the passage. Like it's not even worth considering.
It goes against. I mean, it says it over and over again. Spiritual.
Well, no, it doesn't. It says resurrection of the dead. The dead will rise again. And the word that he writes down
you're
literally
ignoring the
means
text.
he's dead and he's standing up. What? Okay, give me the specific verse and words.
Okay, verse 44 is sown a physical body, but is raised a spiritual body. If there is a physical body, there's also a spiritual body.
Yeah.
Thus is it written: the first man Adam was a living being, and the last Adam was a life-giving spirit. But it is not the spirit which was first, but the physical. Then the spirit. So the physical dies, the spiritual rises. That's what he's saying.
If there is a natural body, there is also a spiritual body. That's verse 44.
Yeah, and what rises is the spiritual body.
Yeah, but if a physical body rises, then so does the spiritual body. Because if there is a natural body,
it says nothing about the physical body rising. You just added that in. There's nothing about.
So what is the natural body when it says natural?
That's the physical body.
Okay, so if it says there is a physical natural body, there is also a spiritual body. That means if X, then Y, right? If natural body, then spiritual body.
Right. And what rises?
So if a natural body rises and a body...
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
Listen, you are literally missing a modus ponens.
No.
If a natural body rises, then, since we have the modus ponens in 44 here, then that means, by implication, a spiritual body rises, which means a natural body
you're doing a
rising.
non-secular. All it says is if there's a physical body, there's also a spiritual body. It says nothing about a physical body rising.
Okay, but yeah, you're missing what I'm saying though. If a physical body rises, then that
it doesn't say that.
Spiritual
it doesn't
body
say
rises.
it. You keep on adding that in there.
You're missing the point. If I'm not saying it says this, but if a physical body rises, then we know from 44 that means a spiritual body.
You need to justify that premise. There's nothing about saying nothing.
I never said that. I'm making a conditional statement. I'm saying if there is a natural resurrection. If that happens, not even saying there's any support for it, I'm just saying if that is the case, if that's going to happen, verse 44 tells us that there's going to be a spiritual body with that natural body.
No, it says they're both, and it says one is perishable, one's imperishable. One dies, the other one's raised.
Here you go. I got the answer. Okay. For spiritual, okay, it's using the term.
Verse 50: flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God.
Here it is.
Nor does the perishable inherit the imperishable.
Here it is. Yeah, that was a famous Jewish idiom to denote man's sinful nature. But back to the word for spiritual, pseumatikos. Spiritual, or the body that is raised wholly with spiritual appetites in the spiritual or the spiritually mature of the world, or of something that has to do with, that has its origin in the Holy Spirit. Look at that word in 1 Corinthians 2, chapter 2, verses 15, and chapter 3, verses 1. So you see, it's not you in a.
Right. What does that have to do anything with the physical body? Nothing.
Listen.
It just shows that it's not talking about a material, non-material distinction. It's talking about a body that.
Verse 4 clearly distinguishes the two.
50.
Okay, then go back to that word in chapter 2, verses 15.
Verse 44 says, "It is sown a physical body; it is raised a spiritual body." So it's distinguishing two different bodies here.
It says that
and which one is
mortal
rise?
body
The
is
spiritual
changed.
body.
Listen, you're understanding the word wrong. Go to 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verses
Now, I'm
15.
familiar with this argument before, but
It's the same word in Greek. It's the same word in Greek.
But verse 15 clearly distinguishes two bodies.
No, listen. I'm trying to address it. Listen, it says that the physical body is going to change.
That's all you're trying to do. Is you're just trying to harmonize.
I don't think you want to go to that verse, sir. That's what
I'm familiar with that verse.
You realize that it says the mortal body changes to the immortal, right?
Well, yeah, there's a transition.
Yeah, so it says it's raising. It's turned in the resurrection. This mortal body is turned into the immortal. It changes into.
Which is spiritual.
What do you mean?
That's what it says.
No, when you're saying, oh, but that's spiritual. Like you're saying the change is spiritual.
Verse 44 is sown a physical body, is raised a spiritual body.
Okay, let's look at 50 to 54. Let's look there, where it says that, behold, I tell you a mystery, we shall not all sleep, but we all shall be changed.
Right.
In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet, for the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. Meaning that right now, we're perishable, we die, and then we're going to be resurrected, and when we're resurrected, we're going to be imperishable. Awesome.
Right. In other words, not flesh and blood.
But it says, for this perishable body must put on the imperishable.
Right.
So if my dead body stays in the ground, it's not putting on anything. And it says this mortal body must put on immortality. But if my mortal body stays dead in the ground, that's not putting on immortality at all.
It's transformed and the spirit rises. Verse 50 says, "Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God."
Not changed, though.
Nor does the perishable inherit the imperishable. So the perishable body stays behind.
No, the perishable body turns into the imperishable. There is nothing left behind.
It doesn't say that.
When the perishable puts on, what does it mean to put on? If I put on a pair of pants, right? That means I'm putting it on to be like, I don't understand how you get clear of that. When the perishable puts on the imperishable, and the mortal puts on immortality.
Yeah, but what is rise is not flesh and blood. Verse 50 clearly says
it's
that.
It's immortal. You're right. What rises is the new imperishable body.
And it's not flesh and blood.
But there is no body left in the ground.
He doesn't say that.
Is it a physical?
It can be left in the ground.
Or not?
My body, right, when the resurrection, my body changes. My body is no longer the crappy thing it is now. It becomes imperishable and immortal, and that is what is raised.
And will it be flesh and blood?
No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it is changed.
Was Jesus' body after the resurrection flesh and blood?
Yeah, his was, because he literally came back to a few minutes.
It was changed into imperishable flesh and blood, where it won't die from sin.
So it was flesh and blood that won't die.
You look at the Greek, and our side wins. You look at the Greek, and you go back to 1 Corinthians 2, verse 15, or chapter 3, verse 1, the same word, sumatikon, right there. It's not making a differentiation between physical and non-physical, but a body that has an appetite toward God and one that has an appetite towards the fleshy nature of mankind.
Yes.
It's right there. When you go to the Greek, you see that.
But in chapter 15, it clearly distinguishes between the two.
Yeah, that's not the best translation.
That's all you're doing.
It's a few translations, 2 of them that do that, and it's not the best translations of that.
That's literally an equivocation fallacy, is all you're doing.
You go to the original Greek.
Because in one sense, flesh and blood is referring to our... No, in one sense, flesh and blood is referring to our sinful nature. And it's referring to that aspect of us. But in another sense, it's talking, with the point about Jesus being flesh and blood, he was flesh. Like, he had skin, like a literal flesh and blood. And you're trying to equate those two, and that is a fallacy. That's all you're doing right now.
No,
and you have completely dodged verse 54, where it says the perishable puts on the imperishable?
No, there's different ways of viewing
Okay, so
that.
here's my question. If my body stays in the ground, right? If my flesh stays in the ground and I'm spiritually resurrected, how has that been put on to my body in the ground? How has that been the case?
I mean, it's vague. The put on, what does that actually mean?
No, I'm asking you, since this is what you're saying. Because you're saying the perishable puts on imperishable, but yet the perishable doesn't? Like, I don't understand how my body staying in the ground is somehow that body putting on immortality. It seems to me my body staying in the ground is it staying mortal.
Yeah, well, the blood, the flesh and blood sinful body remains behind, but what's raised is a spiritual body.
Wait. My flesh and blood body, like the body I have right now, right?
Right.
The mortal body, right?
Right.
So my mortal body,
50.
which is perishable, right? It stays in the ground.
Right.
Okay, but it says in verse 54 and 53 that this body, that one you were just referring to, it's putting on immortality. So how is me staying dead in the ground me putting on immortality?
Well, there's different ways of interpreting that. It's not clear.
Why not? It seems pretty clear to me. Like, I'm asking you, interpret it for me. That's what I'm asking you to do. What is it saying?
Well, there can be a transformation.
No, but you said my body's staying in the ground. If it's a transformation and my flesh is no longer there, then that's not me staying in the ground.
Look, if there's a transformation, there's continuity between the body that dies and the body that rises. What you're talking about is an exchange, which is Richard Carrier's position, which isn't held by virtually anybody.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the mythicist position is very extreme.
If you Carrier any intention, you just show you that you are, you don't know anything about history. Sorry, this sounds very harsh and so on, but
well, come on, let's not go that far. Richard Carrier is a professional historian. I mean, he might not be right.
Read Bart Ehrman. He says this is insane, and he actually in his last critique he takes up modern historical events, how crazy this is, and it's if you listen to Carrier, what I think interesting about the discussion here is I would expect from atheists to debate that the resurrection was a hallucination, and not that it was important if it's spiritual or fleshly, because that is a discussion I meet in inside the church, like Bishop Spong and so on, you know.
We're just trying to understand, how the book was put together and what individual parts mean, and we're trying to understand.
And I think you are
trying
right.
to apply redaction criticism and source criticism.
Yes,
things like
but
that.
I think you are right, Lloyd. I think it's impossible to say for sure that I cannot Greek and so on, but it's impossible to state for sure that the word used is a bodily resurrection. I'm pretty sure about that. This cannot be proven, or it's open. But it's also a little bit strange if you just see logically, why did the Christians believe in this?
You could ask that about
the spiritual resurrection. This argument, it's a modern phenomenon inside the church, like the
why do Rastafarians believe Haile Selassie's God? I mean, you could ask that about anything. The question you asked, you could ask about any belief at all.
Now, the reason why we have Islam is there was Muhammad. The reason why there was Buddha, Buddhism. There was a Siddhartha Gautama, and it's a tradition. And
I don't think that's settled. I mean, there is a Buddha.
Okay, I will talk on.
It's possible.
I will give you a quote from the most renowned biblical scholar from today, and he's an atheist.
Who is it?
Herman. He's the most I regard him as a historian, most credible of
Did
all.
you say Good Ligaman?
No, Bart Ehrman. You don't know Bart Ehrman?
Yes.
Yeah, guess what? He says the resurrection didn't happen. So what do you do?
Yeah, but he's an atheist who would agree with everything we've been arguing so far.
He's not an atheist.
He's an agnostic, excuse me.
No, he's not an agnostic. He's now going out. There are YouTube video where he's talking to an audience. So he had taken also this to proselytize non-belief. But and what he said, he don't believe Jesus physically resurrected. Of course, he cannot. You cannot use history to prove this. But he's not. I don't know. As we should have him something from him. I don't know what his position is, but I'm pretty sure he's a rational. Has a rational view, and that I don't think they thought it was a spiritual resurrection, because they had this idea is.
But we know that there were Christians even as early as Paul's day who were saying that it was a spiritual resurrection, and that Jesus wasn't even physically incarnated.
Yes,
that doesn't matter.
The reason was that spiritual resurrection, it was easy to believe in. I mean, that was nothing special. But why?
I'd say it's pretty special.
Because the church at Corinth, they had some members that were influenced by Greek thought, and they thought that that the body would not be redeemed. But Paul, in his other letters, says that the Spirit will give life to our mortal bodies. I mean,
yeah, that's what Paul says. No one's disputing that.
Well, he taught a physical resurrection then, if he's saying that.
Yeah, we are not talking about if it's true what the gospel writes and so on, but you must take what the people, call them crazy or not, what they believe. That's what they believe. It doesn't say anything or if it's true or not, but you have to recognize it because it's their belief, and then it's a modern phenomenon to talk about spiritual resurrection, because it's much more makes it much more easy to be a Christian, because
that's a very old view. That's not new.
What is an old new view?
Spiritual resurrection.
Okay, go to any
Look at Osiris.
Go from the Orthodox Church until Reformation and way into the 20th century, and see if that is a normal view. If you find something about spiritual resurrection.
Yeah.
You had it by the Gnostics, because they
have you ever heard of the Albigensian Crusades? Those guys all got wiped out by the Orthodox Church because they believed exactly what you're saying, that no one believed.
And I guess they were Gnostics.
Yeah, they were Gnostics.
And why were
they believed that Jesus wasn't even physically incarnated.
Yeah, and why did they have problems with the authority of the church?
Because the church said that was a heresy, and they all had to die. And guess what? They all died for their belief too. Wow, that's weird.
But what has that to do with this? I mean, from the beginning, they established their dogma, and that was the core. I mean, that was led to a new religion. This bodily, or the belief for you, it's not true, but this totally new concept of someone rising bodily. That's it's totally.
That was not novel either. That wasn't novel either. That people rose bodily from the dead. That wasn't a new.
Yeah, you're going with a mythologist, no, Carrier and the Egyptian, but that is just bullshit. That's not true.
The Greek world, and you can learn this from Homer. The few Jews who did believe in the bodily resurrection, i.e., the Pharisees, most of the Greeks did not even believe in life after death. But if they did, those that did, they believed in some kind of non-bodily life. That nobody believed in bodily resurrection. It was denied by everybody.
I bet you money that most Christians don't believe in a bodily resurrection either. Even though it says it in the Bible, they probably believe you die and you go to heaven as a spirit.
Yeah. because a lot of them are, misinformed by this old Rudolf Bultmann theology of the past.
Yeah, it's a modern phenomenon. I mean, spiritualism that has been since the beginning of this century was very popular also by scientists. Like
yeah, but it's not modern. You keep saying it's modern. It's not modern. It goes way, way, way back into ancient times.
You don't get it. It's a modern phenomenon because I must for myself also it would be much easier to think about the spiritual resurrected Jesus than a bodily resurrected Jesus. But yeah.
I don't personally see what matters between the two. I mean, Christianity could be just as true whether it was a bodily or a spiritual resurrection. I don't see that.
For me, I think it's difficult with the bodily resurrection. I think that's much more difficult.
Here's the point. God's work of redemption of the created order would ultimately fail if Jesus is not risen and we're not, going to be resurrected after his likeness. So that's the whole point. We're resurrected because creation itself is redeemed and renewed and transformed from death.
Yeah, but there's different views. I mean,
yeah. Listen to Saint Athanasius said, "Good Jesus became God so that we may become God became human so that humans may become gods." I mean, you've got all kinds of views, even in the church. Half the early church fathers were declared heretics later on. The guys you're saying you're basing your great tradition on.
Well, they believed in the bodily resurrection, and we have a lot of quotes.
You got some of them that converted to Gnosticism. You got Origen saying everyone was going to be saved eventually, even Satan. He's a heretic. But that's not Gnosticism. Irenaeus said Jesus lived to be 50 years old. Athanasius said that Judas didn't die by hanging.
So what is the point?
Swelled up to the size of a parade float.
What is the relevance? What is the conclusion, dog?
The point is, these are the guys who are, half of them were declared heretics and believed all kinds of stuff no one believes. And these are the guys who are passing on this tradition. This is who we're getting this tradition from.
It doesn't matter that they were early and they didn't that doesn't matter at all. All we have to do is, okay, let's look at the manuscripts and then go from there. Like, oh, people were early and they disagreed. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but these are the guys, okay, that picked what books ended up in our canon, okay?
No. There was a regula fide, a rule of faith, that differentiated the traditional doctrines from the Gnostics, and that's why they're so different from the Gnostic doctrines. I mean, it's night and day. And again, remember that argument that I gave for that. The eyewitnesses were still alive.
I knew eyewitnesses to what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
eyewitnesses to what, though?
Again, we don't think that any of the Gospels were written by eyewitnesses. That's tradition that those were ascribed to.
Again, read Richard Bauckham's book. Places eyewitness tradition embedded in all of these, on all of the traditional four Gospels.
No, there's no eyewitness testimony at all in the Gospels.
Read Richard Bauckham.
Okay, wait. So just so we're clear, there's a difference between no eyewitnesses wrote the Gospel. I agree with that. I don't think any eyewitnesses wrote the Gospel. However, saying that eyewitnesses weren't used as a source is something completely different.
I would say a couple eyewitnesses did write them, but again,
only could have been Matthew and John.
Yeah. But that.
Yeah. Matthew borrows from Mark.
So
yes.
And if Mark did a bang-up job, I'd borrow from him too. I mean, that's what I do.
There's information in Matthew that's not from Mark. He was probably relying on Mark again, as we stated, because Mark was recorded what Peter was telling him.
But
that's their tradition too.
Matthew didn't need to go through an intermediary. He said he witnessed the events himself.
If it's already written out and it's good, then he doesn't have to go through the trouble of trying to figure out how to do it. He can be like, okay, this is doing pretty good, and I'm going to write it.
Then why don't we just have Mark's Gospel?
Yeah, you are making a theological...
Because Matthew had other stuff he needed to say, but he didn't want to go through the hassle of, I guess, trying to figure out how he's going to write it.
Yeah,
and
but
so
he didn't
was
just
using
say
Mark
other
too.
stuff. He edited Mark's stuff, too.
You're making a theological point of what...
No, I'm not. I'm making a literary point.
So let me get this straight. If I write something, and I'm an eyewitness, and I make a reference, and I use another eyewitness account, and I use their work, that's somehow evidence that I wasn't an eyewitness?
Here's what it would be like.
What?
Let's say you witnessed a bank robbery, right?
Okay, yeah.
Let's say I am a reporter, okay, who just interviewed someone else who witnessed it. You say, I want to tell people what I saw. So you take my secondhand reporter's report and you copy 70% of it verbatim into your report, even though you saw the events firsthand yourself.
So what? I mean, like, if I see the events, then we're going to have a similar lineup there. I mean, like, that's okay.
But doesn't it make more sense that if Matthew witnessed himself, he wouldn't need to go through an intermediate? I mean, he saw him himself.
He's not going for an intermediate, though. He's just using,
yes, because
a good source.
John Mark never was a witness.
Like, if I see this bank robbery, right, and I know somebody else saw it, and let's say I see, this part of the bank robbery, right, and then somebody else sees another part of it, and they say, okay, and they write it down, and they say, this is my thing, and someone comes to me and they're like, James, tell me about this bank robbery. I'll be like, okay, and I'm going to put down, I'm going to use the other source, I'm going to compare what I have to them, and I'm going to say, okay, we're good there, mine matches up, and I'm going to use those to create a better picture for the bank robbery, including my information.
And but that's a false analogy, because would you use someone else's testimony who wasn't an eyewitness? Because that's what Matthew's doing.
He was perhaps one of the...
He was using the testimony of Peter. Gosh dang it!
How do you know that?
Because we have early attestation that Mark, the guy who wrote the Gospel of Mark, was a disciple of Peter.
No, he was a disciple of Paul and Barnabas. We already went over this.
What?
He was a companion of Paul and Barnabas. Where does it say anywhere in the Bible that Mark wrote down off of Peter's testimony?
Oh yeah, it doesn't say that in the Bible. We have other early church documents that reference that.
Yeah, well, we have also other church writings that say that, completely opposing things that say that they got their testimony from the early disciples.
What was the other one? So you're
Gospels say that.
What? So you're saying that my reference, I'm saying that we have early church documents that say the author of the Gospel of Mark. The author of the Gospel of Mark was a disciple of Peter. Are you saying that's not true, or we have reason not to believe that?
When it comes to Papias, who was Irenaeus believed was, totally unreliable.
And Eusebius did also. But he was close to other.
And that's what
he was very reliable.
That's what I was trying to take about earlier. The places you're getting these traditions from are from guys who thought that all these, I mean, they're not reliable sources.
Have you
okay, why not? Like, you put me in argument.
Okay, you got one of them saying Jesus didn't die at 33; he died at 50. You've got one of them saying Judas.
No, that's
give me specific names.
Irenaeus.
Okay, Papias believed that Judas didn't die by hanging.
Type it out in the chat.
Okay, read Papias on the death of Judas. Read Irenaeus on how old Jesus was. Tertullian was the first one to use the Trinity. Reuben told me this. First one to declare the Trinity. He later becomes a total heretic.
Okay.
Hold on, I want to keep going. You got Origen saying that the gospel was that every single person was going to be saved, even Satan. I mean, you could just keep going on and on. All these guys. The earliest account of Paul's death says that he picked up his own head after being beheaded. That's our earliest account of Paul's death, of Paul's martyrdom.
We have Clement of Rome.
This is the bedrock tradition that's so reliable.
We have Clement of Rome, and none of them disagree on the bodily resurrection until you get to Gnosticism in the 2nd century and beyond. That's all that we have to prove.
But we already know that these guys aren't reliable.
Whoa. Just because they believe something which is different or even wrong doesn't mean they saying, okay, this was written by this guy. That doesn't mean that's inaccurate.
No, but if we have lots of instances where they're saying things that we think are very unreliable, it calls into question all their testimony. If you have an unreliable witness in a courtroom, you have to put under suspicion all their testimony.
Which witness is unreliable?
Irenaeus, Papias,
Yeah, we're
Tertullian.
not using those. Well,
Yes,
I mean,
you are using those.
That's the tradition you get from
Okay,
that Mark
The guys
wrote
who
it.
are saying
we're not using them
Papias
as.
is the one saying Mark is the one that wrote Mark's gospel.
I'm just.
These are where you're getting these traditions
You
from.
read Richard Bauckham's book. Let me speak, for God's sake. Read Richard Bauckham's book. He places eyewitness traditions in all of these. I would suggest, if you think he's just like an apologist, why don't you type out the name Richard Bauckham, the Eyewitnesses of Jesus, and see. This is a major scholarly work that defends this.
I can't comment on that because I haven't read it, so I
Well,
have nothing to say about it.
That's
I'm just saying that even the earliest church fathers, these guys who are
he places Papias as a reliable tradition.
He's reliable. Yeah, okay, yeah, Papias is reliable.
Oh, that's bad.
Great. The guy's a heretic. Half the things he said are ridiculous. How can you say he's reliable? How can anyone say he's reliable?
I'm not
crazy.
saying. I'm not saying
Judas swelled up so big he couldn't even walk down a street that a donkey cart could fit down. That's a reliable source?
Errant. We're saying he's reliable on the information that he passes down about John.
How do you know he's reliable on that?
Well, why don't you do the research? Look at the Richard Bauckham's book.
I'm not an expert, but the research I've done is telling me that these early guys, where these traditions come from, are not reliable.
Have you got it from an internet infidel website?
No, I've read books by mainstream New Testament scholars.
You haven't read Richard...
John Dominic Crossan, Bart Ehrman, all these guys.
Bart Ehrman's a textual critic, not a historian. I'm talking about...
And I'm also going off what the early church fathers themselves said, which no one believes their testimony on.
Yes, they do.
Literally everyone but you. Like, you guys are not the mainstream here.
No, it is mainstream.
It is very agreed upon that the writer of Mark was a disciple of Peter. Like, you're the one going against the mainstream.
No, absolutely not. That is false.
That's not mainstream at all. And
you're wrong. I mean, there's literally nothing we can really go from there.
You want me to show you a survey of New Testament scholars?
You're just going to conservative apologists. That's all you're going to.
No, I'm appealing to the mass majority.
Not an
No, you're not. You're appealing to my minorities.
Why don't you check him out? Thank you.
There's like free Yale online
who
courses
got
on Newtonism from Dale Martin. You can just watch them.
Yeah, if you go to any seminary from Duke or Yale or Harvard or any of these big schools, not a single person there, maybe one or two, but almost all of them are saying, these do not come from eyewitness testimony.
That's not what we were arguing.
Yeah, I believe it was.
That is an equivocation fallacy. I'm not saying the person who wrote it was
I didn't say they wrote it either.
I was saying the information come from eyewitnesses.
Right, that's what I said, that it comes from eyewitness testimony.
Nobody debates that this information doesn't come from eyewitnesses.
Procedural, if you have the link to the Dale Martin online course, be good to put a link, or I could put a link in the showcase to it.
Yeah, let me find it.
But he's a Catholic. You know that? He's not I would recommend Bart Ehrman. I've seen this. It's about 12 or 24 lectures, but he's a Catholic.
Bart Ehrman's not a historian. He's a textual critic.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I trust Bauckham or somebody way more than I don't, the sources they're getting.
Where does he teach?
Sure.
Okay, read C.H. Dodd, read Robin Lane Fox, read Ferguson, read Trobish, read Gerd Tyson, read Talbert. I mean, this is mainstream views. Read Burton Mack, read any of these guys. They're all saying the same thing.
But when you make the argument that Mark was not an eyewitness, it has no value whatsoever if you don't come with the argument why he was not the eyewitness.
No, we're saying that the guys who said he was are not reliable historical sources.
Yeah, but this is an argument out of silence. And
no, it's not out of silence. There's no silence here at all. They're saying he wrote it.
why were they not? Why is this tradition not reliable? I know the tradition
because it comes from people who tell us too many other things that no one accepts to be history. So their testimony is automatically called.
Go to a class by Martin and give that as an argument. You will fail.
So you're saying that
that's not the argument.
For you not to know these arguments, that shows that you haven't read mainstream scholars. If you don't know these arguments, what we're saying is not new at all. I mean,
Martin, I know all, listen to all his Yale lectures, but it's an argument of so when you go against this, you have to then explain why are the tradition keepers that added the names of to these anonymous texts, why are they unreliable? So you can say, okay, because they were Christian, so we cannot rely on them. But there is no argument. If you had an argument, let's say a church meeting, what shall we do with the text? Oh, we don't know where it's coming from. We add this name. Then you have evidence for it, but you don't have evidence. You have just a suggestion. They are not reliable. Perhaps Martin gives
all you have to do is read what they're saying, and you tell me.
Yeah, but then give us just one argument.
I already listed like a dozen of them 10 minutes ago.
Those ones that you dozen, have you read those? All of those?
I haven't read all their complete works. No.
Yeah, I didn't.
So what was your argument against Papias?
That he's not a reliable source of.
Yeah, but what was your argument that he wasn't reliable?
Exactly, that's the right question to ask.
Okay, well, for one, the main thing is what he says happened to Judas. I don't think.
Okay, so I have what he had written to Judas. Can I read it? Because this should
go for it.
Right. So Judas was a terrible walking example of ungodliness in this world. His flesh was so bloated that he was not able to pass through a place where a wagon passes easily, not even his bloated head by itself, for his eyelids, they say, were so swollen that he could not see the light at all, and his eyes could not be seen even by a doctor using an optical instrument. So far had they sunk below the outer surface, his genitals appeared more loathsome and larger than anyone else's, and when he relieved himself, there passed through it pus and worms to every part of his body, much to his shame. After much agony and punishment, they say, he finally died in his own place, and because of the stench the area is deserted and uninhabitable even now. In fact, to this day one cannot pass that place without holding one's nose. So great was the discharge from his body, and so far did it spread over the ground. And
sounds reliable to me.
Yeah, Judas said he did not die by hanging. He says that Judas did not die by hanging, and his reasoning for that was that he thinks Acts makes clear that that he didn't die, that he was cut down or something like that. So your entire argument is that this guy, I think in my opinion, he made the mistake in interpreting Acts. And I think he interpreted Acts wrong, and so he has a false belief about how Judas died.
And why do you think he interpreted Acts wrong?
Because I don't think that saying...
How do you know he was even reading Acts?
Because he literally quoted Acts.
Which, the passage on Judas?
Yes.
And was he? Do you think he was reading Luke?
Yes, sure, why not?
I'm sorry, Matthew, I mean?
Sure.
Which says he was hung.
Okay, yeah, it says, he said that he did not believe Judas died by hanging, but that he lived on.
So you think that his whole elaborate explanation of specific details of how he lived, being swollen, and that he crapped out worms and discharge, and he burst on this field, and even to this day you can't smell it, that's all just a misinterpretation of Acts?
Yes, I think he thinks that Judas didn't die because he thinks Acts is saying that he thinks the implication of Acts is that he was cut down.
Papias thinks that Acts is saying all that.
Yes, his argument for that, was Acts.
You're reaching.
Yeah, that's
literally what he says.
There's no way anyone could just get that out of reading Acts.
By saying that maybe because Papias is wrong here, then we can't trust him whatever he says, and that's bad.
This is an incredibly weak argument.
He's an unreliable source.
No, if the Judas thing is the best you got, I'll log off for the night and pat myself on the back about how reliable my religion is. Is that all you got?
That's really, not the only thing. There's whole books written on the church fathers about their historical.
No, let's talk Papias right now. Like, is this all you have on this guy?
No, that's not the only thing.
Because you said this is the main thing, and if this is the main thing, I'm feeling good.
He also has I forget the exact details, but he also talks about the death of John and James that disagree with church history. There's a couple other things in Papias I can't remember off the top of my head, but he's generally considered to be a generally unreliable source of historical information because a lot of the things.
Okay, so wait, so you're saying this because of the death of John thing?
And Judas.
Okay, like I said, I don't think the Judas thing is a problem. That doesn't issue me. So let's look at John, I guess. Hello?
Yeah.
Were you gonna say something?
No.
So is the John thing that's the next best thing?
There are multiple things that scholars have identified in Papias.
Okay, so let's talk about the John thing. Lay it out for me.
I forget the details. It's been a while since I've read it. I'm admitting that to you right away. I'm trying to just remember. You know, I've read some things about some of these guys. I don't remember the specific details.
You've read some things.
Yeah, I'm not a fucking expert on all this shit. I'm not claiming to be. I don't know every single thing they ever wrote and every belief they had. Most of this is coming through people that I've read that are talking about their studies of these guys.
So I'm supposed I'm down to
don't believe me.
About the John thing.
Believe New Testament historians.
Okay, I'm down to learn about this John thing, right? And I want to know where the issue is. So can you understand why I've read some things isn't like I mean like if you need to look it up, that's fine. Like I do the same thing, but like that doesn't have anything for me. And I've been reading here on Papias. I've been reading here on this guy, and I don't see a whole lot of issue with the death of John in here. Like maybe I need to look at another website. I mean,
well, James,
let me find something that's going to be more stuff for you guys.
James, let me just say that there is one major New Testament historian that defends Papias's testimony of the traditional authorship of John and some of these other authors. That's Richard Bauckham, which they haven't read. That's one of the brand newest books and one of the most major works defending the traditional eyewitnesses.
Okay, here's I'm just doing quick Google searches because I don't want to throw stuff out there that I can't, remember. So I'm trying to throw stuff out for you guys if you are interested in reading the arguments, because I can't remember all this stuff off the top of my head. And the other thing to remember too is Papias is a 2nd century writer, and he's claiming he got this stuff through from apostolic pedigree. But here's the problem: this is where we get into the 2nd century problem. This is where we start getting also all the other traditions at the same time, saying that they're getting their stuff through the same means, through I was a disciple of so and so, who's a disciple of so and so, who's a disciple of Peter. You've got all these traditions. You've got Papias, who's more in line with the Orthodox view, but then you've got tons of other heretical people at this time saying that they're also saying they're getting this stuff from the fathers. They're also 2nd century.
So who else was the Gospel of Mark? Who else? What other ideas were floating around that said? What were the I'm saying that Mark used Peter for a source. What were the other things that people said that Mark used for a source?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So I'm saying that Mark used Peter as a source, and
right.
You saying you don't think that is supported because you think this guy is not reliable. So what were the other things that were being propagated? Like what were the other sources that people were saying Mark used?
Well, tons of these 2nd century Gospels and epistles, tons of these guys were saying that they were just like Papias was saying. Papias said like he got his information about a bunch of this stuff from elders or students of the elders of the church.
Okay, but wait. So is there any other claim of the source of Gospel of Mark?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So let's see.
There could be, but I just don't know of one.
No claim on the Gospel of Mark being written by, or Mark being written by a disciple of Peter, along with continual older sources that I won't name. There's no contrary claims there. There's nobody saying, no, actually, Mark didn't use that source. And your main argument is that this guy isn't reliable for these reasons. I'm feeling really good, so I'm going to end this argument here. I'm just going to get off for the night. Like, that is... You literally
okay, but I think you should at least go. I think you should at least, if that's fine if you want to end the argument, but I think you should at least read more about some scholars. Don't take my word for it. Mainstream scholars from major schools who are talking about the historical reliability of Papias, of Irenaeus, of Eusebius, especially, he's the one. Eusebius, the main church historian, is the one that said that Papias was an idiot. I mean, you just go ahead and read mainstream scholars on what they're saying about the general reliability, not based off of one story, because I can't remember all these things. I'm not an expert. So I apologize on that count, but, huh?
I will. Like, I'll read. I'll research. I'm down to do that.
Okay, but that I think will at least you'll know what the other guys are saying at least, because I'm not a good representation of it because I can't remember it well enough.
Yeah, be sure to read Richard Bauckham's new work too. It's huge.
Yeah, I'll check it out. That's only fair to read both sides.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, guys. Well, it's good talking to all y'all. Have a good night. Bye. Bye, Nadia.
It was very good having you on, Josh.
Thanks.
Yeah, good talking to you guys.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Sorry if I got too excited.
Yeah, man. I thought you were going to body slam me for a second, Doug.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes I just get excited.
Okay.
I'd rather the Bolshoi Ballet than WWE.
Well, whenever I come into these rooms, I always I'll be talking. I always feel like someone's gonna either hit me or try to body slam me or something, or
I might start talking frantically, but I try not to call people names at least. So hopefully I didn't do any of that.
I thought I did. I thought I heard somebody cuss me out in French or German or something.
It wasn't me. I don't know either of those languages.
Okay.
I speak French to men, Italian to women, Spanish to God, German to my horse. So,
okay.
Well, it'd be quite a compliment if you got upbreeding in German.
Well, bye-bye.
Okay, have a good night.
See you later.
And I love the new haircut.
Sorry, Sid, if we were hogging, if you wanted to say anything.
No, I'm good. If you want to ask anything.
So wait, my mic can go on now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think we got some pretty valuable input here. I think, the kind of topics we touched on are things a lot of people don't see and a lot of people should see.
Depends on your point of view.
Hi, it's Rothy time.
Hello. How are y'all doing?
Well, better than I was 3 days ago, by a long shot.
So what happened to the guy that talks like Elmer Fudd?
What?
Well, which one was that?
I think his name was like James or something, Wascally Wabbits.
Oh, I don't know how young, he sounded young.
It sounded like Elmer Fudd, regardless of age. It's not a classic.
Really familiar. It's Rothy time.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
And thanks,
I have a
Neo.
YouTube channel, so that's a possibility.
Actually, I remember now. I think I watched a hangout with you and one other gentleman, and I forget her name now, about evolutionary biology.
Oh, with Prudent
There's
Discourse.
3 of you. Yeah, Prudent Discourse. Yeah. Very good, by the way. Very informative.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a fun hangout. Fiona knows more molecular stuff and more because I think her PhD's in bacterial physiology, so she knows more of that type of stuff, and her work is much more, or was, I should say, much more related to evolution than mine. Mine's kind of tangential, and at the present moment, it's like my current research just doesn't touch upon evolution at all.
But it sounded like in the hangout you were saying that at one point you were using like computer modeling or something like that to look at genomes, if I'm getting that right, something like that.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do right now. I look at certain types of mutations in cancer, and using publicly deposited data to start to understand what's going on a genetic level.
I have a question about that when you're done.
Mm-hmm.
What about Jason Lyle?
Who's Jason Lyle?
Jason Lyle, I forgot what the Mandelbrot? Is there that's what you Mandelbrot mathematical equation?
I know what the Mandelbrot set is, but
yeah.
What's this?
It's like very surprising that it just basically replicates itself without any human touch to it. It every time you make the computation for it,
Well, I mean, that's really any mathematical.
Oh.
Did he freeze?
Yeah, I think he froze.
Froze.
Damn, I was getting into a good conversation too.
I can speak to it a little bit too. In fractals, you have a kind of explicit self-similarity phenomenon ongoing, right? And what you're referring to with kind of rebooting itself is this self-similarity. So in terms of things like similarity transformations, like where they kind of map things down to kind of a subset of itself. You have things line up just right in fractals, and this is unlike anything in genetics. Genetics or rather the biological affairs. Those involve what are actually genuine self-replication, and that you don't have is sort of infinite scale zooming in or zooming out. You have essentially the same molecular scale and various kinds of chemical processes producing essentially copies of one polymer or another. And the chemical part I don't know much about. The mathematical part, not an area I studied, but I'm vaguely familiar. And it's Rothy Times back, so we can take over.
Sorry, my internet has been really erratic today. I don't really know why. It's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, I touched on a little bit of what a fractal is, and well, gotta fill the dead air until you got back.
Well, the guy claims to have ultimate proof of creation.
Yeah, I don't see why a fractal would be. I mean, it's just a certain type of recursive function. It basically, in a recursive function, what that means is that it's a function that calls itself. So it's a function that's defined in terms of itself. You can program a lot of things that way. It's actually very, very common and often really good because it can either be more efficient or just easy to prove correctness for a program from a mathematical standpoint. But I don't know, how could a fractal, what's the argument that a fractal is evidence of God?
I think he's saying that the computer programs no longer require human intervention to show that the fractals kind of more or less create themselves. There's no human input needed after a certain point of just because they just keep going on until infinity. So it and he's trying to make a number theory out of this, basically saying that one planet is one planet, one universe, so we don't need to be here for math to exist.
Oh, and how does this lead to a
math
God?
Exists before the human race exists.
How does that lead to a God? It seems it's very kooky. I mean, there's a lot of philosophical claims about math that I don't necessarily agree with happening there. But
yeah.
Where does the God part come from? Is my question.
It's like the whole fractal theory is kind of going down the line of all that. So.
Well, a big part of, I think, the philosophical claims about math that try to end up leading to God or surrounding the transcendence of logic.
Yeah, a lot of it's like that. A lot of those types of arguments, they're really strange to me, but because you can accept at the one point that no matter what, given these axioms, that something's true, but that doesn't mean that the tools that would exist that comprise mathematics, because that's all mathematics is. It's just like science. Like, it's all just tools. Those wouldn't exist without someone to use them.
Yeah, by and large, it's like entire philosophy of mathematics and such, and a lot of it goes along with the scientific anti-realist sort of affair, where they're formalistic constructs used to help model reality and such.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem saying that about math. I don't think it's like I've no problem saying that science is just our best endeavor at whatever current model we can use. I don't know where. Again, one of the problems that I have when these things are brought up in apologetics is you don't get interesting discussions in terms of these types of matters. That's my issue, of course.
You think there's some issue of, I guess, fascination deriving from how, there's a folk particular logic. It's a folk logic embedded within language. Yeah, in the same way, there's a kind of psychological theory, folk psychology, also embedded in language.
About the subject to really have a good on that to really have a very solid opinion on it. I think Steven Pinker wrote a book where he hinted at a lot of those ideas called The Stuff of Thought, which was about sort of psychology of language, and he talked about how we say that something is in water, but we say that something is underground. Or no, that's not a good example because we say something's underwater. We say something's underwater, but we say a person is inside a pool, but you're inside water, or you're inside the ground. So he was talking about, and I don't remember because I read this years and years ago, but yeah, basically the idea is that language is kind of just it's a construct that's very much just kind of shaped by whatever it's shaped by whatever the blend of our instincts and our culture comes together.
You think there's maybe a sort of folk taxonomy?
So where does the language of DNA come from then?
Well, DNA. What do you mean by language of DNA? Do you mean where did the molecule come from, or?
I mean, DNA is a code.
Literally or figuratively?
Did we make it a code, or was it made before we knew the code?
Well, what do you mean? Do you mean it's a literal, like, encoded code, or do you mean code as a metaphor?
I mean, that's how we see it today. Is that is it a code? It's a code.
No, we see it as a biomolecule.
So sorry, if one wants to get closer or argue for language or not language, first a language has to be defined. So you have to define language before you define. I think I get baffled when biologists don't acknowledge DNA as a language. But I think it's because they don't know, they have not enough philosophical training to know what a language is. They understand their world, their molecular world, but they have not the capacity or not try to define language. So if you want to say it's language or not language, you have to define it first. So
well, you could have the
definition of a language?
You could have the problem going the other direction too. You could have, say, linguists or philosophy of language people who don't really understand biochemistry either. I mean,
yeah, but first,
it's all directions.
No, yeah, but that's what do you consider? How do you define a language? That's an interesting way to go. I mean, that's also an interesting topic to discuss. I mean, we can discuss a molecule. I think most of us know, but language that is very interesting to try to define it because it's taken for granted. So if it's so easy to what is it? Some of you have can take a try on it.
I've always just heard like the basic. I don't know how philosophically rigorous it is, but basically, I think it's like a system of symbols that's used to communicate concepts from one entity to another. Yeah, that's how I always heard it defined.
Yeah, and that's where that's one level. But can you go a level deeper? Because
I can't.
Okay. No, because there it starts. When you start with a system of symbols, everyone knows that the amino acids are not symbols. But if you go one step deeper, what the language is, you can say it is the communication of interest.
Yeah, and in the case of language, you've got kind of a shared cipher between everybody. Like this sound represents this concept, you know?
Well, language itself doesn't necessitate requiring a sound. There's hand gestures.
Well, no, I just use that as an example, yeah. Could be anything.
Well, and also this hints upon, so for those that, I mean, I know Nadia knows, but my background is I have a master's degree in biology, and I've published on this subject. So a lot of my thesis was actually about, you know, you could actually take it to be why DNA isn't a code. But
yeah, tell us.
I want to hear that.
That's interesting.
Yeah, we can, I mean, talk about some of the obviously, like, there's some bits that I have to be sort of not forthcoming because I don't want people pestering my old PI. I'm a PhD student currently, but no, I owe that person a lot. I should not. I'm not in a position where I can kind of just dock drop myself and him. So you have to bear with me. But one of the big things is that when I think of a language or I think of a code, they're not literal, right? So there's nothing, if I was to say I'm hungry, there's nothing about those sounds that says that you know, the leptin in, you know, my bloodstream is causing a certain, you know, sensation in my stomach. By the same token, if I was to say, you know, tengo hambre in Spanish, means the same thing, but the sounds are completely different. Or estou com fome in Portuguese. These would all be, you know, these are all different sounds, but they mean the same thing. Whereas with, you know, with the codons in DNA, they actually are their meaning, so to speak. You know, what amino acid they correspond to. It's entirely dependent on the biochemical context. So at the very least, DNA would be an exception, if not just an outright violation of what a language, one of the constituent parts of a language regarding meaning, which I think is interesting.
So you're referring to like the interchangeability of information, so that you can re-encode a language to another language and be able to communicate the same thing, but because the amino acids only do that one thing, whatever it is that they do, you can't change it into something else, or you can't make another representation of the same thing necessarily.
Well, not necessarily that, but the fact that it's the properties of the codons that determine this behavior, right?
Yeah, it's not the chemistry itself, right?
It's the chemistry itself, exactly. It's the chemistry itself rather than some abstract notion, right? There's nothing about, waves in the air that allows you to understand what I'm saying. It's the inferred associations and the cultural context.
Oh, that's yeah, but what do you mean cultural context? We all understand if you say I'm hungry. I don't see what's. That's why I think it's a little bit. You're a little bit, or not you, but this argument is a little bit superficial, because what is the nature of a language? So you say I am hungry, so it's a transmission of interest. Every bit of information is it's a transmission of interest, and that's its origin.
But there's nothing about the physical waves that
that
necessitates it, whereas the behavior of DNA is necessitated by physicality.
Yeah, but language is not physical waves. It's not air molecules going in the air. It's transmission of purpose, and you can do it by
anything.
Everything.
Well, but that's beyond the point, right? You're being pedantic. Well, not pedantic. This is a red herring, right?
I think the distinction here is.
I could say there's nothing about hand motions that would lead for sign language. I could say there's nothing about ink on a page that leads to the property of properties of the words if you're reading ink on a page. I'm using it as an example, right? This applies to any media that uses language. It's just a medium, right? It's something it passes in between, whereas the properties
and a cell
are necessary.
A cell don't have hands. It don't have ink. It don't have the capacity to produce quantum level. We don't know, but of course no capacity to produce sound waves. So the only way to transmit it is by chemistry. So it's just you use another media, but the point is the media transmit interest.
But I think he's saying that in the case of our ordinary languages, there's a true independence from the message and the medium, whereas in DNA, biochemistry, they're not separable at all.
And in which way? Because when DNA is transcribed, it goes all the way, follows the way through the. It's a kind of recipe how to make.
Yeah, doesn't the original source have a purpose, like the original source of DNA?
No, but that's still all biochemically dependent. I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying.
I know what your point is. Yeah.
Like guanine, I'm going to get the chemistry wrong, but like guanine always say attracts to adenosine or whatever.
No, guanine. Well, so I think it's adenosine that can.
I was just throwing random chemicals out.
Yeah, no, it's adenosine that can partially bind to guanine, but it's generally, if you look at the hydrogen bond structure, it's adenosine, thymine, and guanine and cytosine binding together. Sorry, I'm really tired. I had a jiu-jitsu tournament this morning.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I was just throwing random chemicals out that to illustrate the point that, these codons, like you said.
They are not random, these chemicals. There are.
No. The chemicals aren't random. I was just using random examples that popped into my head to illustrate the point that these molecules in a codon, just through the laws of chemistry, happen to have certain attractions to other chemicals.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
it's all just
match up with
what point does that make? I mean, I don't understand.
It goes back to the point that in the case of when we talk about language or code in our everyday language, there's two levels. There's the medium, the actual physical thing we're using to transmit the symbol or the concept. But in the case of DNA, there's no separation between those two things. They're one and the same. The medium is the message. But when we talk about language and codes, they're not the same. We just happen to use, say, sound waves or ink on a page, but they're actually totally independent of each other. But in the case of
we are walking big DNA clouds. I mean.
No, I'm trying to say that that's how we're different. That our concept of language is very different.
So here's the thing, right? This is formal. If you study formal languages or you study programming languages, same thing. You'll study this. Is that there's two basic elements behind any language, and that's semantics and syntax. Sorry. So semantics is the idea of meaning, right? That's the meaning behind the language, right? So these airwaves in and of themselves don't have any meaning, right? As I talk, they don't have any meaning, but it's the language, the cultural context that imbues it with meaning. But then you have syntax, and these are the formal rules. DNA is only syntax in a strict sense. It doesn't really have any meaning.
Yeah, but that's why I say when you're talking about semantic and cultural differences, I mean that's a highly human developed language. But you know, ants have language or monkeys have language, and
it's pretty heavily debated by primatologists, though. Whether it actually
that's why I say language is a way to transmit an interest. Do you understand? So
yeah, but that's not okay. So that's just not in line with what linguists and semioticians say about language, right? That's why it's very heavily debated as to whether primates other than humans have language.
Yes, you are right. On that level, of course, because it's most linguists or they will say the human language is unique.
Yeah.
But when you say sorry.
Well, there are three kinds of semantics in terms of a programming language. The axiomatic semantics, which define certain kinds of equality and such. Big divide being, of course, between intentional and extensional equality. There is denotational semantics, which defines something called a meaning, which is unlike what you would actually represent in human language by that. And the operational semantics, which define the sort of execution of the system as the program is executed or evaluated or whatever. And you have things like when the axiomatic and denotational coincide, when you have kind of this bijective or bisimulation relationship that you call language fully abstract, and so on. So when you have even something on the order of a programming language, you can very easily see that DNA is lacking in any of these sorts of attributes. The extent you can even sort of attempt to, extrinsically impose them, they don't align. Nothing, no rules according to the way axiomatic denotational or operational semantics would apply. Obviously, they are not in any way according to the structure of the programming language.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Nadia, because design of programming language is actually probably my weakest area of computer science. That was my least favorite course. But what you said, absolutely 100%.
I mean, some people start telling me, oh, well, gay people created computers. You might as well just stop using one if you're Christian. And I'm like, isn't that an argument from authority?
Well, do you use Android devices?
It doesn't really matter if gay people created computers. That's not the point.
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just saying. It's like we were talking about computers, though. I just have all these ridiculous arguments against me.
It's not just computers overall. I mean, for instance, if well, anything with an ARM chip in it.
Oh, yeah.
Transsexual woman was involved.
Well, that's cool. I don't
and anything that runs Android, ARM or not.
Nothing to do with Christianity at all.
Excuse me. Anything that runs Android, this transsexual woman was involved in the Linux operating system. So there you go.
Yeah, it's not like that's not going to stop me from using it.
Yeah, I don't know why that would. Right, like but no, I can understand like if you don't want to support a certain agenda, not using a product. I don't necessarily know because computers are basically just owned by corporate, like corporate entities.
Just telling you what
like I don't eat at Chick-fil-A because they donate to gay charities.
Just telling you what
anti-gay charities.
The atheist told me that they said you might as well stop using your computer.
What? I'm confused.
Yeah,
What's
I'm pretty sure that's what we
anything
call
you're
a
talking about?
troll.
They just said that today.
Anyway.
Okay. Great.
So
That's fantastic.
Well, so
I got told that I have a really good guillotine joke today. I mean, we can talk about really irrelevant things, you know.
So back to the point on the DNA. The thing is DNA actually communicating anything? Because communication or language implies intent to communicate information.
Exactly. So that's why I tell, like when a dog is belling, it's communicating information or communication of information. And what the biologists say, they take them. We also the human language. The purpose is also to communicate information or interest, actually intention, like you say. But we have a different way. We have semantic to it. We have syntax and so on. But the how to say not the meaning, but the purpose of language is to communicate information or intention. So that's why I say you have to go one level under, because that is the core of any language. And you can all semantic are culturally culturally different, and also syntax. I mean, all languages there are some universal syntax like subject, verb following object. Object.
Well, certainly then DNA wouldn't be a language because there's no. I mean, I hate to.
That doesn't.
There's no notion of that element of syntax.
No, of course, yes. So that's if you, it's very narrow way to view it. I mean, it's almost. Yeah.
I mean, I granted, I take that as a criticism, but at the other end of it, though, like I've published on this topic, like I'm only expressing. Like, when I'm talking about this, I'm not actually expressing my opinion. I'm expressing the general opinion of people in my field.
Yeah, of course, I would say DNA don't have any semantic. How could anyone think that DNA has semantic? But DNA, sorry.
I would go quite a bit further than DNA semantics. your entire characterization of language in terms of intention cannot be the case. We know language exists, and we have strong evidence, strong enough to be considered by legal scholars in the paper I posted a link to here, in terms of trying to adapt the legal system to account for it, that such folk psychological notions as belief, intention, desire and will, and so on, are ill-grounded conceptualizations. They are do not accurately model reality.
So when I say help me, I don't want to. There's no intention behind it. When a dog starts to bell, there's no intention. You just do it because.
What you are trying to refer to as intention is not being properly characterized by what you call intention.
Yeah, give me another word. When we come a word, we are not allowed to use this word. I mean, that's if it's not intention.
I think this is kind of a distraction. The central issue, right, is you've just admitted that DNA doesn't have semantics, and that's one of the central rules for whether something is a language, right?
Yeah, but yes, that's why I think you have to go a level deeper. How on earth could anyone that says this that DNA is a language, they haven't come to this because they think DNA has semantics? That's
they come to it. They don't come to it though, right? Like you can ask a biologist. I mean, I'm a biologist, but you can ask other biologists. Like they don't mean DNA is a literal language. Rather, they're using a metaphor so that you better understand it, right?
Well, it's more of an
analogy. If I say that the ribosome is a protein machine, it's literally constructed in a factory. I mean to say that that's one way of understanding the function.
Well,
machine. I no problem, but everyone knows that this machine is not made. What's the problem?
Well, you're trying to take it as if it's literally a language, and I'm just saying it's a metaphor. It's not. I mean, that's just a like. I hate to say this as someone who teaches a lot. Like, that's just a basic tool of teaching is to use metaphors so that people can better understand it. Like if I tell you that DNA is a sequence of nucleotides and you have no foundation of what biology is, then you don't know what that means. But if I say, you know what, DNA is what controls what makes you you, or DNA is like a language in some way, or I frame it in some way that it makes sense to my students, that's golden because we can go into the details and talk about how it's just a metaphor. In fact, I've done that. But we can. It's just a didactic tool. It's not. It's not literally any of that. I mean, this is. At best, it's a word game, but at worst, it's just.
You think? I think you are very biased. Like this, because if you say, let's take a snail house. You say that in English? A snail, someone they live in a house, in a flat.
Shell?
No.
Shell.
You know these snails? What?
No, I've never heard that saying. A snail house?
He's saying a shell.
Not a you say shell to that?
Yeah.
You don't say. Okay, then it's we say house, snail house, so it's a bad example to use.
Sorry, not to interrupt. Are you German or Dutch?
No, I'm Norwegian.
Norwegian. But, I don't know why it sounded like that to me.
But you are sure about that? So you say shell, snail shell. Then you are more less.
Well, I think this whole example brings into the aspect that language means different things to different people. The DNA doesn't mean anything to anyone. It's just there. It's not trying to communicate to anyone.
No,
but who? If it's if you're saying it's a language.
Yeah, who's the recipient?
Well, that would presume that it's intended for someone to understand, and two, that it was created by someone able to articulate it. So the basis of a language is that there is an agent involved. If there's you can't have a language without an agent.
Right, like I said.
How do you define language? So when a dog bells is or aunt or are there intelligent mind behind this, or
what?
So when you and me are talking, I as an agent am trying to communicate information to you as an agent using a common basis for which we can come to a mutual understanding.
so that is.
But if you to say that language is a literal, or that DNA is a literal language, would presuppose that it was created by an agent trying to communicate something.
No, I don't presuppose an agent. Of course, you have an agent, but then we go to another topic. But it's language is what I say, communication of intention or information.
Yeah, but that's an ad hoc definition. That's a definition you're making up because it's convenient at this moment. It's not the definition that the experts who define what a language, it's not the general definition of what a language is. I mean, we can get into a technical debate over that, but I'm not by any means qualified, so I'm just communicating what is generally understood to be the definition of what a language is and what it entails.
Sounds like you're trying to change the definition of language so that it includes something like DNA.
No,
that's pretty much exactly what he's doing.
No, I'm not.
And even if DNA is a language, what point does that actually make?
What point it makes? It makes a big point. Because you have transform. You have what Nadia goes against then, of course, but you have intentionality, and intentionality is a strange thing.
So you can't
that's
just
not
assert.
an assumption.
So here's the thing, right? This is a word game, right? You're saying if something.
I'm really not trying to
has intentionality rather than something. Intentionality.
Can I explain intention once? If you see like a river flowing downwards, you don't say the river have any intention flowing downwards. It's just following the natural law of the physical laws. If you see an ant going beside this creek.
No, I know what intentions are, but the point is that your point doesn't make any. I'm trying to explain. Your point doesn't make any sense because this is just a word game, right? You're trying to prove things through definitions that you need to establish empirically.
What am I trying to prove?
I mean, I can only guess, but you seem to say that you're trying to prove that DNA has intentionality just by virtue of.
Yes, so DNA has no intentionality?
No, absolutely not.
I thought the DNA was giving recipes to produce.
It's not giving anything.
It's not giving anything. It's just being acted upon by biochemistry.
Right. It's just following the laws of physics.
Say a DNA. It's arbitrary. Just so it doesn't mean anything. Has no purpose. It's no intention behind it.
No.
Okay.
Unless you can prove.
So when a dog is belling, it's no intention.
They're not comparable because that's what we're trying to say. They're not.
Yeah, you're trying to can you establish empirically that DNA has an intention? Because I've never seen an experiment. I'd be very interested. Right, I'm a PhD student. I would love to have the money to not. I would love to have the money to never have to worry about funding. So if you can come up with an experiment that would actually establish this, I'd gladly do it because I need funding.
Yes. How would you set up an experiment to show intention?
I'm asking you because you're alleging that DNA has intentionality.
Yeah, you cannot show intentionality.
Counterfactual, but
how can you say humans have it? I mean.
We are clearly of course we have intention like a bacteria. We are the same.
Yeah, but you can never set up an experiment to show that, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
To procreate. So no intention. We have the intention of survival. That is our. Okay, you can say it's the same word of if you use intention or interest. But if a stone drops down from the sky and you don't move, okay, you die. But if you don't move, you will move, and you have an intention. It's the reason why you are moving. But do you understand? You have an intention, and every living organism have function on intention.
Would you say bacteria have intention?
Of course.
Really?
Yeah. So intention is usually defined by actually having a sense.
Yeah, you have to have a sense of self or
Anything resembling
self-awareness.
consciousness arises without.
So you can say. So you can say when you see an ant, you can say the ant walking there. There's no reason. It has no interest walking there. Of course, it has an interest. It's collecting food or getting materials. But if you see a river or a
intentionality is usually ascribed to things that actually have conscious agency, and generally we don't regard insects as having conscious agency.
Yes, of course, they don't have a conscious.
Would you say viruses have intentions?
Yes.
Okay,
really?
That's completely ridiculous.
That's just chemistry happening. I mean, they're not even considered life.
No, a snow crystal, that is chemistry happening. The snow crystal, it doesn't grow because of everything, but the intention of a bacterial is to reprocreate and
it's not an intention, though. An intention implies a desire.
Yeah.
Bacteria, as far as we know, are incapable of desire. Unless you have some evidence to present. But
I'm not talking about desire, I'm talking about intention.
That's what intention is. Like, I don't know what you're... Like, this is really stupid, because, this is just counterfactual. Like, this...
So which animals has intention, then? And where do you put the line where we can say... Okay.
I don't claim to have a hard and fast line. I don't think that anyone does, but generally things with agency are, most of the higher vertebrate mammals, some birds, some reptiles. Maybe fewer reptiles based on just their neuroanatomy for most of them, but some of these things can actually, something like we have good reason to believe, based upon neuroanatomy and based upon psychological experiments, that things like dogs and cats have some notion of consciousness, even if it's sort of a proto-consciousness that isn't quite at the level of humans.
Okay, let's instead of saying intention, let's say interest. Do a bacteria has an interest?
No,
I don't think so. Yeah, okay. if you're going to say a virus has...
I think it best you chemical
eat?
imbalance. Due to some sort of equilibrium imbalance, then it just reacts in a specific way. At that level, you can't really say it's analyzing what it's in. If it has interest, it doesn't have the capacity to self-assess. It's just reacting based upon its own imbalances.
It's just total autopilot. There's no intention.
Okay, so you cannot say the intention when a dog eats is to still to survive or live. So it's just it's no, we cannot say that it has a purpose, or it has an interest. It has an interest eating or.
So you're switching between words. So that allows you. I don't think we should be shifting between words. Either we pick one word to describe an agent's behavior, or we pick another word. But we should stick with one word instead of shifting back and forth.
Yes, I picked word now because if I say because you are very biased. Like a word police. If I said, like, for me, intention, you can say purpose, but purpose is even more. If I say a bacterial has a purpose, yes,
I mean, you're being sloppy with language, and I don't know if it's a result of translation or a result of not being familiar with these things, right? Like, it's not me playing word police if you're using words incorrectly and saying things that I don't believe to be correct.
So you think
So the
a
issue
bird
is
has
that
no interest. So if it's building a nest, it's just random. It has
I
no.
know,
There is
I
no
didn't say
interest
it's
behind
random.
building a nest.
Where does personal interest then mean random? It could just be purely instinctual. Like, there could be no conscious thought that goes into it, right? A baby doesn't suck on its mother's nipple because it has a conscious interest in it. It sucks on its mother's nipple because that's its instinct, and it feels because it's responding to a stimulus that is, I'm hungry.
Yes, and I agree. Interest, how I use interest, and is it doesn't acquire a conscious mind, but it's still an interest. When you compare
but that's irrelevant. Something
non-living
can't act in its own. So acting in its own interest assumes, like that phrase, assumes that something has the agency to decide what is in its own best interest. Like,
it has an agency. I mean, like
no, it doesn't. Agency is defined by the ability to make decisions based upon something other than just a base response to a stimulus.
Right. You can choose between alternatives. Viruses don't do that. If you can say that viruses have intention, why don't snowflakes have intention?
Yeah, and that is just now you can come to the interesting thing, because
I think the issue comes down to that.
I will define life. You can define life in different ways, but I will define life as interest in opposition to no interest. Therefore, I will.
No, then that would mean that bacteria.
I will also define viruses as life, because they have an interest. They cannot procreate themselves, but they can at least.
I think the issue is not what. I think you're trying to use a word that you believe applies, but on the common definition and common understanding, the word interest goes beyond the context and is pulling in all this other stuff that doesn't apply to these other things. Now, there could be like a compulsion or a chemical reaction or some sort of imbalance, but intention brings in a bunch of this other baggage that makes it not compatible with the general understanding of intention.
Yeah, I can see that. What about purpose? Is that a better word? I'm really seriously interested. Is purpose a better word? So I can say a bacterium has a purpose, or is that?
We can like teleologically look at stuff and say this is the purpose of this, but to say something has a purpose or has an intention, that's different. Like if you ask little children, like what are trees for, they'll say, what's the purpose of a tree? They'll say, oh, so bears can scratch their back. But that's not the purpose of a tree. They're just understanding it like teleologically, which means that's just describing it with a purpose, but it's not. It's a metaphorical understanding. It's not a literal understanding.
Logically, I see different, because there is this planning ahead and so on. I mean, this is old. But if you say what is the purpose of the heart? The heart has a purpose. And what is the purpose of the moon? What is the purpose of the moon going around the Earth? You cannot ask this question. It's not doing it to create the tides or something.
Right, I agree with that.
Snow crystal. The purpose is not to bring joy to children, but the flower has a purpose, and that is for me very interesting. That you have this intentionality or purpose.
I think that the issue at hand is then the distinction between some sort of intrinsic operation and then that which is ascribed as intention or purpose from an outside agent. And a flower is not beautiful for our purposes. We just perceive it as beautiful.
But that would be old like Christian theology, that it is made to bring us joy, but it has a purpose. And snow crystal has no purpose. It only reacts. It reacts according to physical laws. But
that's all viruses do too.
That's all. Yeah, that's all that most life on this planet. Which, like, you have more bacterial cells within your body than human cells. Like most of what your body has no notion of purpose.
I think we're confusing things. We're describing. Hold on.
I think it's a category error.
Yeah, you're describing something that happens. Like we can look at we can look at something, right, and say this is what happens. This is what this thing does reliably or repeatedly. Like say a virus repeatedly infects a host or whatever, something like that. But that doesn't necessarily, and we might say that's a purpose, but the virus itself doesn't have the purpose. We're just describing its common behaviors, if you want to call them that, as being purposeful,
Or perhaps how it interacts within a system.
Right, and we're saying, okay, that's a purpose, but it's not a purpose in the same way that, like, I plug in my microphone so I can go on Google Hangouts. Those aren't equivalent, even though you could describe them in the same way. You just have to be aware that the words are being used in two different ways that mean very different things. The same word, I mean, is being used in two very different ways.
No.
Like you could say the purpose of water is to flow down, because it always does that.
No, you cannot.
You could say that. It's true that it also is only doing that because of gravity, but the same is true of a virus. A virus is only doing what it does because of chemical reactions. That's
a virus has it has one purpose, and that is to procreate and procreate. That is the purpose. It's acting.
On what basis do you conclude that something has a purpose? Because it sounds like it's completely subjective.
Is it subjective?
Yeah. How are you? What? Let's say that I put something into a laboratory condition or some sort of controlled condition. How can I say this thing has a purpose versus this thing doesn't have a purpose?
Okay.
Because they do purposeful things.
Okay, you can. You cannot purpose. It's not a quality that. It's not a material quality. I mean, you can, but it's very. I mean.
So it's subjective. So it's subjective, and there's no reason.
It's like a number. The number one. It's an immaterial entity.
I'm not a mathematical Platonist. That's like a that's different. I can derive what the number one is several ways using mathematics and axioms and logic.
But you cannot find it anywhere.
I don't need to appeal to this magical notion that you seem to be appealing to for.
I'm not appealing to a magical
notion. How would I actually know that something has a purpose?
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking idealist metaphysics or something like that.
No.
The question is there an objective way to measure a purpose? And if there is an objective way to measure purpose or intention, can a virus meet those qualifiers? And if the answer is no, then they don't have a purpose or they don't have an intention. We're just ascribing it to it because it's just a way to understand it.
What do you mean by objective? Is there an objective way? What do you mean by objective?
Objective means that something is not the truth or existence of something is not contingent on the perceptions or opinions of a subject.
Yeah.
Right. It's true whether you believe it's true or not.
Yeah. Like, for instance, you said the number one. I can describe the number one as being I can describe a function that maps the natural numbers using set theory by just saying of a set containing the empty set.
Yeah. But the thing is, you cannot make a laboratory experiment to show the number one. You don't find it anywhere.
Well, no, but
you
that's
are using
for a laboratory experiment necessarily, but something objective. Like, if I describe how the axioms of number theory or how the axioms of set theory, just as two examples, if I describe those axioms and then I can describe how you derive the number 1, then that's good enough. I don't know, am I being ridiculous, or is that good enough as an objective showing of what one is?
That is already been shown. I mean, you surely know the incompleteness theory, Kurt Gödel. You cannot use one system to prove the system. That is mathematically proven.
I don't know what you're saying, because that's ridiculous.
It's the biggest mathematician in the 20th century.
What you just said, though, it wasn't coherent enough for us to come to an understanding.
That's where axioms come in. You can't prove something from something else. You have to have axioms that you accept that are just brute facts.
If he's talking about Gödel's incompleteness theorem, the idea that any set of any axiomatic system cannot contain all truths.
Yeah, that's one of the consequences, or one of the forms of it, and the other one is, of course, if it's powerful enough to express piano arithmetic, it can't prove itself consistent.
Yeah, that was a big quest in the beginning of this sentence.
That's a distraction. Can you actually prove, like, objectively what purpose is? Like,
the biggest,
purpose, right?
Yeah, the big quest of this century was like Bertrand Russell. He was the main figure that showed everything.
You're dodging the question.
Would you guys say that searching?
Oh, sorry, you didn't ask me a question. Sorry.
Would you say that searching for food would show purpose?
Determine if something has purpose or not. Is there any way that I can objectively determine whether something has purpose or not?
No, that's why I bring in say it's immaterial, or at least you cannot.
But that doesn't get you anywhere, because I'm not going to be convinced by it unless you can say it's something that's objective.
Yeah, but you use mathematics, so.
Well, if there's no objective way to ascertain if something has a purpose or if something has intention, then we're talking simply a matter of definition and.
There is, though. It's common sense, just like I said a second ago. Searching for food, if an animal, like any animal, pick an animal in the whole biosphere. Most animals, you go out looking for food. So that would imply intention, and if that's not going to.
That doesn't imply intention.
If that's not going to imply intention, then what will? What will get to that?
Well, agency implies intention. There are a lot of things that search for food that have absolutely no agency.
How do you know that? That's your
no evidence to suggest that they have the necessary neural circuits that we associate with experimentally with agency.
Okay,
you can't tell from looking at an organism if they have agency or not. All you can do is go on their actions. All you can do is go on their actions.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, there are certain things that are required for something to have agency, and there are a lot of things that forage for food that don't have those things. Things like self-recognition, things like, the ability to think.
But how do you know they don't have that?
In their own interests, whether they're mistaken or not. This is stuff you learn in an intro psychology lecture at any university.
Yeah, but I think for me, don't get.
Well, then if you can't,
for me, go lying again, saying that you think.
For me, it's a bit like.
I think the issue then is, if we can't describe what it is, how about describing what it's not? Because at the end of the day, if you can describe what it's not, then we can come to at least to some level of an agreement.
Yes, very good idea.
I can try to take a hit at that, and you guys tell me if you think it's at least decent. It's not intentionality, right? That's what we're saying. That's what we're trying to define what it isn't.
Like, what isn't intentionality?
Just merely following the laws of physics is not. I would not call that intentionality.
Exactly.
But that's what viruses and bacteria do.
I wouldn't go that far.
They don't do that.
I wouldn't go that. physical in nature, right?
Okay.
It's something that
It looks like Nadia
that
has
follows
a
the laws of
comment.
physics. But what I will say is that it's not something where you can. Here's the thing, right? Is it something that requires agency? It requires consciousness, and it requires an ability of self-reflection. And I think that's a little bit more rigorous because matter in and of itself isn't self-reflective.
If I might, I don't know, hopefully not speak too much on Tommy's behalf, but you might have a more radical challenge. Namely, essentially a sort of idealist challenge, where this mind is deemed, or these matters of mind are deemed fundamental and matter derivative of them. So that's a bit trickier to shoot down, I guess, well, maybe it's worthy of consideration if you care to. If both Tommy and you care to engage in that.
I have no real interest in engaging with Tommy because he's a dishonest person. So,
what have I lied about?
Well, you said that. Well, I can point out an obvious example. You said that the only thing that I said biology was good for was GMOs and antibiotics, when I explained for about 15 minutes an entire list of things, including my own work, which is being applied towards cancer treatment.
No, that's what I said. I didn't say you said that.
Yeah, but you said that's what you said. The only good.
That was my opinion.
That's what
but that's
you
not
said
a lie.
that I said.
No, it's not. I said that's my opinion.
How could you come to a conclusion that so either you're mistaken, which you can admit right now that you were mistaken about that, or you were lying, because I listed for about 15 minutes different applications of biology. Now, I'm not saying that biology by any means solves all of the world's problems. That's of course not true. But when it comes to treatment of disease, it comes to management of wildlife, it comes to understanding and planning how our food supply is organized. When it comes to treating disease is obviously a huge one, and also harvesting biofuels is another huge application.
Except for the fact that geneticists very rarely have cured any sort of diseases that are out killing millions of people. They're batting
except for polio, that little one.
That was not thanks to geneticists.
That was thanks to Jonas Salk.
Recombinant DNA, human insulin is treating, well, if not millions, then a very large number of people like myself who are allergic to animal analogs.
And cancer treatments are. I mean, I work in a cancer.
Whoops.
Is that the only one that crashed?
Nope, I did too. Sorry about that, everyone.
The world ended.
Fingers crossed, everyone will pop back in. Yeah. Did we catch that recombinant DNA, human insulin?
Yeah, I think that was where we left off. But Tommy, all of the current avenues for disease treatment, they pretty much all use genomic sequencing. They pretty much all rely upon that.
Yeah, but what have they
I
done
don't know why.
in the way of cures?
Here's the thing, Tommy. I'm not the one who decided to call someone of another profession that's more qualified than them stupid, right?
I've never said that.
I'm not the one that alleges that it's useless, right? Because your job, look, I'm not saying, look, if you were just happy to have your job and not cast stones at other people, for instance, in the cosmic scheme of things, what my dad does for a living, as an example, much less impactful than what I do. He makes more money, but that's a whole other thing. But I don't make fun of him because he just cares about what he does, and he doesn't make judgments about what other people do.
I wasn't making fun of you. I was talking about the profession as a whole, as in regards
but this
to what
is a
it actually
profession,
has,
right, that has revolutionized human health. This is the reason why
that's
our
not
population
true.
is valuable.
Again, they're batting basically a zero when it comes to cures.
Well, let me ask you.
Okay, that's bullshit.
Okay, well,
All
maybe
current
some
cancer
cures.
treatments are based on
There's not a cure for cancer, Sam. There's no cure for
Okay,
cancer.
then talk to people who have been cancer survivors whose treatments are based upon genetic research.
You don't know that they survive because of the treatments or because in spite of them. I mean, who knows? Some people survive because of their chemistry, and some people don't of cancer.
That's why you do double-blind experiments.
Yeah, that's why double-blind experiments happen.
If there was a cure for cancer,
listen, I understand that it's very difficult to operate a lawnmower. Like, I have a horribly difficult time, and I'm glad that people like me can pay people like you to do your job. But like, this is just silly dick measuring. Like, it really is, and that's the thing that I'm calling you out on, is that you're being childish. I don't know how old you are. You look like you're in your 40s or 50s, but like, you're being more childish than someone in their mid-20s.
It's just my opinion.
So I have a question for Tommy.
Then you're being more childish than someone in their 20s. Like, I've never gone after you because of what you do until you provoked me and called me an idiot.
I've never called you an idiot. I've never called you stupid. I've never insulted you personally ever, so you can just throw that back out the window. That's true.
Insulting what I do for a living is not personal at all.
When I'm talking about geneticists as a group, it's not personal.
Right.
It is in fact a group.
Tommy, you directly told me.
You're lagging.
Yeah, he said he was having problems with
How's that not personal?
Oh, that's a big part of that.
No. Come on, Tommy. As a man, tell me how that's not personal.
It's not.
If we are to live in a capitalist society in which part of our identities is wrapped up in what we choose to have our passions in and do for a living, then
so
how's
can
that
I not
personal?
have an opinion about it?
How is that not personal, Tommy?
It's not personal. If I'm not talking about you, it's
Tommy,
not
I'm right
personal.
here. Come on, be a man.
Okay,
If we were in person,
if you're not
would you
gonna,
act this way?
if you can't just take my word for it that it's not personal, then I don't know what I can do or say.
Then what else could it be, Tommy? What else?
It's just my opinion about genetics.
You told me to justify what I'm doing on the basis of what is the benefit of biology. You directly said that. How's that not personal? The definition of what's personal, Tommy, because I wonder how you can conduct yourself in the world acting like this, and I understand why you're not a successful person.
Oh, please. My lead guy makes more than you do, Sam. You make $33,000 a year. I make that in my sleep.
That's not how much I make.
That's what you told us you made.
You guys are done dick with.
I have 3 lead guys that make more than you do, Sam.
That's not what I make. So where are you getting this from?
It was in the
information about me when you don't know shit.
Let me tell you about something. Let me tell you about.
Look, I go to bed and I sleep fine at night. So like, I don't see why the dick measuring has to happen. Like honestly, I'm fine. Like, I don't.
The cool thing about self-employment is you get to keep all the money,
I just see
Sam.
you repressing some weird, quite frankly, latently homosexual attitudes towards me.
Oh, brother. So why did you lie about the nylon bug? Why did you say there was something added?
I didn't lie about it.
Why did you say there was an anatomy added?
Because basically the current
and why aren't you man enough to admit it?
I said that a new genetic trait was added. Anatomy is really outdated in terms of what we talk about adding features, because
you need to go back and look at the conversation again, Sam. The challenge was a mutation that adds anatomy, and that's what you said. You said
it adds molecular anatomy.
Oh, really? What?
It adds a new enzyme.
Really? What's that called?
Nylonase.
No, actually, what's happened? Well, first of all, there's no mutation.
Yeah, there was. It was a gene duplication and then a subsequent frame shift mutation.
No, there wasn't.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't. I can show you the paper. They actually call it
paper. Because last time I've read it actually, and there was a mutation.
Did you read about jumping genes?
Huh?
Did you read about jumping genes?
Horizontal gene transfer? They proved that it wasn't horizontal gene transfer. And you're going to need to provide a paper that's actually peer-reviewed to say it was.
I can show you.
And I want to ask Tommy a question, really.
Go ahead, Lou.
All right. Tommy, what's your academic background in?
It's not in science.
Have you ever taken Biology 101?
I read about it every day.
Have you taken a college course labeled Biology 101?
Yes, I have.
I think you're lying out your ass right now.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen liars before.
How do you get a 2-year degree without taking a science class?
It's pretty easy.
class.
My university, you could go without taking a science course and get a degree.
I'm not lying. I did take a biology class in college, so.
And you can take science classes that are complete jokes. Iowa University until recently had a class called Rocks for Jocks.
I read about evolution every day. So what I did 20 years ago.
Because you never read peer-reviewed literature.
Yeah.
You only read popular science.
That's not true.
Not the same.
It's not true.
Hey Tommy, go to my my channel and my 40-second video. I published all of my transcripts from college. So my question is, can you do that and demonstrate you know a damn thing about anything you're talking about right now?
What I can demonstrate is that on the things that we're talking about in this conversation, I can debate those.
Well, how are you qualified to debate it, though, Tommy? Like,
because again,
right? So we can talk about Tommy. We can talk about what a scientific discussion is, and what it is it's throwing around research ideas, right? So if I throw out, if I have my lab meeting, right, we can debate over what the merits of the experiment is, what the merits of a given paper is. That's what scientific debate is. It's among learned people who actually understand the discussion, or at least are literate enough to follow along, if it's not their area of specialty. I've never seen you do that.
Well, I'm not in the scientific community.
So what line of reasoning have you used to get to the conclusion that you have any qualifications to have an opinion on...
Why do you think... Let me ask you a question. Why do you think all information and all knowledge is derived in college? Is it impossible that someone could be their own sort of investigator? Is that just totally impossible that they could read every day about a particular subject, be fascinated by it, talk to people about it every day, bounce ideas, debate it every day for years? Is it just impossible that that sort of knowledge should count for something?
No, it doesn't count for jack shit, and here's why. Because you have bias in the people you talk to and the things you read. Until you go to college and you learn what science is, and you learn how to use science, and you learn how to fact check research and to fact check a peer-reviewed journal to see if it's bullshit or not, you don't know what you're talking about.
Here's the thing: if I had gone to college and taken science classes 20 years ago, it would all be outdated.
The issue at hand is whether or not the skills.
Okay, so let's say that, right? Let's say that for an instance, right? Like, let's say that it's outdated because for right now, for genetic research, everything is new, right? Like, we're using public databases with high throughput sequencing that just didn't exist, right? And it's amazing. And the cool thing is it didn't exist when my primary investigator came out. He wrote and I believe he got his PhD in 2002, 2003. And he wrote an incredibly influential paper. He's an incredibly influential scientist to this day. And the crazy thing is he's still incredibly influential. And the reason is because he knows how to ask scientific questions and think about things scientifically, even if he hasn't written code in probably close to half a decade or dealt directly with sequence data in close to a decade.
I think the issue is whether or not a person can reliably obtain the skill set necessary to determine what is bullshit or not.
Just to defend Tommy a little bit, I think it is possible to become knowledgeable about a subject if you. I mean, I think autodidactism.
I would agree with you. I'm a self-taught programmer before I went to school, and so like I only ended up. I tested out with most of my programming courses, and they wouldn't let me test out of any more because they have these stupid rule restrictions. But there's plenty of things that I didn't know, like system analysis or database architecture.
Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. I was going to say there's still a lot that you'll get from a college education that...
Well, we can ask this, right? So, Tommy, you're really big on epigenetics. How would I screen whether an epigenetic alteration was inherited across the germline?
Well, okay, so here's the thing.
No. There is no thing. Come on, man. Look, if you want to say you're qualified to actually discuss these things.
Look, let me explain my position. As I've told you before, the issue for me is
bisulfite sequencing in a mature oocyte.
Am I
by the
going to be
way,
able to
would
finish
probably
the
be
sentence?
the best way.
Can I finish the sentence? Here's the thing. Just like if you're losing weight, if you're trying to lose weight, you don't have to know what's going on the cellular level. You don't have to be able to explain anything about gene expression or anything that happens on that level. In the same way with the evolution debate, you don't have to be able to know about biology. It helps to know the terms, some of them, and some of them I do and some of them I don't. And I do struggle in that way. Hang on a second.
So that was a complete dodge, right?
Hang on, I'm not finished yet. The point is, I can.
That's funny because
the
chair of my thesis committee seemed to think it was quite important to have a good vocabulary on sequencing technologies when
there
it comes
are people around the internet who do know a lot about it.
He just has a PhD from Harvard, and he's kind of an idiot. But
there's people around the internet who can translate certain things that if you don't understand them, and I do actually read papers quite a bit and can understand some of them I can't. But between that and there are very intelligent people around the internet who are creationists and evolutionists, and I can read from both camps in plain English, in simple language, and understand what's going on. You can learn from evolutionists. I don't go to.
Well, okay, name a creationist that's more. This might be unfair, but name a creationist that's more influential than my current primary investigator.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm saying I go to
evolutionists. No, you're saying they're very intelligent creationists. Dude, there are like no legitimate scientists who are creationists.
Yeah, name one creationist that's published in the journal Nature.
I don't know.
There's zero.
It's because they don't allow creationists.
That's not why, Tommy.
Any talk of creationism, intelligence, consciousness, or anything in that paradigm is not allowed. ID is not allowed.
It's not a matter of it not being allowed.
Are you saying Michael Behe is not a bench scientist and a legitimate scientist?
Used to be.
Okay. Well, what about Dembski?
Well, Dembski's not a scientist; he's a mathematician. And
what about the guy who wrote Darwin's Doubt? Name.
Well, technically, mathematicians. There's a debate, I guess, as to whether mathematics counts as science.
Here's the thing: if you think all scientists
are all granted,
if you think no scientists believe God was involved with the creation of the universe, that's just asinine.
Tommy, no one ever said that, so please stop straw manning.
Well, that's what you said. That's what you said. You asked if there are any creationist scientists.
Yes, I said, are there any that in a legitimate scientific journal?
Well, no, I didn't say that no scientists don't believe in God. What am I laughing at?
The issue at hand is whether or not anyone holding these beliefs has been able to articulate a paper that has been able to pass the rigid requirements necessary for it to be published in any of these journals, and the answer is no, because whenever they present whatever it is, it never meets the bar.
That's begging the question. Hold on, let me handle that. Hey, that's begging the question, actually, because you're presupposing that a transcendental claim can actually be evaluated through methodological naturalism.
Great, then don't claim that science supports anything that could remotely be in that realm.
Well, actually, I'm criticizing you for being fallacious and begging the question by trying to use the transcendental claim and then you trying to evaluate that with a methodology of methodological naturalism, which you know damn well cannot do. So that makes you biased and fallacious.
Then it's not science.
You're begging the question.
I've got a question for Sam. Sam, why would someone who is a creationist be unable to do biology and genetics just as well as anybody else? What goes on under the microscope is not something that a creationist could not do. So that assertion that it doesn't that what they can come up with doesn't pass the bar or whatnot is just silly.
Actually,
why would someone who is a creationist?
If a person's a creationist, it means they do not even understand biology.
That is not true. That's simply not true.
No, it is true. If you understood biology and the theory of evolution, you would not be a creationist.
Can you define the theory of evolution for me?
Can I say something?
That's retarded, man. Lou, you really broke the bar there for just dumb.
No, that's a simple fact, actually.
Yeah, that's an assertion that you're saying in accordance with your worldview.
If you know biology, you very well know that creationism is wrong. I 100% agree with him.
If you know anthropology, biology, archaeology, geology, any of these scientific fields, chemistry, if you know anything about any of these fields, you cannot be a creationist.
Lou, you're retarded. Let me show you why.
I
just ad hommed you. I want to let them know why.
You know that he's right, but saying that he's retarded,
you
just gave yourself away.
You keep on trying to evaluate a transcendental claim by another methodology which it can't be evaluated by. Why do you keep succumbing to that fallacy?
No one has to evaluate magical thinking with a scientific acclaim.
Yeah, you have to demonstrate magic is real.
No, that's your problem. You're presupposing.
No, that's your problem.
No, let me explain to you why, Lou.
Show me magic.
You're presupposing that the only way that I can prove a transcendental claim to you is to prove it through a means of empiricism or methodological naturalism. But the fact that a transcendental claim, the whole definition.
It's just a claim.
A claim is nothing.
No, a claim is.
It's like an asshole. Everybody has them.
Well, then guess what, Lou? All of philosophy are claims. Philosophy
and most
is not
of philosophy
science.
is junk bullshit. We have science now. We don't need philosophy.
Well, then guess that places you as what's known as a scientific realist. Okay, so you are just precluding certain things based on your methodologies and worldview.
Well, really, what's my worldview and what am I precluding? Go on. You know me so well. Come on, give it to me.
You're precluding anything that cannot be verified through methodological naturalism. This is restricting you to, I'm not sure, but depending on your beliefs, it's hard to say. But
that's true.
If anything that was magical can be reliably reproduced, then it would be something that we could measure.
It doesn't have to be magical. It can be just by way of consciousness, by something internal.
When you keep asking for a measurement or an evidence on a transcendental claim, you have to realize that you're presupposing a standard that it cannot be tested by, and you know it can't be tested by.
If it can't be tested for, then you can't show that it's true.
If you can't show that it's true via testing, why should I accept it?
Well, here's the difference.
Ask a little bit the leading questions here. What is a transcendental claim, anyway? What makes the claim transcendental?
Okay, so any other claim that's not transcendental can be is contingent on what's known as spatio-materia, which is basically mass and matter. Okay, so if the scientific method, specifically the methodology of methodological naturalism, is predicated on things of spatio-materia. It doesn't speak on immaterial things, okay? And I'm not talking about concepts or abstractions. I'm specifically talking about transcendental claims of immaterial, what you would call supernatural. So,
magic!
Yes, but listen. So the methodology of science, right, listen, the methodology of science is very appropriate to measure 99% of all truth claims, right? Specifically the ones that involve spatio-materia, which can be evaluated through this methodology. However, a 1% or even less than 1% of some truth claims, namely transcendental arguments, they cannot be analyzed through this method, right? So when you ask what's called begging the question.
Well, do you have an example of something that could not be measured or analyzed through this claim? Because, like you're saying, such a claim represents something that is real, and so unless there's some demonstration of this thing that
every time you say demonstration, you're going back to methodological evidence. So
well, even demonstrating, like for someone to see.
Empiricism, which is methodological evidence. I'm trying to show you that a transcendental claim is precluded from this, and there's reasons because of that, right?
Remember, it's Rothy time. Rothy time is trying to get back in, and only we're full. We need a volunteer to follow under sword.
Oh no. Take it easy.
It was good seeing you again, though. Thank you.
I like the nun pick there.
Exercise, can I ask you a scientific question? Just a scientific one about biology?
I'm not qualified for the biology field. My background is computers. Well, a subset of computer science.
Yeah, I was the wrong name. He has left. It was Neil, I think, or
he's back.
It's Darth Vader.
It's rotting.
I am your father.
Yeah, he's back. You can ask him. He's the expert.
Are there any biologists like with academic background? Because I have a question.
Yeah, that he's back now.
Okay, you're back. Okay, I have a scientific question concerning biology. It's plain
What's the
scientific.
area? Hang on, he's not, are you back?
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Sorry,
just
my internet, I just got it installed and it's kind of you know how it goes, right, guys?
No, I just wondered how do because you were talking about bacteria and insulin and so on. I just want to ask you, how do bacteria change the DNA, their own DNA, to get resistant? For example, how do they change it?
So typically their resistance is carried on a circular piece of DNA called a plasmid, and it's generally plasmids are sort of like accessory DNA, and what happens is you have there's a section on the plasmid that confers resistance, but sometimes there's different mutations because there are different things, whether it's when the DNA is replicated, there can be an error, or you can be exposed to radiation. There are a bunch of different reasons, but you get mutations in there.
Okay, so your explanation it's mutations in the DNA, random mutation on mutation.
Well, that's not what I'm saying, right?
Environment.
And then when you're exposed to an antibiotic, that variant of the gene, regardless of how it came about, is then favorable. And this is how we culture, this is how we verify that we've inserted genes into most eukaryotic organisms, is we transfect them with a plasmid at a specific site. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, but so your explanation is that there are the change when they change DNA, it's a mutation in the DNA.
Generally, that seems to be the case when it comes to antibiotic resistance at certain sites, but I'm not a bacterial physiologist. More of my knowledge is in eukaryotes, so to some degree I can't say I'm necessarily the most qualified.
Does the mutation in the plasmid eventually get put into the regular genome if it's a favorable variant?
No. I mean, the plasmid is heritable, right? So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is heritable. It's just, again, like I've never done work with bacteria, so this is just my knowledge from being in, when I've taken lab courses and designed experiments. But as far as I know, it's generally carried in the plasmid. And we transfect, I know at least for yeast, you actually transfect yeast with the plasmid, and you can use that as a test to see if certain genes were inserted, just based upon whether the resistance to the antibiotic is present. And that's actually really common with E. coli, I think, and I forget the restriction enzyme they use. Really cool, really clever.
I've heard and read and so on that this idea, I'm not specific what you said about Jess and so on, but it's the changes don't happen by mutation, but by other means. So instead of to mutate, I mean that is the paradigm or the axiom of neo-Darwinism. And this is shown by especially Japanese research, that they are copying genes from their environment and passing them.
Well, that's horizontal gene transfer. You can inherit genes, especially in the plasmid, via horizontal gene transfer, but that doesn't mean that that's, again, like I said, bacteria are amazingly mutagenic. So it's really hard to ever classify why a genetic change happened there. But yeah, I don't you'd have to ask the specific instance. and neo-Darwinism, all that really is, and you know, it's kind of starting to not really be the current synthesis, but
yes.
It's basically just when you take sort of a gene-centric view of evolution, and so in basis, it's just sort of taking Mendel's ideas, you know, of inheritance and applying them to evolutionary theory, so that you have a mechanism of inheritance, because Darwin didn't have a mechanism of inheritance.
But I thought the dogma. I'm using the word of Francis Crick himself. It's not because every time I say a word, you get crazy, like scientific dogma.
Well, that's not. Yeah, that's molecular biology. It's not neo-Darwinism. That had nothing to do with evolution. Yeah,
of course. In the big picture, neo-Darwinism. You can say it's when the gene or Mendelssohn theory are mixed with Darwinism, but the big dogma today, or have been the last 20 years, is that the DNA is the only right system. So it will only.
No, that's actually false. That's
okay. Good.
Crick laid that out in I believe originally in a letter to the RNA Tie Club that then became a paper in Nature in the 1950s. The central dogma of biology. That was actually a theory that he predicted. He predicted, and it's actually really amazing how well he predicted it. But basically, the consensus is among molecular geneticists that generally that's the case, but it's not really a great description of what goes on in the cell.
Yeah, but I'm a layman.
Yeah, it's not something
college, but that makes I don't. Have you heard about Shapiro? James Shapiro.
Shapiro's theories are generally not considered valid.
Oh, that's ridiculous. He's not really even theory. He puts all the data together.
Yeah,
he's just making an observation.
You realize that he got pretty much lambasted by even his own colleagues.
No, he got lambasted by
neo-Darwinists about his book.
Well, he got
There's a lot of
lambasted by
scientists that have been lambasted by their colleagues. I mean, that's normal when you. I mean.
Yeah, but it's different. He's not being lambasted because people don't like the implications of his experiment. I can talk about instances where that's happened. He's getting lambasted because people don't like because his synthesis is viewed as inaccurate by most scientists.
In what way?
It's basically just a lot of the accusations have been that he basically just cherry picks and over exaggerates certain pieces of research.
I mean specifically. I mean, like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
what has he gotten wrong?
Off the top of my head.
Okay, so.
I mean, he's overstated epigenetics many times and mischaracterized them, and that's fine because it's not his field. Like, I'm not surprised, but I can't go through specific examples now. I'm exhausted. My body really hurts, so I can't go. I don't keep this on the top of my head.
But he's mainly building on Barbara Clintock. She was also a Nobel literate in biology, and
right.
You cannot say because his colleagues are not don't agree with him. What do you think if someone?
That's not what I'm saying, though, right? That wouldn't be as much of an issue if it was in the peer-reviewed literature. The reason he's gotten lambasted is that he's expressing fringe ideas to the public. Like
and that's dangerous.
Genetics is generally not accepted among geneticists.
But I don't get your answer because I want to have an answer that makes me understand something. But it's like the colleagues claim are not against, or he says things in the public. French's theory. What is it about?
Well, for instance, he overstates he posits epigenetics as a main. He posits epigenetics as a main, and there's just no reason to. He's very much overstating what the actual science does say about epigenetics.
Do you have his book?
Pretty much blatantly ignores most of the science. I mean, most of the science that has come out, especially about metagenomes, like collections of genomes in the bacterial environment, he pretty much ignores those. And those are very, those are actually really strong evidence for a very Darwinian view of evolution. So, like, he very much overplays his synthesis, and I don't think that he really... Like, do you want me to go into that level of detail?
No,
like,
but it's normal for every scientist. If you have your theory and your field of your research, of course you will overemphasize this. That's what...
He doesn't overemphasize it because he's not talking about his theory. That's not his field of research. He's not an epigenetic researcher. He's not an expert on epigenetics. I have more qualifications in epigenetics than he does. I don't even have a PhD.
But you still...
I've studied epigenetics and used...
So you have more merits than him. You have more merits than him. You know more about... You don't...
About epigenetics? Yes.
Okay. Okay.
One of a few areas I can actually claim to have pretty good expertise. Protein mass spectrometry, also an expert. Also an expert in alternative gene products. Those are my general areas where I can actually say I actually have expertise because I've worked with the data.
And what kind of on which field of epigenetics? What are you working with?
Epigenetics itself is considered a field.
Yeah, but it's a large field. What kind of?
It's not a particularly large field, actually.
No, it's mainly it's
not a particularly large field.
No,
there are a lot of people that use epigenetics, but as far as actual studying epigenetics, it's a fairly limited field as far as current techniques go.
Yeah, it's what is called hypothesis. No, help me, someone. Hypothesis.
Hypothesis.
Hypothesis. It's a new hypothesis, and of course the research haven't come far with that. But
what are you talking about? Epigenetics has been pretty much mainstream for at least 24 years.
Yeah, 24 years. Okay, but so why do you say there are so less literature and there must be different fields?
I said there are. I mean, people use epigenetics, but it's not a terribly large field. Like, there are some experts that focus specifically on it, but like it's not a particularly large field.
Yeah, but you work, like, say, cancer epigenetics. Do you work with that, or?
I don't. Right now, no, I don't work with it. I work with cancer genetics.
Okay.
But it's not, again, like this. That would more be under the lines of what I consider cancer research. It's an intersection for sure, but it's not terribly. I guess some of this data that I deal with is epigenetic. I guess in some sense I do cancer epigenetics. I just don't focus on it. Now that I think about it, yeah, I do cancer epigenetics.
Yeah, can I ask a quick question about it? I can tell you got more experience, more education, and you're actually practicing in your field, so you know way more than I do about these things. But wouldn't, just in relation to your experiments, wouldn't you have to consider epigenetics just to rule them out as a variable or to control for them?
Depends. So right now I'm looking at a specific, like, I can't go into terrible, like, again, I don't want to bore people, but I also don't want to like doc drop. The guy that I work for is like a really prominent guy, and like I'd kind of like to work in his lab in the future. Like, I don't want to completely just like fuck myself with that that option, right? But basically, for me, I'm not actually, the current hypothesis that I'm testing doesn't require epigenetics because I'm looking at the mutation rate of a specific gene that's known to cause chromosomal abnormalities in cancer.
Okay, so it's more specific, so it's not influenced by the whole epigenetic thing at all then?
I mean, I guess in some level it could be, but it's not relevant to the hypothesis that I'm actually addressing.
What I understand from epigenetics, and it's just lightly covered at my level of biology, so I don't know hardly anything about it, is that epigenetics is more involved with the phenotypical expression of genes and not the genes themselves. not the
Yeah,
genome.
I think like that's like half right in my opinion. So like this is why I hate when people bring up epigenetics and like these random discussions. It's because they don't know what epigenetics is for the most part.
Right.
What epigenetics is stable inheritance without changes to the genetic code. So what that basically means is that epigenetics is the reason why when my liver cells die, which they will, because I'm going to grab another beer, and I live next to or not next to, but very close to a lot of breweries, which I'll be hitting up later tonight. But the reason why when my liver cells die, new liver cells replace them. It's because there's an inheritance there that isn't a change in the genome. Basically, epigenetics is the sum, molecularly, it's the sum of chemical interactions with the DNA such that it affects the DNA expression pattern.
Yeah, that's exactly how I understand it.
Yeah. So yeah, you're 100% correct. It's definitely a tricky subject, right? Because it's hard to determine what is epigenetic and what isn't, and what is relevant epigenetically. But it's and again, like it's really fascinating because epigenetics can be inherited across generations. Actually, that's a recent finding as of last year. I don't know, but people don't know why or how it could be tissue specific because a lot of the traits tend to be pretty tissue specific. Really interesting.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just saying two of the research topics on epigenetics that I read about while going to school was one was a longitudinal study of mothers in like some Scandinavian country. It was Norway or something.
I think it was Sweden. I've read that study too. It's a really cool one.
Yeah, they discovered it was their specific diet that was having an epigenetic effect because there was some kind of disease that was more prevalent among them, and it passed down. They measured it up to 7 generations.
Well, fear can do that too. Fear of a predator, for example, if a mother encounters a predator, her offspring can come out adapted to that fear in certain ways, and that's very common. So it's beyond diet. It's what the mom perceives, and that's a problem.
But that can just be understood as a chemical like it's just a chemical reaction to stimuli. The same way, like if I haven't eaten in 3 days, the hormone leptin is upregulated. I believe it's upregulated. I'm gonna grab another beer, but but it's the same way, right? You want to be careful, right, in not misascribing, agency onto what is a biochemical reaction.
Yeah, it's all just chemical reactions at that level. Yeah, the other. I don't know if it was one specific study. I think there's a bunch of different ones, but their epigenetics is being used to explain how birth order increases your chances for, at least for males, of being born gay. That epigenetics, as far as the estrogen bombardment of like males that are not the firstborn male, so that estrogen bombardment on the fetal development is in fact increasing the amount of people born homosexual.
Did you ever read the study on mice? There was a really good study where they basically showed that if you submit mice to this sort of like shock stimulus, they'll have like their offspring will have a fearful reaction. And you want to know what I find like really interesting about this, and I have to go, and I want to see if like what was his name? Lou finds this interesting, is that they actually response, right? That's very tissue specific, and yet it was passed down, right? So I don't know how that works. I think it's fucking fascinating, and that's an open question that I have with the field, because it's like, how does that happen? Because it's obvious.
Well, did you ever study the slime mold? Huh? Did you ever study slime mold? That some of them can retain memory.
I remember coming across that. It's all really interesting.
I'm wondering if there's some sort of chemical communication or RNA communication between the cells that allows it. Has there been any studies to determine the mechanisms on how this information transfers from cell to cell? Like I mean, like something recently released? Because I know that they're saying that there's some sort of mechanism.
Germline epigenetics tends to be methylation. So that's basically you add a methyl group, which is a CH3, to one of the residues on a cytosine, which is the C in DNA.
Did you see Dennis Noble's talk at I forget where it was,
Chances are no, because I'm incredibly busy with my current PhD work.
Well, he's got this really. He's one of these guys that's saying like evolution needs kind of a. It needs to be It needs some level of like reorganization, I guess you could say, because it's looking more and more like it's not just DNA that's. It's not a single line from DNA to the phenotype to the organism. It looks like the phenotype, there's interplay now where it's looking like the phenotype is able to use the DNA, quote unquote, to pass on, I guess you could say, not really inherited characteristics per se, but in a way kind of, just on a molecular level. Like he was talking with the mouse experiment. Well, they'll say like they'll put a mouse in a cage and the metal bottom will be able to be electrified, and they'll spray like a scent of lemon into the cage, and then right after that they'll electrocute the mouse, and they keep conditioning the mouse, right? So they do this, and then they breed the mice. They do this to a bunch of mice. They breed the mice, and sure enough, the children will react with fear. They'll tense up, even though they've never been exposed to this Pavlov's experiment. Like they'll react with fear, but mice from a different laboratory won't.
Right.
So it seems like there's definitely some interaction between the genome and the phenotype that.
Well, I think it's a little bit more than that. To me, it screams information. It screams perception on behalf of the mother, and somehow this perception gets funneled down to her cells, which somehow get incorporated into the germline.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
What? No. How can things happening in nerves, which is a different kind of cell, transfer down into DNA? That's not nerve tissue. There is nothing to think with inside that cell. Nothing.
No, but if certain stress hormones say are getting.
I think he's just describing that there's there's some sort of correlation mechanism going on here, or learning mechanism.
Think of it this way. Let's say you have certain levels of stress hormones or certain proportions of different stress hormones being released under a certain condition. And we don't probably know the exact mechanism, so I'm just going to invent one. But let's say when those particular stress hormones and those proportions are released, and it may not just be stress hormones, it may be some other chemicals, that could cause a cell to alter something in the DNA, just a chemical reaction, and that could happen generally. Like it could cause a general shift in the expression of certain genes in the genome of all the cells.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And then if that's now incorporated into the DNA itself, that trait is going to get passed on to the next generation. So you're not just getting DNA to phenotype to organism, you're getting phenotype actually changing the DNA also. So there's interplay between the two. It's not just one direction.
You get the environment, which is really it's really perceived. So you have perception in the mix. And so you have the environment, you have perception, and you have that perception being passed down to future generations, which is basically Lamarckian. So that's the problem with epigenetics. Oh, yes, it is.
No. Okay, you right now you're not even understanding the difference between genetics and epigenetics. Okay.
One involves a mutation or a change in the base code. One doesn't.
No.
Epigenetics does not involve a change in the base code.
No, exactly. It does not. Epigenetics is just chemicals that attach to and affect how the DNA is organized, basically.
But Lou, what is the chemicals? What are the chemicals?
Any chemicals,
No, it is like chromatin, histoine. You don't know it either.
No, the one, the other.
Have you heard about H3?
The guy who has the PhD just gave out the most prevalent epigenetic chemical, which is methyl groups. Okay, methyl groups is the biggest epigenetic chemical as far as how prevalent it is within the DNA. But whenever you're talking about like hormones can be epigenetic. One of you guys mentioned that they put like lemon scent. Scents are what's that chemical called? Benzo rings.
Yeah, I mean everything ultimately boils down.
Which is a durable chemical. Okay, when you introduce a durable chemical into the cellular environment, what that means is it's not going to degrade. The cell might not be able to break it down, which means it can get passed on when the cell divides, and therefore it would continue having an effect in the new cell.
Well, what's being passed on though is ultimately, I mean, yes, it does boil down to chemistry ultimately, if we could like track every little thing that's happening, but what's being passed on is a behavioral reaction to a specific stimuli. That's what's being inherited.
And for a behavior to be passed on, that behavior.
I mean, this is not new. I mean, you have instincts. All instincts work this way.
And their instincts are genetic, though.
Right. Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why dogs have different instincts
Really?
than dogs.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of an instinct that's like derived by way of mutation or genetic? I mean, you just say this stuff as if you know for sure, but I'm not sure at all that you can back that up.
Oh, yeah, I actually can. Go read Steven Pinker, The Blank Slate.
No, well, give me an idea since you've read it. Give me an example.
Fear of heights.
What gene?
No, don't even.
That genes aren't like that. They're not.
Don't play that game.
If it's genetic, then he's gonna need to give me a gene or genes that are representative of that particular trait.
Come on, Tommy. You know that we're way past that. This gene does that state.
Oh, I agree, but
yes,
that is the old paradigm.
Right, but no current model uses that. No scientist uses that model anymore. That's outdated.
Yeah, I agree, but a lot of people in forums like this don't really know that. I don't know his particular level of being caught up, but and it still does go around a lot where people say there's a gene for this or gene for that, and in most cases that's not true. In some cases it is true.
It is true if a person that knows, that is an expert in the subject, is doing it. Behavioral scientists all can tell you that it's genetic, or if it's not genetic. A lot of things are environmental. But people are born a certain way. Babies are born a certain way with certain instincts.
Well, I'd be careful. There's a distinction between genetic and hereditary. That's
exactly right.
Yeah,
and what we're talking about, what we're talking about shows that if an organism can come up with their own. If an organism can come up with their own trait and pass it down by way of perception, that kind of proves that something like instinct or just sort of mental feelings or emotions
Tommy,
are not necessarily genetic.
Genes do not have perception. They have no sensory organs. Genes are not there. It's just a string of chemicals.
They can be expressed
by perception. They don't
emotions.
They don't make choices. They react to their environment. That's it.
They do have genetic expression that reflect emotions.
I'm not giving away the story here. When a lot of these things happen and they figure out any kind of hereditary mechanism, the ones that are understood are generally genetic. So basically when they figure out how it's inherited, they usually figure out a genetic basis, not an epigenetic one.
If it's a heritable trait, it is genetic. That's the only way you pass down traits.
Well, no, that's not necessarily true anymore.
No,
we're past that.
It is.
No, because you've got cell chemistry that can be inherited. That's not just simply DNA.
Okay, do you know anything? The
genome is not the only heritable quality of life anymore. We know that.
Do you know what happens if you screw with the chemical environments of a developing fetus?
Lots of things can happen, yeah.
No, 99.97% of the time that fetus dies. All right, the chemical environment, without the proper chemical environment, development doesn't happen at all. Stuff gets aborted.
The fetuses react and are they're reactive to their environment, both internal and external. So, you know, a developing embryo is highly dynamic, and so that's what epigenetics, you know, and developmental biology is all about.
Just to interrupt real quick, I posted a YouTube link in the side here. Whatever side of the fence you're on, or whatever level your interest, this is a really great video. That, you know, this has been a topic I've been interested in for a while too. I'm not
What's this about?
at all, but it's this guy's Dennis Noble, and he's talking at
I know
basically he's kind of trying to basically rag on neo-Darwinism, that it's not, that it's becoming outdated, and he's got some really good arguments that we need.
Do you have his book?
The whole point by the epigenetic thing is you have many codes. The DNA codes, that's not published or not in the public, but they find new codes almost every year, and in addition to the DNA code, you have another code, and it's histoid proteins, and that is added to the other code. So we have one DNA code, but you have also the code that which I don't know if you can call it the epigenetic code, but that is highly influential how the DNA code will the result, how it will, how to say, will be put into at least you have an additional code in epigenetic.
No, epigenetics is nothing. No codes. Epigenetics is just chemicals that affect DNA.
You never heard of the epigenome?
Epigenetic.
Epigenome.
No, there's no epigenome. There's epigenetic.
Really? I think the epigenome is a descriptive concept.
Or whoever. Okay, epigenetics, all it is chemicals that attach to DNA and change how things
It's
work.
not attached to DNA.
No, it's the totality of it. That is one aspect. That's the DNA methylation, but there's also chromatin remodeling, and there's also and it's actually inclusive of essentially anything else that would be inherited, but not in the genome.
They decide, or they make big difference how DNA. So you have two codes, and the code of the histidines, the histid proteins. They decide how DNA also is. The DNA code is expressed.
Okay, so describe this other code. We know that DNA is a 4-bit code. So what's this other code? How does it work?
It's attached. It's attached. There are proteins attached to the DNA, and the different how to say there are different histidines variations, and they have a impact how the DNA is expressed, how the DNA code is expressed. So
yeah, we're saying the exact same thing. I'm not arguing with that. But epigenetics is not a code. It's just chemicals. It's chemistry.
It's a code.
It's not
an epiphenomenon.
If it's a code, describe it. Describe this code and tell me what it does.
Yeah, okay, code in the way that most biologists use DNA as a code, okay? And I'm not talking about people starting a PhD, I'm talking about people that current scientists, biologists everywhere are using the word code. You can call it metaphor, what you want, but they are also talking about history code. As I cannot give you any. It's a long time since I read something about it, but I'm pretty sure that there is a history code. So, and that's interesting because there you also have a level of information that, or a level of what I call language. But of course, we have discussed that. But so it's just not chemicals. They are just like DNA. They express information.
Well, they call it the epigenetic code, so I don't understand why you're balking against the word.
They call it the epigenetic code. Okay, I thought I had history code in my mind because they are made of historians. You know, DNA. And then you have, I think it's mainly historians. And,
it's not a code like DNA is a code, though. It's more, I think the epigenome is more like they're trying to map on like specific, like Sam was saying, specific methylation patterns that tend to happen in an organism. That's what they're mapping. They're not. It's not like a codon-based code like DNA is.
Okay, that can be. That can be. But
You're using the wrong word. That would be a catalog.
Yeah, there are more
problems. At least it determines which genes are activated. So when it determines, so it has to choose: shall I activate this or activate this? And that requires a code, like the DNA. Shall I, in which order shall the amino acid be put together?
No,
so
it's not a code. It's a chemical reaction. The chemicals are either present or not present. If they're present in the right proportions, the chemical reaction is going to happen. Okay, if the chemicals are not present, then the chemical reaction will not happen.
Even as
I think the research have come so far that they have found out that variations in histone protein makes a very big difference how the genes are activated. They haven't, perhaps they haven't come so far like by DNA that they have encoded so much, but when they control activation, so you have Y is it's not a random activation.
Yeah, there's no such thing as random.
Excuse me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'm not sure about it. It can be that that it's not. That it's a totally different. You cannot compare it with DNA. Yeah.
I think you're just using the wrong word to try to explain what you're saying. From what you're saying, the proper word would be a catalog and not a code. We know epigenetics is real, but it's relatively new stuff because it came, obviously, those discoveries came after DNA. We had to discover DNA before we could discover epigenetics, okay?
Yeah.
Genetics and epigenetics. So what you're probably talking about is they're doing research to find out what kinds of chemicals are involved in epigenetics and exactly the mechanisms, the chemical reactions, how often
That's right.
Excuse me. Okay, if I can get through here at some point.
Oh, go.
There are 2 or 3 things going on. First off, you're recycling the whole code. Who knows what to call it, but it's been dealt with earlier. The other part is that epigenetics is actually more expansive than DNA methylation. What you're describing in this epigenome.org is, essentially some kind of DNA methylation, quote-unquote map, whatever. And it's well and good to have as maybe in addition to the genome or whatever, but even so, it doesn't include the whole of epigenetics. Epigenetics includes also chromatins and histones and so on. And in fact, even more. It's expansively defined, right? Essentially, anything that's hereditary, it's not DNA. Right?
I saw an interesting article just a few days ago about how we actually have multiple genomes.
Yeah, there's chromatin remodeling. Is the one I know of. I don't know what the process involved with stones is, but the stones are out there too. And there's doubtless more. And yeah, multiple genomes are pretty readily acknowledged organelles like mitochondria.
So no. I'm talking about actual genomes. Actual. I put the link over here on the side, but it says the title is Dartmouth researcher finds novel genetic patterns. Well, that's not good. It just says there's multiple genotypes in one individual.
Yeah, you can have a chimera.
Yeah.
There are even more just chimeras. Each cell, I believe, will contain a number of different copies of all the chromosomes.
Tommy, do you realize that every single human has 2 separate sets of genomes?
Yes.
Well,
that's not what they're talking about.
It's more than that, though, right? I mean, like the full chromosome set is actually paired off, right? So mother and father's contributions are paired up and so on.
What they're saying here, like, is if you get a blood transfusion, for example, you can incorporate.
Yeah, there's
changes, and but that didn't even count all the different bacterial genomes in your body. But there are anyway. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, even within a single cell, like a number of different copies of genome are maintained. And yeah, you also have the bacterial flora. Yeah, and it goes pretty wild. It's
I'd like to ask Doug, what is your zooming out? What is your basic belief as far as origins, evolution? Just nothing in depth, just kind of an overview. Because you sound very informed and reasonable.
I'd say I basically go with the consensus of scientific, where science is at right now, pretty much. I mean, I think we still have a lot to learn, and as with all science, especially in frontier fields like evolution, a lot of this has to be underlined, that it's important to remind people that our knowledge is super provisional. So, I'm not hitching my wagon to any particular star. I mean, as we learn more, basically,
No.
So, I don't have any beliefs per se about it. I just, since I'm not an expert, I just pretty much, in general, accept what consensus is saying, unless I've read something in particular that seems, very compelling that goes against consensus. But, usually, like I said, given that I'm not an expert, it's hard to really know what information I could be missing that might counteract that. So.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious. So you read about it quite often?
I used to read about it a lot more, but lately, like over the past year and a half, 2 years, I haven't read about it quite as much. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, for a couple or 2 or 3 years, I got really into it, where I was just like reading a lot on it. But.
What about you, Balthazar? Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Balthazar. What is your view on things? Maybe you didn't hear me.
Looks like he was just there.
Yeah, seem to be.
He might be frozen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Balthazar, what you quoted there, that sounds like regulatory stuff.
That's standard stuff he posted. There's nothing controversial in what he wrote there.
Yeah, there isn't, but it is epigenetics.
I found it just on Science Daily, but it doesn't have to mean anything. I mean, it's but that's.
The other thing I've run across is, especially when it comes to like headlines, reading articles, and this doesn't just apply to this field, but in general, people love to write catchy headlines and catchy articles, and I've discovered so many times I'll read an article and like it'll have a particular headline talking about something, and then you actually read the paper it's describing, and it's not quite what's being said in the article. You know, I'm sure you guys have come across that.
Well, it depends on where you're getting articles from too.
Well, I mean, even from like mainstream, quote unquote, a good quote unquote like scientific reporting. You know, these journalists still want to write headlines that people will click on. So.
Yeah, but okay, that's not a scientific paper. That's
No. I'm saying when I go to the paper, I discover that the article about the paper is kind of sensationalized or kind of overstating what's in the paper.
There's a lot of bullshit in it. Is what it is, because they want to sell their magazine or their newspaper.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's usually quotes. There's usually quotes in those articles from the actual researchers that you can go by.
Yeah, some articles are better than others. Like there's some websites that typically don't have this problem, but others have it a lot. Like I've read Huffington Post articles; they're just total shit when it comes to science reporting. Like they regularly misstate what the paper is saying, or they'll overstate what it's saying, or sensationalize the headline that's not actually what the paper is saying. And yeah, there will sometimes be quotes from the paper in there, but they'll cherry pick the quotes, you know, so that it's not something that's like directly contradicting their headline, you know.
Yeah. Here's a tip for you if you're like reading on like journalists talking about scientific papers and stuff. Get the name of the actual oh gosh, what am I saying? Get the name of the actual paper, from the actual scientist, and then
that's what I do.
Yeah, and Google that and read the actual peer-reviewed article.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I do. When I do that, that's when I discover that a lot of these, like, for the public articles, are usually misstating what's in the actual academic paper in the journal.
Yeah, and that's like when you know, Colbert and Stewart like really make fun of those a lot, you know, because they're conflating things basically.
Right.
You know. We got a new
Sorry.
And what makes it worse is a lot of scientific papers aren't really up to snuff. A lot of times the scientific papers will make claims that are a little bigger than they're actually able to support in their evidence, or the experimental methodology will be kind of shitty, or there'll be problems with the experimental design that causes problems for the certainty of their conclusion, you know.
Yeah, but those ones don't get put into credible science journals.
Oh, yes, they do. I mean, I'm not saying it's like everything, but they get in there for sure.
And you got to remember, there's a difference between the paper's conclusions. You know, the conclusions are, you know, you got to be careful with conclusions.
Right. The conclusions in the abstract tend to be very more prone to the interpretation of the data that's subjective to the authors, I've found.
But the peer review process, what that does is it screens out the bullshit. They check on the methodology. They're checking to make sure the conclusion matches the data given. They check to make sure they actually can replicate it. Like if the paper says, I use this machine with this serial number or whatever, they'll go look at, you know, the peer review process checks that.
Remember how peer review works, though. Peer review is not a wall that papers have to pass to get into a journal. Peer review is what happens after it's in the journal. All you have to do to get a paper published is get past the editor or the editorial board of the paper. You're not actually getting a room full of scientists looking at in-depth at every single paper in a journal and tearing it to pieces and saying, okay, now we can publish it because it's up to snuff.
No, actually, that's what the good credible journals actually do. It is
science. No, they do not do that.
Like Journal Nature?
No, it does not do that.
Yeah,
it just has to.
What would happen to the Journal Nature if they published a paper without fact checking it?
They have. In fact, they've published a paper that was pure gobbledygook bullshit that a university submitted, and they published it, and the university told them after it was just totally made up bullshit. The peer review process happens after it's published. That's the peer review process, because once it's in the journal, all these scientists that are reading the journal are going to look at these papers, and that's how it was caught, you know.
Yeah, that's the end part of the peer review process, but
that is the peer review process.
It's the end part of it. You got to remember this process. It starts from the beginning of the experiment. Like you design an experiment, and you ask your colleagues. They check it for you to be like, oh, you got a problem there or whatnot. You know, it's the entire process.
Right, but I mean, I'm just saying that in general, it works very well, and it's a very reliable way to weed out stuff like you're saying. But I'm just trying to say it's not, you know, scientists are humans too, and it's not perfect.
Well, yeah, of course, nothing's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those things like you mentioned, they get called out really quick because.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's where the peer review really tends to happen after it's been published.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, what about the Uri Miller experiment? How long was that? Like some kind of fact? It was 10, 20 years before, and people pointed at it. This is leads nowhere. So.
Wait. No, are you the Euler-Miller experiment?
Euler-Miller.
Are you talking about where he said that simple test where he got organic compounds out?
Yeah, exactly, and that was a big sensation, and they thought they had and it took 10 years before, and there were scientists, and they were in the minority, and they said this is crazy. This doesn't mean anything, but it was like, have you seen Cosmos, Carl Sagan? When he present this also to public like some kind of fact?
No, that experiment was a success.
Yes, a big scientist, and everything was wrong with it. His conclusion,
nothing
was
wrong with it.
The conclusion was wrong.
Okay, let me tell you what that
experiment. It got replicated
many
times.
You what this experiment was about. Okay, it was not to show that you can make life from non-life. That was not the point of the experiment.
Not. That was the experiment.
No, it was not.
He was trying to see if he could get amino acids.
But yeah, yes, exactly. It was not trying to prove abiogenesis. It was just saying you can take an inorganic atmosphere, add energy to the system, and get organic compounds out.
Yeah, and what was the motivation? The motivation was to show how you can take inorganic material, get organic material, and then explain how the life started. And if you
sure, that was the basic motivation. Yeah,
and it was a sensation and
experiment.
Well, it was Balthazar. It was an important proof of concept, at least, because if it would have failed,
it was not.
If it would have failed, that would have been a huge blow to abiogenesis. You can't deny that.
At that time, it would have been. Nowadays, okay, here's something you need to know about current scientific discoveries. We have discovered multiple, like as in a good handful or double handful of environments that you get organic chemicals out of. They have created, they have set up environments where you get a cell wall, self-assembles.
Right.
Yeah. How do they do that?
It's just chemistry that happens.
It's chemistry.
I know what is happening, and I know that, and they all refute this experiment because you have many issues there, and I just took it as an example, and just go and Google it somewhere how that was like blown up, and how long that was put forth by scientists. It's and there were that time a majority said this is just it's not right.
These kind of experiments are proof of concepts, and they've done them where like you can get
what concept have it proved?
Like the cell membrane, like you can get spheres of lipids that form spontaneously, which is what a cell membrane basically is. It's obviously way more complicated than that.
No, I'm not talking about self-made brains. I'm talking about Miller experiment. What that showed.
All that showed is that you can get organic compounds out of non-organic compounds by adding energy to the system.
Yeah, but the thing that you miss is these organic compounds are not more organic that organic compound like the amino acid created in these experiments, they are all over the place. It's nothing special. They are all over the place. And they are not capable of any But it was like it was in a paper, and it was I think 10 years or something before anyone before it was how to say pushed back or so.
Well, I will agree if you're trying to say that the results of the experiment were like appropriated to say, oh, we've proven that abiogenesis is possible by this experiment. Yeah, that happened, and yes, it did not prove that.
I don't.
No, my father. I said this because my father at that time. I was watching Cosmos when I was small, and he was my biggest. That was my this Carl Sagan was my favorite program, and I got upset when my father. He's been a chemist for that time 30 years, and I was very upset when he said, "Yeah, this is just propaganda. That this is ridiculous," and I got upset about it because I thought how could he know this? And my father is a normal chemistry, not even a PhD. And later, 20 years, 10 years later, the first and many normal scientists, chemistry, they knew it all the way. But this was published in scientific papers. You can. I don't see. But why should?
Well, I don't understand what you're getting at. Like,
no, it's like if something is published in a scientific paper and it's peer-reviewed, that it's true. And that's an insane idea.
It doesn't mean it's truth. It's just the best option to quality control.
Yeah, it's the best. The best way to control it, of course.
Peer review.
That's all anyone's saying it is.
Yeah, Doug just explained that it's a process that weeds out false information.
I should mention
know exactly
peer
how
review
this
say that it's
functions.
horseshit. It doesn't always give a thumbs up.
I didn't hear the first part.
Yeah, I didn't hear the first part.
Peer review can say that it's horseshit.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is so crazy because you think like there's one there. I am not a creationist, but that you think that those who are not like I think Tommy, are you a creationist or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that we don't support peer review and that we don't know that. Of course, that's the best way to go about it, and I mean, perhaps he also have done some research. You learn it already. No, but it's what is special about it? What's more interesting and more important? For science is to see when it goes wrong. That is, and it goes wrong many times.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Can I point out what the contrast is? The contrast to being peer reviewed is being unreviewed. There's nobody who's has an expert opinion who's looked at it and published about it and cited it and so on. So kind of the way you find out about peer review and so on is to find things that have cited it, and see what they're saying about it.
Yeah. Can I expand on that one?
If they reproduce it, if they are just merely using the result, if they, are saying that this result is contradicted and so on. And that's a little bit tough to assemble, but it's beats having no opinions out there whatsoever about it.
Well, it's not about opinions, but let me explain a part of this. Like when you're taking a science course and you have to write a report, you have to cite your sources to justify what you're saying, and you have to make sure your sources are valid. And one of the ways you do that is if you have a peer review article. One of the easiest ways to get a good idea if it's valid or not is you look at how many other people have cited that paper. And that ties into what you were saying, Nadia, about if no one's citing this paper and it's been out for 20 years, it's probably crap. It's a dead end.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's one broad indicator.
It's the same with human. I am in the human science, and what we talked about. If I would take a guy like Carrier and use him as a source, information source in my sources, it would be ridiculous. You have to use those who are most quoted and most read. You cannot just, because there are people with you can find everything in natural science.
If I go outside, I can find people that still think the Earth is flat. There's people that think we live inside of a hollow.
Or you can take Hovin. You can put it in your paper, and he can say things that are not proven to be wrong. But it's idiotic. I mean, he has to have some.
Yeah, you can find if you want to find some bullshit, you can find any kind, any flavor, any color of bullshit you want to. You just look.
Yeah, and those are also professors. You can find a professor in history that says Muhammad had never lived. I was at a university where there was a professor, and he got dismissed after a while. But you have this. So if you're a professor or a PhD and so on, you can still come up with the most crazy things. It's not like guarantee that this. Oh, I've studied. I have a PhD in this, so I know about it. That's perhaps that's what Neo meant when Shapiro, because I don't know it, but perhaps that's what he meant when Shapiro. He's not cited enough. So
the real trick is that the citations tell you who's talking about the paper when they talk about it. It'll tell you, well, people that are just say mentioning the result, but in the meantime, you've got if they're going to say try to reproduce the results, try to verify it, and maybe they confirm it, maybe they falsify it, whatever it is they end up doing. They'll cite the paper when they do it. So that those citations give you that lead to go find all those things that do that. And then you can go look at that, put it together. I guess you're stuck doing it yourself in some ways. And get an idea of whether it's likely true or not. And if you don't have that quote unquote peer review, you don't have citation and such, then you end up having, well, no check whatsoever. This thing just stands alone. Nobody talks about it, and you have no idea if anyone, found that it was true or found that it was false or anything. Okay, and I'd like to welcome Reuven and Brett.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia. You're looking good, and I'm glad to see you home.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Tommy?
Howdy, Brett.
Do the sock thing.
F you, Tommy.
F you, Tommy.
There you go.
I still wish I understood what Balthazar was saying about the Miller-Urey experiment.
I think I understand what he was saying. Like, the experiment itself was very limited, and it had a very narrow, limited conclusion, but other people outside of the experiment took it and ran with it and conflated it and said that it was something more than what it was.
That's what is that what you were saying, Balthazar? Because that's what I was.
No.
Okay.
The Miller he got famous over day, and he was working with this for 20 years, and it was a dead end. So it brought him fame, but he stayed at his hypothesis, and he worked. I think he had spent 20 years more research into it, and it was a dead end regarding to abiogenesis.
Well, what do you mean it was a dead end? Like, if you're saying his intention was
you have your loved one, your loved baby in science. Everyone has that, and he has his loved baby, and he thought, that's. I mean, in abiogenesis, you have at least 4 different fields, and they don't agree. So and that's normal, and they work against each other because they want funding for their research. So they say no, they are wrong. We have the right, the best explanation. It's the most normal thing in any research. It's go and look at abiogenesis. How many different strategies they have there, and how they oppose each other.
Yeah, of course. It's a field where we basically know virtually nothing. I mean, in the big picture, we're just kind of shooting in the dark because we just don't know enough about it. So what do you expect on a frontier field like that?
Yeah, well, we actually know a little bit more than that. I mean, it's very, very new, yes, but the pieces are coming together. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of dead ends, a lot of negative results. That's what science is. You go in one direction. If you hit a wall, you do something else. That's the whole point. Like you say, a failure in science is not a failure. It's more data.
Right.
You know. And the other thing is a lot of creationists and Christians and whatever, they always come up, well, do you trust the scientists? And I'm constantly having to explain, no, I don't trust a single damn human on the planet. I trust the process. I don't trust what the scientist says. I trust what the consensus eventually gets to, you know.
But it could take them decades.
It could take hundreds of years.
Yeah.
It could take hundreds of years.
You could live and die before the truth comes out.
That's why, Tommy, I mean, if you're careful in arguing this stuff, you have to always be honest and say everything we know is provisional. Some things are more provisional than others. I mean, yeah, obviously that's a given. I mean, definitely.
I'm comfortable admitting I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. That's intellectual honesty, yeah.
Yeah, but it's dangerous because, like, just take bacterial resistance. You know, that for many decades was really chalked up as a slam dunk case of Darwinian evolution, and now they're coming out and it's really just it's a horizontal move. It's a horizontal gene transfer. Now there
some types of bacterial
sometimes, yeah, there are some that still are mutation, but almost always, or most of the time, it seems like it involves horizontal gene transfer. So the point is, it can be dangerous, especially in that particular situation. A lot of people they took that and they ran with it, at least mentally, and they thought, well, evolution's true. That necessarily means that bacteria mutated into multicellular organisms, and here we are over millions of years. I mean, they kind of make that extrapolation because of a simple thing like that. I'm just saying it can be kind of dangerous the way science frames things sometimes, and it may not be right.
Tommy, no.
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
That's not even a theory. That's an observation of the material planet we're living on. There is a record of organisms that we know for a fact the time periods they live. The farther back in time you go, the more simple things are.
You don't have a legitimate mechanism of transmission. And that's just the fact. Mutations cannot turn a bacteria into a worm or any other multicellular organism.
I'm glad you bring that up, Tommy. I was actually talking to a guy earlier in a different hangout about them claiming that he evolved from his human ancestry evolved from worms, and he got pissed. He's like, "That's not true. That's not what they." And I had to give him a website because this is validated. And I said, "Yeah, science.com. How about that?" So he was mad.
Yeah, for the theory to be right, we'd have to be, there would have to be a worm, common ancestor, a worm-like creature that mutated over time to create something higher, and then more mutations to create other things that are higher and bigger and better. But mutations don't add such anatomy, and so you don't have the origin of life figured out. And there's no
hold on. How do you know mutations don't add anatomy?
Well, it's never been documented.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it doesn't ever happen.
Well, it'd be faith-based.
I mean, we're living in like a sliver, the tiniest fraction sliver of the timeline of the history of the Earth. I mean,
but mutations can be shown to do all kinds of things.
Tommy, do you know how many mutations a person goes through every day?
Let me just finish my statement. Mutations can be shown to do a lot of different things. They accomplish a lot, and they've been proven to do duplications and resistance and, like we said, antibiotic resistance and all kinds of, eye color changes and fur color changes are associated with that, but they do not add new anatomical body parts. Which
we've never observed that.
Oh, really?
Really? Yeah, really.
You've never heard of people born with birth defects and they have 6 fingers?
Show me. Well, that's a duplication.
Is that what evolution is?
And that's a
birth defect?
That is a mutation. A duplication.
I said a duplicate. The thing is, they do not add new body parts. I put the word "new" in there for a reason. I acknowledge duplications.
More than 5 fingers. That's a mutation. So yes.
Cat's paws can have
more body parts.
Cat's paws can have like 26 toes. They're just merely duplications of already existing material. You cannot get a human from a bacteria by mutating it and duplicating it.
Tommy,
you've got to have novelty.
Tommy, what do you not understand? That the environment we live in right now today is not the same environment that existed 4 billion years ago. And Nadia wants to speak, and it's her hangout, so let her go.
Could I do 2 things? Okay, so first one is that novelty you're talking about.
Yeah.
Basically, it's never happened, and part of the entire, proving this is going about, every time we, feel like challenging this hypothesis, going about figuring out how the feature that appears novel was not in fact so, and it's been done for quite a number of things, ranging from the ear to the eye to whatever anatomical feature you want. Most of the obvious ones have been jumped on and figured out. Second, the environment of the Earth in the, I don't know what it was called, Hadean or something era 4 billion years ago, had a sun that had not become as luminous as it is today, was dimmer, and the moon was much closer because it's been receding from the Earth slowly over time. Oh, rewind 4 billion years, it was a lot closer.
And not at a linear rate.
Excuse me.
I recently got this post on Google Plus of a cat having 2 heads, one head growing out of the other and all that. And this is obviously a duplication process. This isn't some kind of mutation. And it's definitely not beneficial to the cat to have another head hanging off the head.
Excuse me. So can I finish describing the Earth?
But if you want...
Excuse me.
If you want
excuse me. Am I coming through?
You're breaking up a little.
Excuse me?
You sound great, Nadia.
Okay. So, finish describing the Earth. The atmosphere hadn't been transformed into the oxygen-rich thing that it is today. It was reddish sky, so to speak, although probably more black than red because the sun was so dim. It was, with the moon so close, the tides racked the surface. Hurricane force winds and tides 1,000 feet high. That kind of thing. And, of course, The crust hadn't finished solidifying yet, so volcanism was massive, and even the atmosphere was still getting filled in by emissions from volcanoes and so on. It was quite a place. It was vastly different, and it was something, I don't know, maybe you'd call it chthonic in nature. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. Yeah. Yeah, Tommy was asking for more examples. There is plenty. Garlic, I know that specifically is an example of a genetic mutation. You know how you go to the grocery store and you buy garlic and it has generally the same size cloves, and then sometimes you get that crappy garlic where there's just all kinds of fucking cloves and they're really tiny and worthless. That's a genetic mutation. There's also leaf. Let me give you another example.
You didn't give me one. You didn't add anything.
Genetic mutation. You wanted examples, so I'm giving them to you.
I didn't ask for a mutation. I asked for a mutation that added anatomy.
Yes, that is an anatomy.
What is it? What did it add?
The garlics is different.
What anatomy did it add?
Tommy, what are you envisioning? Tell us what you're envisioning.
Okay, so we have an eye. We have an eye. So over time, mutations had to have created part of a cornea, part of a pupil, part of a retina, part of a macula, and that's
right,
just.
But you know the theory of evolution describes that you can only work with what's already there, right?
But mutations create nothing, so there's nothing there anywhere.
Really?
Really?
We actually know exactly how the eye evolved for humans. We know how the eye evolved in other creatures.
Give me a gene that mutated that was responsible for any of that.
Do you know what the first stage of building an eyeball through evolution is?
They're going to say it's the light-sensitive patch, but they don't have a mutation for that either.
Tommy, the genome is so complicated, we don't know exactly the analog between which molecules account for which features. You know that.
Look,
we're not at that point yet.
If mutations actually added anatomy as a regular course, it would be happening all over, and it doesn't happen at all ever. It's never happened, and they can't show it even once.
No, so stop right there, Tommy. That is not what the theory of evolution says. You are strawmanning and you are lying.
That's not true. How did new anatomy get here if not by way of mutation?
The theory of evolution
Answer the question.
You have small changes, very point mutations or very small changes over millions of years.
What
no
adds
one
anatomy?
says it happens rapidly every fucking
I didn't say rapid. I didn't say rapidly. Tell me what adds anatomy if not mutation. Answer the question.
Mutation does add anatomy, and it
all
changes.
right. So show me. Show me.
Look in the fossil record.
No. Show me the paper.
No. Look in the fossil.
No. You're the one that you're the one that said you know so much more about this than I do. Show me the freaking paper.
Go to school and study biology.
No, you went to school. You show me. You show me.
And if you guys were this skeptical of the Bible, holy moly.
Well, you're calling it science, though.
Look at the fossil record.
I don't have to. We're talking about genetics and biology.
Yes, and the way we got to that is by looking at the fossil record.
No,
that's
not it.
Tommy,
you cannot go to the fossil record to see any mutation. That's crazy to say.
If I were to bring a shoebox, to you with a dead fossilized rat in it, how would you go about proving that this is from your human ancestry or a transitional fossil? Go ahead.
You can't do that. You have to survey like the geological strata in general. I mean, you take the earliest layers and you notice there's certain types of life in those layers. Like you don't find poodles in the Cambrian layers, you know? That never happens.
All right, so how would digging up through these layers would I come to the conclusion that your great-great-great-grandfather was a damn rat? Go ahead.
Well, you wouldn't by that method alone, you wouldn't. You'd have to take on tons of different fields together would point in a particular direction. So the fossil record you go to your earliest layers, you've got very tiny, small, simple life forms. You go up in layers, you start getting a little bit larger life forms. They're a little bit more complex. You get a little higher, and then then you hit like the mammalian, basically the mammalian format, because mammals are pretty much all the same structurally. We pretty much all got the same bones, most all the same organs. So really, it's just shaping what between the mammal. Like you look at a bat and a human, the finger bones are all there, the eyes are there, most of the organs are all there. It's just changing shapes and forms. There's not much difference there.
That is so simplifying it. We have like 68,000 miles of blood vessels, none of which have a known mutation. How in the world was all that?
Of course we don't know the actual analog. You know we can't know that yet. We don't have even a barely intro understanding of the complexity of the genome.
But you're at zero, though. That's the problem. There's
no, we're not at zero, because otherwise genetically modifying foods would be impossible. So obviously we're not at zero.
I'm talking about adding features, adding body parts, adding new information, adding new cellular machinery. Anything that's new in the way of anatomy is never been demonstrated. You're basically stuck without a creator.
Excuse me. Anything that would be new in that way would contradict the theory of evolution.
Why?
Here we have the evolution Berkeley Edu article describes the evolution of the mammalian ear and shows how one of the jawbones and so on of very ancient animals became the ear over time, and has fossil evidence laid out across various sorry. Not exactly the fossil evidence itself, but the descriptions of the fossil findings regarding the structure of the jawbones and skulls and so on.
There's no mutations linked to any of that. There's no way to prove that. It's circumstantial at best.
Now, Lou, according to you a moment ago, we went through over 1 trillion birth defects, as you put it, in order to have what we have today. That's unusual.
Unusual?
Yeah, I mean, literally, you're claiming that we went through trillions of birth defects and wrong things and anomalies in order to become the right thing that we are today.
No, birth defects are harmful mutations. Okay, they're detrimental, and they don't survive.
Then you have to give us
evolution works. Things that don't work, things that are a negative to your survival, means you don't survive to reproduce.
That's very. We all know that. But where are the advantage mutations you're talking about? Just give us one example.
So, Tommy, has anyone actually provided any kind of anatomy here whatsoever? I just got in just a little while ago.
No, and the notion that it would contradict the theory is ridiculous, because the anatomy has to get here somehow, and the theory says that mutation selection. Horses what?
Look at the evolutionary history of horses. They developed new anatomy.
And so, give me the paper. Give me the mutation that does that. Are you talking about a small horse to a large horse?
No, I'm talking about things that were not horses that eventually became the horses over time.
Okay, what was the mutation involved with that?
There was tons of them. It happened over hundreds of thousands and millions of years.
It's amazing how you put your trust and faith in all this stuff that you can't see and verify.
Go to any.
If a horse,
look at the fossils with your own eyes, because they're native to North America, and you can look at the fossils with your own eyes. You can look at the evolutionary history of what led up to the modern horse.
Well, Lou, that's why he's asking.
It's a very well-documented history.
Lou, you keep on saying that everything is documented and all this, but he's asking for you to show some information, and instead you're just getting angry and pounding on your chest like
Where are we? Are we in a library? Are we in a classroom? Did you pay me money?
Lou, you're asserting that this.
No, I'm not asserting. If what I say intrigues you, it is your job to go fucking learn it. It's your job to fact check what other people.
Well, we're asking you. You're the one making the claim.
But your question are in fact dishonest. I understand. I understand, Tommy. But it's a little bit not dishonest, but it's wrongly said. Because
if you're going to claim to be a rational, logical thinker that wants to educate the world and make it a less ignorant place, then provide the damn evidence.
Yeah, but listen to me.
Provide me evidence.
Let Balstar say something. I want to hear what he has to say.
The problem. I follow you, Tommy, and I am very happy because I think we will see a change. We are young enough to see that most of the Darwinism theory may be thrown out of board, and that's not because of religion or have something to do, but the mechanism will change totally. But the theory of evolution, the theory of evolution, you have the changes are happening over thousands of years or millions of years, or let's say just 300 years. And the problem is you cannot have any evidence for this because you cannot have an experiment that lasts 100 years to look at the mutations. It will never happen.
I want to say to Nadia real quick, thank you for providing the link. See, this is why I respect her. When you ask her questions, she'll go out of her way to give you some kind of information to look at. You guys, though, make me just want to puke. Go ahead.
Balstar, let me just say real quick.
Did you understand what I said? You cannot require evidence for this because then you have to put up an experiment that lasts 100 years.
That's not true.
I understand what you mean, but you cannot. There are no. You cannot follow the mutation, or it's impossible.
There are thousands of mutations on the books. They experiment with mutations and induce mutations every day to do different kinds of things. They've messed with flies for decades, trying to get them to do anything by mutating a myriad of different genes. They did this for decades, and the best they got was a duplication of wings and or like a rearrangement of the antenna to different locations.
You have read Shapiro, and that's the whole point of Shapiro is that you cannot get the process of mutation is not random because it doesn't lead anything. But if you have yes, but the whole point of his theory is to explain how evolution can happen. And that is that you get feedback from the environment, from the cell, and the DNA is also a read system, so it will adapt with information, and then you can get what you want. Then you can get mutation that are advantage for the species. But
I don't deny that mutations have advantages.
No, but you are right. They have never shown. Of course, you have a mutation are different, but you have never. You cannot. There never be shown any develop or advantages, and that's why I mentioned the bacterial, because that was the big evidence for the evolutionary theory that you have random mutation, and that made this bacterial resistance to antibiotics. But new research has shown it's not mutation. It's they operate by copying genes that they
some adaptations use that method, not all of them.
Not all of them, but
I like Game Boys.
No, because bacteria was the only experiment one could use because you have so many generations, and there you had hope to see how mutation could bring advantage to the organism.
Excuse me. In the reference I gave from Wikipedia, clearly it's a secondary source, but has links to actual papers and such, where the Berkeley one didn't have links to paper sources and so on. So it'll be useful from that respect.
Okay.
So I want to ask Tommy and Brad a question. Oh, sorry.
The references in the section I gave are the ones that are pertinent. So instead of like the whole Wikipedia article, just the Reichert-Galp theory section will have the ones that are relevant.
So do you guys think that there's anything interesting about the arrangement of the fossil record at all? What do you guys chalk that up to?
Are you asking me?
Anyone that has a thought on it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean,
who made that noise?
He already left.
Somebody left.
What I think the most interesting, or for me most convincing by the fossil
What causes that?
On here, folks.
Hey, everybody.
No, what
Keep
I was
going, Baltazar. You said.
What
well,
I
let's
think
wait
is
for
more-
Tommy and everybody.
What's happening?
For most convincing for me is that the whale is not moving like any other fish. The spine is it's how to say a horizontal movement, just like any mammals, and that is so every fish will they will move differently, and to me that's enough.
And we've got fossils of what look like whale-type animals. And if you arrange them in chronological date based off of how old they are, you can actually see the blowhole slowly moving further and further back on the skull.
Yeah, that too.
That's not the only example. We see this type of thing happening all throughout the fossil record, and that requires an explanation, whatever theory you're proposing.
But Tommy was talking about novelty. I just want to ask a question and see the reaction. Why did the eye evolve?
I don't think Tommy's in here.
No,
You're asking me or Tommy?
Why did the eye evolve?
Ah! Wow, what a wild animal.
That was a mirror.
See, that's what happens when you convince people they evolved from animals and that they're still animals. They act like it.
I thought you told we were animals.
I'm going to re-give Tommy the link, see if he can get back in.
So could you repeat what you said, Balthazar?
I want to ask you a question. Why? Because Tommy was talking about evolution and novelties, and eye is a novelty. So why did the eye evolve?
Why or like how?
Not how. Why?
There is no why.
Yeah, you say that.
Just say that over the course.
Can I answer you why the eye evolved?
Yeah.
And think about this. The eye evolved because there were photons around. If there were no photons around, the eye would have no advantage. So the reason why eye evolved was because there were photons around. So you can ask that question. Or is it a stupid answer? Oh, I know that the eye evolved
that way. But you could also say that protons were around, therefore an organ like an eye would confer, or even a light-sensitive cell patch would confer some sort of advantage potentially to an organism.
Yes, and if there were no photons around, if it was a dark world, could be no problem. I would not evolve. So there is a reason why I evolved. You can ask why an eye evolved, and that is the highest level. I mean, we know how it evolved, some steps at least.
I was going to let you guys know Tommy is working on trying to get back in. That's the same guy, by the way, Nadia. Apparently somebody's been eating paint chips as a child, and now it shows. But Tommy's going to be right back here real soon. He's having computer issues.
Anyway, what do you think about the fossil record, Brett? Like, what do you think it's all baloney, that there's no patterns like that described in it, or how do you view the whole fossil record issue?
I can see that there's fossils, and I also enjoy visits to museums and everything. But if I were to ask you a question like, can you show a transitional fossil between the rat-like creature of ancient times and that of the primate that is supposed to be human ancestry, I guarantee you'd be scratching your head for a while and Googling all over the place, but never come up with any kind of outcome for me or results. Welcome back, Tommy. You going to broadcast them, Nadia?
Absolutely. Bear with me.
Yeah, I mean, I can't show you like exactly for sure what fossils, you know, are along that lineage. You know, that's not possible to do. That's just literally impossible because we don't know the exact lineage. But you can show a consistent direction in general, a pattern direction, a progressive direction as you move up through the layers of developments like that. Like I was describing earlier with the whale fossils.
You cannot dig down into the layers and then state, well, we've got a corpse of something down here, so this must mean because of similarities or something that this is the case. For instance, nowadays...
No, but, okay, maybe you can't, but that does require some sort of explanation.
Of a pig. And you don't believe you evolved from a pig, did you?
No, but like that's why I zeroed in on a more specific example. Like we've got these fossils that have many similarities to modern whales in a lot of ways. They have a blowhole structure in their skull, and you go back far enough, you get to an early fossil that looks like it has like a blowhole type of structure in its skull, right? And as you go up through the layers, you get to more recent forms that are of this animal that's similar too. It may not even be the same lineage, but again, you've got the blowhole moving back further and further as you go forward in time. Those sorts of phenomena, like you never find the reverse. You never find a blowhole moving forward as you go up through the layers. You find consistent patterns of progression in the fossil record. You've seen in primates, you've got a consistent pattern across all the different forms of hominids, of skull, of cranium size increasing as you go up through the ages of these layers. Those sorts of progressive patterns need an explanation. Whatever explanation you want to put out there, that's a pattern.
The whole skull thing with the apes is really weak. I mean, whenever we have a skeleton that's representative of the whole creature, it's obviously either an upright human or a hunched over ape. And there's no, you know, if there was something in between along the way.
No, that is so wrong. You've
Give me some examples.
You've got the Phragma magnum or whatever, the
Cro-Magnon?
No, the hole at the base of the skull. You've got fossils
Foramen.
Yeah, foramen. Sorry, say it again.
Foramen magnum.
In a full ape that walks on all fours, it's at the back of the skull. In a human, it's at the base. And we've got fossils showing that movement through all the inter stages. We've got fossils showing that hole moving from the back to the bottom. Hold on, I'm not finished. Let me finish. In those same animals, we're also seeing not just that movement, but we're seeing like the hips broadening out. We're seeing the backbone straightening out. All these orientations that are leading toward like a human feature are all happening in these fossils as you go through time.
That's nonsense. Total nonsense.
It's not nonsense.
It's total nonsense.
And what about the whale thing with the blowholes moving?
Give me your best example of something that's between a human and an ape where you've got the whole skeleton or much of the skeleton to take a look at. That shows some sort of a transition in between.
Please don't bring up Lucy. It's been debunked. Next.
No, it has not.
What do you mean debunked?
Lucy.
You're saying it's a fake? It's made out of wood? What are you saying?
It's an ape. It's got curved fingers, curved toes.
Can you give me a source for this?
It's got long arms.
Can you give me a source?
It's very common knowledge. I mean, just
type in Lucy got debunked?
Yeah.
All right, let me debunk everything you creationists ever say. You see this right here? You see that? Anthropology. Have you ever read an anthropology fucking textbook? No, you haven't. You want to know what pesticides do to you? Silent Spring.
Well, Mr. Lou,
GIS.
Lou, it's obvious. That I live in a shack and I get my internet connection from a rusty old hangar.
Have you read the law?
I've only read coloring books.
Shut up.
Yeah, you got me.
See that? Environmental impact assessment. Do you know what that even fucking is? No.
Give us your best example of evidence out of that. What are you talking about?
Natural resources.
Give us. What are you talking about? Give us an example.
What I'm saying is you fuckers always ask for, give me a paper.
Don't insult us.
I got 4 fucking years.
Use your brain.
A small fraction of the shit I've read.
Who cares?
I got thousands of papers.
Why are you so angry for?
Because you are so fucking stupid.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, hey, give me your best example, Lou. Hey, Lou, give me your best example of evolution in multicellular organisms that we can verify. Can you do that?
I just showed you. It's called
No, no.
Anthropology 101.
No.
Read the book.
Set up by science that we can verify in multicellular organisms.
Hold on. I don't want to leave the fossil record yet. So Tommy, you're denying that these patterns exist carte blanche. None of these progressive patterns exist at all in the fossil record.
I don't know. I'm not an anthropologist. However, like for example, all these common ancestors that had to exist between, say, horses and cows and humans and chimps and camels and bears, none of them exist. Do you guys find that odd that nature would play such a cruel trick on evolutionists to hide all those common ancestor fossils?
Well, do you realize that like the absolutely tiniest fraction of corpses end up becoming fossils?
This is dogma to get around the evidence.
It's not dogma.
It's dogma to get around the evidence.
Doug, I gave you a link. I gave you the link to show where Lucy was debunked. Lucy was tombstone pile drived in a ladder table match. There you go, right there.
Says nothing. Says nothing. Lucy debunked. What does that say?
That tells you that you need to pay attention. You need to get some new textbooks and blow the cobwebs off the old ones. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tommy,
which one of these links am I looking at?
Theory of evolution are operating with a change over a long time. That is the theory, and you cannot require some kind of observation of this genetic change. It's just impossible. And it's not an argument against evolution, because
it's like if I were to ask you guys,
the evolutionary theory don't say that horses developed in 4 years or 2 years.
I didn't say they did, but they did share a common ancestor with the cow.
You cannot
which is missing.
Require evidence that the theory don't operate with. It's not. You cannot.
That is evidence. When all the common ancestors between the higher phyla are missing, that is evidence against your theory.
Yeah, but what are you? What is a
No. I'm talking about the common ancestors that had to exist, say between a horse and a cow, or between a chimp and a human.
Common ancestor.
Or think of any higher mammal.
But okay,
no common ancestors.
let's say for a horse. What do you want to find to show that a horse have developed? How would that look like? I would really know.
It had Would you agree that it shared a common ancestor with a cow? So
yes.
if that's the case, then some animal would have had some sort of an evolutionary fork in the road, where there were small gradual changes leading from that animal to a horse and to a cow, respectively.
And you say, wait a minute, you say they have not found any transitional forms. So I want to know how do this transitional form look like? Because can you just answer that?
It's not a transitional form.
Yeah. What do you want?
There are no transition. Every form is a transitional form. You cannot.
Yeah. You
guys do realize the survival rate would go down extremely through a transition, right? You guys do realize, like, let's say you were to take for existence one of the things me and Pillbox likes to talk about, like the flying squirrel. You guys heard of flying squirrels before?
Yep.
You realize how difficult it would be for a little creature like this to exist whenever it's going through what some of you refer to as mutations and transitions.
Exactly.
So yeah, this is very important. This is a very poignant subject.
I want to know what you guys would want to find. Let's say, what would the fossil have to look like for you guys to say, okay, yeah, that looks like a common ancestor between a horse and a cow? What would it have to look like?
You would have to prove that it's of, for instance, the rat between the primate. You'd have to prove that that is of human ancestry. You can't just.
How could we go about doing that?
Rat. This is my grandpa. I mean, come on.
That's the point. You can't really use the fossil record as evidence for either side because of what you just said, because you can't prove ancestry either way. Nobody knows who was the ancestor of who.
Yeah, you can't prove ancestry just on the fossil record. Evolution doesn't rest or fall on a single line of evidence. You have to take all the different lines of evidence. You have to take DNA evidence. You have to take retroviral evidence. You have to take like protein inheritance evidence. You have to take the fossil record. You have to take geology into account. You have to take all these different lines of evidence, and you have to go, okay, look, here's all these things we're noticing. In DNA, we've got patterns of inheritance of DNA. We've got specific, like, say, sections of DNA between, like, an ape and a human, and these genes happen to be in the same spot in the same chromosomes between an ape and a human. They don't have to be. There's no requirement that it has to be on that spot in that chromosome. Hold on. It can be anywhere on the chromosome, but yet it's in the same spot that it's on in the humans. And when you map these things out in the DNA, they fall into a nested hierarchy, which, guess what? What's a nested hierarchy? It's a family tree.
Too.
It doesn't have to be that way, though. It doesn't have to be that way.
All this stuff, but there's nowhere in our DNA where it says that we evolved from a damn rat.
Right, it doesn't. You're right.
I did want to say to Rep, how you doing? God bless. Also, hi.
Let me finish.
I'm going to go ahead and do that. I was just saying hello. Go ahead and tell us how you came from a rat. Go ahead.
The positions of these, the positions of the genetic characteristics on the chromosomes don't have to be where they're at. They could be wherever they want to be. But it's funny, isn't it, that they just so happen to be organized in a nested hierarchy, which is that's the only way they'd have to be if evolution were true. But it could have been any other way. It doesn't have to have been that way. It would still work if these patterns weren't there. So why are these patterns there?
Doug, you need to do some little research, because with phylogenetics, they actually have come to the realization that there are way too many problems with certain genomes and certain characteristics within those genomes and those genetic markers, that there's just a ton of anomalies, and that really do contradict the tree that you're trying to make sound so perfect. It's not at all perfect. And
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying we have
it's got actually lots of.
Okay, here's some more facts. Here's some more facts. Ready for this? This is real science textbooks here. 65 million years ago, first major mammal radiation. 54 million years ago, warm tropical climates, prosimian-like primates and anthropoids appear by the late Eocene.
How did they appear?
30 million years ago.
How did they appear?
Hominids in the fossil record, you dumb fuck.
Magic.
23 million years ago, Australopithecus. Gigapithecus.
Tell me how it happens.
5 million years ago, A. robustus, A. apparensis, A. anamensis, Ardipithecus. 1.8 million years ago, climate fluctuations, glaciation, Homo.
I didn't know they use the F word in science books, man.
He's having a meltdown. He's about to evolve into a lizard monster.
Lou, they're not going to accept any of that. You know that. Come on.
That's just
the science books are all conspirators.
And that is the sign.
Excuse me.
The scientists are all conspirators. You know that.
Well, I can't really pass this to the YouTube audience. For those that didn't hang out, at least in the sidebar text chat, there is a reference text.
All right, let's take a look at what you got, Nadia, and I appreciate you actually taking the time to look for information as opposed to just claim it like some of these individuals.
I just read you the textbook, you dumb fuck.
I just gave him the entire textbook.
Poor Lou. Oh, I'm glad I wasn't.
Calm down. Why are you so mad, Lou?
So let me ask you guys, what do you think is the reason?
You're not presenting any evidence. You're just spouting just random garbage.
I'm just evidence. I said Anthropology 101.
Lou, I got my Batman comic book right here, and it says that he found Robin, and then they did this and that and this and that. What you gonna do with that?
And that's why everybody treats you like the joke you are, because you're so fucking stupid. Every time you open your mouth, stupid falls out.
What's wrong with you, Brett?
Come on, Lou. Come on. We don't need to name call. We're just having a disagreement.
Oh, here. This fucker name calls all the goddamn time.
Who does? I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I also posted in the chat www.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov. Actually, all you got to do is search for NCBI. If you guys actually know biology, microbiology, and anything whatsoever about DNA, that site provides you all the tools you need to compare gene sequences with any two critters you care to name that are in the database.
Does it explain why a human and a mouse would be like 97% exactly genetically the same? Because
it's got all the tools.
they are
you can
really
actually
close.
go and look for yourself. You don't need the textbooks except to understand how to use the tools. There's
Great blind mice. Where do they go?
Think about humans and mice. We have the same number. We have a vertebra. We have the same number of leg bones and finger bones. We have hearts. We have lungs. We have intestines. We have noses. We have ears.
It's all radically different. Radically.
It's not radically different.
And it's like it is radical. It's radical. It's radically different. And here's the thing. Again,
radical differences.
we all share 97% of the same genes. So
I want to hear some of the radical differences in the anatomy between a human and a rat.
Look at it. Look at a picture, and it'll be obvious. We look nothing like a rat. You could make a case with a chimp.
But I'm saying the bones structures are all the same. Even the numbers of bones in the fingers, the organs are all the same there. We have skin. All
of it had to have major reconstructive surgery, so to say. And
yeah, but
it
all
has
the
to be
stuff is
done.
there. You got
It has to be done with 3% of the genome. We only have like 17,500 genes. That was 3% of that. That's the difference between the mouse and the human genome. And so how does that small amount of genes account for the radical changes that had to happen in just not that long of a time, but
yeah, Tommy,
and there's no evidence that mutations can do it anyway. There's no evidence that a mutation.
You're demanding we have perfect knowledge of every single
I'm demanding science. If you're going to call it science, I'm demanding science.
We're calling it a theory. That's what we're calling it. We're calling it a provisional theory, like every theory in science. That's what it's called.
There's no legitimate way to turn a mouse into a human. By
In
way
the
of
sidebar text chat, there's another
theories debunked right there. Good stuff.
In the sidebar text chat, there's another reference on physical anthropology.
That's one of my favorite sites right there. You ever see that, Tommy? 10 most famous scientific theories debunked.
Oh, interesting. I'll bookmark that.
Regardless if all the science that's being cited is true, it still implies design to me. And if there's design, there's a designer, and no one will ever convince me otherwise.
Yeah.
You want to know the great thing about this universe we live in? It doesn't give a fuck what you believe.
Oh.
That's true of you too.
Well,
I don't have beliefs.
So I guess you don't agree with Carl Sagan whenever he says we are the universe experiencing the universe?
What exactly do you deem to be knowledge, if not justified true belief or beliefs that are accurate, adroit, and apt? That was for Lou.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading somebody else's.
What do you deem, Lou? What do you deem to be knowledge, if not either justified true belief or beliefs that are accurate, adroit, and apt?
No, I don't have beliefs. I either accept facts or I reject theories that are based off of things that are known to not be based off of facts.
Do you believe nature is responsible for the origin of life?
Well, actually, knowledge is a deeper question at this point. If I can poke a little bit. Okay, so to the extent that you know something, how do you know that you know? What is knowledge even?
Well, I know if I know something if I can test it.
Okay, so knowledge is then something that you can test. What is this thing that you can test?
What do you mean, what is the thing you can test?
Well, you know something if you can test it, right?
Yeah,
what is this thing that you know? What is the object that you go about knowing?
I can test lots of things. I can test gravity. I can test the forces of friction. I can test all kinds of things.
Well, you give examples of various scientific theories, but there's this object of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
What is the object of knowledge, right? What is this thing you're knowing? You're doing the knowing to.
You know the facts, and you extrapolate theories to explain the facts.
Okay, and these facts. Well, what is a fact then?
A fact is something that is objectively true.
Okay, and then so to know something is then to be able to test a fact that is objectively true. Is that right? According to you?
Sounds right. Just recall, I'm not a philosopher. I don't do the whole fancy word stuff with philosophy.
Well, that's the trouble, right? Because the philosophical considerations are going to very quickly lead you down some dark alleys of not having access to ultimate reality to really, know that you're not operating a vat and so on.
How do you know that you know that you know?
Yeah, there's the KK problem, right?
Let's not go down this road. There's no answers down this road. It's all speculation.
Well,
everything.
No, it's not speculation. It's not speculation. It's actually something reasonable, but.
Yeah, but it's not productive, Nadia, at all.
No, we've already done what we need to do, and we're pointing out that Lou, a better idea of what knowledge actually is might be good for you to latch onto at some point.
But I have a question for all the theists. This is the question none of them have been able to give me an answer for yet. What is your evidence that a mud golem fucked his rib and populated the earth?
Can you repeat me up with something on that real quick? Let's see what.
Can you repeat the question? I'm a theist.
Genesis 1, hallelujah.
Can I jump in here?
That's all the proof I need.
Let's let James talk for a second.
He hasn't said anything. Let James talk.
Hey. So as far as the way you posed the question, you said, what is the evidence? I don't think we could say that there's evidence that God... Can you hear me?
It's hard to hear you, man. You're going to have to fix that. Besides, I'm half-deaf.
All right, I'll come back.
Is to blame.
When no one's talking on you, I can hear you fine, James.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that there's no evidence that we can say the rib was used other than the fact that it's in the Bible and God said he took Adam's rib and made Eve. So for that particular question, there's not evidence other than it being stated in the Bible.
So you actually admit that it's an assertion. It's that all you have is the assertion, right?
Right. Without the Bible telling us that God made Eve from Adam's rib, we would not know that.
Oh, okay. Well, you're honest. I like that.
Well, here's some information for you, Lou. There you go. You'll find this exciting.
Let me explain this. You see all those textbooks I was throwing around?
You see that
I
link?
will not click on a link from YouTube. I will not click on a .org. I will not click on a .com. The only links I will click on are a .edu.
Well, I figured you wouldn't mind seeing some scientists actually on visual as well as hearing the audio of them describing this for you. He said,
yeah, I've got videos of scientists telling me aliens built the pyramids and that the Earth is flat. So what?
Yeah. And space Jews. Don't forget space Jews.
Oh, so we can't sit there and take a video as any kind of information. We just got to go with the.
You've got to analyze the sources and read the research and do all the hard work. That's right. If you want to have an opinion, you got to do all the hard work.
Right.
Lou, what's wrong with the National Institute of Health? It's a .gov.
Well, obviously, they're all Satanist scientists that are trying to bring about the Antichrist.
Those are all lies from the pit of hell.
The reason why you never get an answer, Lou, is because you don't accept any of the information that's given to you. That's the problem, Lou. It's not the people who are giving you the information, it's the fact you won't accept it.
Hey, Lou, Lou, this was all predicted 2,000 years ago by a humble man from Galilee. This is all predicted that the world's going to go to shit and the Antichrist is going to rise. And it's just like he said. It's all happening. You just need to open your fucking eyes, Lou.
Yeah, I was seeing him in the clouds with power and glory.
No, I wanted to.
I can briefly point out there are 2 more physical/biological anthropology textbooks in the sidebar text chat.
All right, thank you, Nadia, for providing more information. We'll take a look at that for sure.
That's cool.
Looks like Lou and Doug is de-evolving right before our eyes.
That's 4 textbooks total. So.
No, I'm just taking the Thomas Jefferson approach to argumentation. When an idea is not distinct, reason cannot act upon it, and the only alternative course is ridicule.
Okay, well, before you start getting all into that elite superior attitude, can you provide some?
It's not elite. I just told you what I was doing.
Who's the cat guy? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. The cat.
Fudd.
Actually, Lou.
Okay.
Given that you have an interest in anthropology, this might be just nice for you to have around too. You can you could throw the people when you need to later on if you need.
No, I just wanted to demonstrate that point. If I want, when I actually am going back to school to study a lot more stuff, I'm not going to do internet studying. I appreciate it though.
If you want to throw the book at them, these are the books.
Yes, congratulations.
Physical books, so I can.
PDFs are hard to throw.
I'm going to get that.
You have to throw your whole computer.
Yeah, I want to get
see
the
your books
frustration.
again.
But the link I posted, Lou, was to the National Center for Bioinformatics. That's like their name.
Thank you, Mr. Fudd-Martin.
They just happen to be under a .gov domain because they're part of the National Institute of Health.
No, I was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't.
It's not one of your YouTube videos or a .org or any of those, or .relig or whatever. .religion? There should be a .religion TLD.
No, .govs, as long as it's from a democratic nation, I predominantly trust.
It's the United States.
I am perfectly willing. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I am perfectly willing to call my belief system a religion. Now, granted, there's a lot more to it than atheism, but atheism is a part of it. And I even gave it a name in the title of the Hangout.
Yeah.
Nadiaslam. And I named five.
Was it Nadiaslam? I wasn't sure how you were pronouncing that when I saw the information.
Yeah.
Nadia's
it even has 5 pillars, just like Islam.
Oh, cool. Colors. I like colors.
One of them charity?
I think that falls under utilitarianism. So.
Is one of them fasting?
No.
Heretic.
No fasting.
Heretic.
Yeah, I could rattle them off for you. So, I'll read it from here. So, the 5 pillars are atheism. Number 1 is atheism. Number 2 is metaphysical naturalism. Number 3 is eliminative materialism. Number 4 is incompatibilist determinism. And number 5 is neopragmatic utilitarianism.
What's the difference between 3 and 4?
Between eliminative materialism and neopragmatic. 2
and 3. Metaphysical naturalism and eliminative.
I think eliminative materialism requires a toilet.
No, metaphysical naturalism goes on about essentially the existence of supernatural and similar. It says there are, at the very least, no good reasons, but in fact, furthermore, because the way correspondence to reality works on epistemic grounds, that there is no supernatural. Now, eliminative materialism, on the other hand, has to do with theory of mind. Has to do with first off that the notion of mind, or whatever it is derived from matter. Matter is ultimately the thing that's the substance that things are made of, and so on. And that between the reductive, revisionary, and eliminative things, reductive is essentially that all the usual folk psychology notions reduced to material ones, versus revisionary, where some of the ontology and some of the concepts might need to be revised. in order to establish a genuine correspondence between folk psychology and the actual material goings-on of the brain. And then eliminative says the ontology is irreparably flawed and fails to describe the ongoings in the brain, and that a sort of new ontology of mental phenomena needs to go on to adequately describe the ongoings in the brain. And okay.
Gotcha. I think I got a grasp of what you're saying.
Yeah. Like the ontology versus like the concept cells. It's like you have the same concepts, you know. Still have, you know, whatever it is, you get your list of concepts, you know, X, Y, Z, and so on. And, you know, you just change the definitions out, tune them up a little bit. That's like revisionary. But eliminative says, you know, your whole breakdown, you know, the X, Y, and Z that you're carving things up into, you know, those categories are all set up wrong. Yeah, that's the eliminative part. And those things are still there. There's still something real sitting underneath there is trying to talk about, but there's the descriptions are bad. It's very much a semantic kind of issue, like, you know, definition type games and such. So.
So let me ask you guys a meta question. What do you guys think about our regular or semi-regular debates on these topics where we usually cover a lot of the same ground over and over? Are we all crazy?
No. I think we meaningfully. Oh, I would try to hug the mic, but I think, you know, it's a meaningful interaction. Maybe we don't make so much progress in, you know, persuading each other of anything, or even persuading the audience. But I think we come to know each other, come to learn more in the course of, you know, say researching our arguments, and we, you know, I think we grow as people through the efforts, and, you know, even develop something of a bond too.
I tend to be in here to find where I'm wrong, or to be proven wrong, or to be corrected on issues, and then for the most part, I think we're all here to see how much better we can explain our position.
I personally am starting to, actually this has been coming to me for a while, but I'm starting to understand why it is that some of the greatest minds in the world ever produced were God believers, because they were open-minded, willing to question things, and didn't live in a box. So I think that's why we've come to that conclusion. Yep.
What do you think about like our Hangouts group, or our Hangouts, like the, you know, the groups we run with and the discussions we have about evolution and theology and all that?
Well, I think it's kind of sad, really, because really we're trying to educate each other and come to some kind of conclusion on different things, and instead people just get pissy. And this could be a very educational tool, these Hangouts, but instead it's just, I'm smarter than you, you suck, your mama did this, yada, yada, yada. It's terrible. It could be a good tool, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely.
I enjoy the social interaction myself. And it's interesting to see that there are, I mean, I did not know a few years ago that there were any debates over this. I had no idea. It's kind of interesting to hear that there's such extreme differences in views.
There's big differences in views within science. I mean, they don't publicly air some of their dirty laundry sometimes, but within any given field, you know, given topics, there's extreme debate on different things, and so you put all that together, and you know, you're bound to have diverging views, major views on how things are seen and viewed in nature, and how things operate, how things change. So it's not surprising to me.
They actually have conferences where they debate their different viewpoints, but the conferences tend to be rather narrowly limited to the specific fields that they're in. Like, for example, you're not going to find computer science people at a biology conference, or at an or you're not going to find the biology people at an astronomy conference, or so on and so forth. But sometimes you've got the more open lectures for the public where, yeah, you'll get multi-disciplines. So, I mean, it's not like they never talk to each other.
Well, why would you even assert the idea that someone who's into computers or software programming wouldn't be interested in biology?
Oh, I'm not saying they wouldn't be, and in fact, some of them have to be, because the software that does bioinformatics is actually fairly sophisticated. So you need multidisciplinary people to do that. So I was just being rather general, perhaps too general.
Do you agree with Richard Dawkins when he says that we are internal processors like that of biological machines, computers?
I don't know exactly what he meant by that. I would, I guess our brains work on a naturalistic level, though. So, I mean, so if that's what he's talking about, if he's just talking about us being biological machines, yeah, then to a large extent that's true. But I think there is perhaps a little more going on that we don't, because we don't understand everything in physics yet. I mean, we obviously have awareness. So, anyway, yeah. Go ahead, Nadia.
I guess my question is maybe a little bit softer edge. Do you think we're actually getting to know each other, and I don't know, maybe at least like bonding at all or anything like that, or do you think we're just like enemies at each other's throats or something?
No. Well, I met two people tonight that I'm glad I met. Doug and Ballastar, even though we don't obviously see eye to eye. But we see, some of the things that they said, I agree with. So in that respect, and that's unusual on here, that I actually meet somebody that vehemently disagrees with me that I actually get along with for the most part. So that's a good thing.
I've met Muslims, pagans, Jews, and many different groups out there in these different hangouts, and made me a lot of good friends, had a lot of great conversations. But I have to honestly say, it's very difficult to have any kind of friendship with atheists. They get rowdy real quickly. Nadia, I can say that you are one of the few that I have a great deal of respect for.
True.
Well, if we're all going to get rowdy, I mean, if you like, I know this guy who's into, I forget if it's Civil War reenactment or Revolutionary War reenactment, but, he uses muskets and stuff. But, I mean, if you like, I mean, it's probably possible we could set up a group meet and we can pick our sides and have a reenactment and just use real ammunition.
That's the problem, though. I don't really see us on sides. I see us in the same boat, and I think once we figure this out, start working with each other a little bit better to paddle this damn thing.
Oh, okay. Mutiny on the Bounty, we can do that too.
Yeah, the main thing I've learned in these hangouts is pretty much exactly what Brett said. We're on the same, we're all human beings, and we're here to learn. And once you start talking civilly with one another, we can all learn from one another. And I find that really cool. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, when the group doesn't get too big, I find actually the discourse does tend to be rather civil, at least in most of the cases I've been. I haven't been in like a massive hangout where everyone is just screaming at each other. I mean, sometimes it happens. I mean,
I've had a few of those.
there's enough people here right now that I've already seen a few screaming matches.
Yeah, hang around me.
Yeah, or if we get Lou talking to creationists, our
G-Man
head is about to explode. And he's on my team.
I was kind of goading him, actually.
Oh, you were, huh?
A little bit.
Wait, when you say on the team, are you talking about like the Seinfeld expression on my team, or are you referring to something else?
I'm referring to I think we're basically in the same camp when it comes to like evolution and philosophy and stuff like that.
Well, you don't seem to be
a little bit.
You don't seem to be a strict Darwinist, whereas he probably is.
No, I'm not a strict Darwinist.
But he I don't know. I want to speak for him, but he seems like he probably is. Because he goes by the book. He goes by the book.
Personally, I like the DNA evidence over the other evidence because it's something that is easily quantifiable. It's very difficult when you're like dealing with bones in the dirt or stone, or well, in the rock actually, but still, that's more difficult and nuanced. Whereas DNA, it's straight up numbers. Well, there are errors. I mean, the shotgun gene sequencing machines do not generate perfect sequences. So you'll see it in the FASTA file format. They have the A, G, C, and T, but they also have not A, not G, not C, not T, and other symbols, and there's even a mask symbol where it could be any of the four. So
here's the problem, though. Those little letters, they don't correspond in general to body parts at all. There are a few exceptions, but it's not like you can tie those to blood vessels, for example, of which I'll repeat again, there's 68,000 miles of them worth, of which there's no mutations for. But they don't tie directly to organs or parts of organs or anything like that.
Well, that's not true.
For the most part.
They know the gene for multiple sclerosis. They know the gene for eye color.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
there's some.
There are some in there they know. So
and we're learning more and more. And the important thing is, we might not know exactly what each letter does or doesn't do, but when you map out like the strings of letters, the long swaths of letters, like that link I posted, that I'm just going off what you said, Fudd, that the DNA I think is the most powerful evidence.
But if you don't know what it means, if you don't know how it translates into actual anatomy,
we know
how does it help you?
Here's how it helps. We know how inheritance works and sexual recombination works. So we know that an offspring shares its parents' DNA, and the specific patterns end up in a specific way when they combine. And then when you look at different species of DNA, you see these patterns shared in modern species when they don't need to. Like, you could have a suite of genes, say, that's on chromosome number 2 in an ape, and it's also in the same spot on a human, but it didn't have to be that way. It could have been, say, on chromosome 10 on the
Actually, I think the chromosome number 2 they've recently discovered is actually radically different in the chimp than in the human.
Yeah, because there is a fusion of the chromosomes.
No. The chromosome itself is. I'll have to find that for you, but it's just kind of a recent story that it kind of has them scratching their heads as to how in the world that happened. And why would evolution play that joke? I can kind of turn that argument around.
They know which two genes fused together, and they found the
the centromere is still there.
Yes, they found the centromere, and what are the end parts? The
telomeres.
The telomeres, yes. So, I mean, like you've got huge portions of these strings of characters, letters. So you can line them up, and sure, they don't all match, but there is a huge number of matches that just goes way, way, way beyond chance. So it's not like these things are random or anything.
And then when you factor in how reproduction works, then that we know that offspring share those patterns with their parents. So it is admittedly an extrapolation, and then you see this general pattern throughout, and then you get specific things like retroviruses that are somehow placed into the genome in the same exact spots like between apes and humans.
If you listen to Shapiro on retroviruses, he insists that they are indeed non-random, or some of them at least are.
Yeah, they're not random. Like sometimes a virus will have, say, like a 2 to 8% more likelihood of inserting on a particular region of a chromosome. But
Another
it's not
theory debunked. Link right there about the chromosome issue. There you go.
Hey, can we go back in time for like about an hour and a half or whatever? Because I know Tommy was here when I first came into this hangout, and there was that postdoctoral guy that I was talking to. Do you recall
It's
that?
Rothy time. Mm-hmm. It's Rothy time, or Sam.
Mm-hmm.
But you recall that, right, Tommy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recall the tone of the conversation me and him were having?
You and him?
Yes.
Vaguely. I'd have to go back and remind myself, I guess.
Okay. I mean, the things we were talking about specific experiments and studies and detailed, nuanced stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's
Okay.
because he's in college.
Mm-hmm.
That's because I went to college. We actually know what we're talking about. So when I talk to somebody who's educated, I can learn from them.
Oh, geez. There's a link that blows that nonsense out of the water, what they were talking about earlier.
And
you would
I'm
think
not
after
trying
a
to
good
involve
education,
anybody
you'd
here,
have
but
better taste in
until
hats,
you actually, you stop stomping on people.
Well, listen again. Why do I have to know about biology?
How
And the
can you have an
specifics?
opinion
Listen to
if
me.
you don't know about it?
Listen to me. If we're talking about bones, for example, or if we're talking about soft tissue in dinosaurs, or if we're talking about peppered moths changing, or if we're talking about beaks on finches, why do I have to know how epigenetics happens to know that it happens? There's no reason for me to know those nuts and bolts in order to follow the argument and to follow the debate. There's no need for me to know genetics in order to be able to read a paper and see what they're saying, or see what the experts say about that paper, if necessary. It doesn't follow that you have to know the ins and outs of genetics, and he certainly doesn't know everything about genetics and biology. I mean, there's a huge black box that scientists doesn't know about biology, and so he's ignorant to some degree.
Tommy.
We're all ignorant to some
Tommy.
degree. Buddy.
He admits that. If he doesn't know something, he said, I don't know. When I don't know something, I say I don't know.
Me too.
Okay? But creationists don't do that. They don't know because we know you don't know, because you're just making assertions, and you claim that you do know.
No, I
don't.
The thing is,
No,
the other thing is,
you know,
this
I feel like some kind of tactic was used here. Some people were asserting about the chromosomes, so I threw up something to debunk it. Now all of a sudden we're talking about the tone of people's personality.
I bookmarked that
It's
link.
a deflection, is what it is. It's a
No,
strategy.
it's not deflection.
Now you're trying to turn it on Tommy. Come on, relax.
Brett, just so you know, Brett, I bookmarked that link, and I also bookmarked the Answers in Genesis paper that he is basing it off of, and I will read them.
Yeah, this is actually a good paper, or a good little article here.
The AIG paper is really what I want to read, because it actually looks like a full-blown paper.
Is that Tompkins J 2013?
This is hold on.
Answers Research Journal.
Yeah, Jeffrey Tompkins, October 16, 2013.
Okay.
So there's the link. There's the information. Voila.
Yeah, I put it up in Showcase and on the YouTube page.
Good job.
Oh, so I haven't read this one actually. He's saying there is he's calling it an alleged fusion site.
Yeah, that's his argument, that it's not an actual fusion event.
Oh, see, I haven't read this one actually.
So,
okay. Cool.
So here's another question. How many people here have actually seen DNA with their own eyeballs?
Not me.
Anybody?
I've only seen it with an electron microscope. Sorry.
But how would that make you more qualified to discuss evolution just because you've seen DNA with your eyes?
Because you can see the DNA, you can see the phases of everything that it goes through when it's reproducing itself.
But I don't disagree with any of that. So why does that matter?
I got to see Fear Factory and Megadeth in concert. I guess that means I personally have an understanding of Dave Mustaine and how he lives.
Very good, Brett. Exactly.
Peace sells, but who's buying?
Amen.
No, but you guys always complain about how you are treated.
I don't. I complain about the evidence.
No, you guys always, that's all you do. You're like, why are you getting all upset and yelling at me and everything?
So
because you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, can you do me a favor at least? When you decide to have one of these rage moments, can you warn me ahead of time so I can turn down my speakers? I don't want my speakers blown up.
I actually want you to come on camera so I can see your ears bleed.
I like that.
So when you say you don't, I don't know what I'm talking about. What did I say that was wrong?
Yeah, Tommy, you asked earlier why you have to understand biology and so on and so forth. For the link I provided, I know I only provided just the one, those tools require that you have a certain level of education in actual biology and so forth. Otherwise, they're completely useless to you. It's kind of like, for example, if you wanted to assemble an engine from scratch for a Ferrari.
It's not like that at all.
And you have all the tools.
I can read a paper. If a mutation confers resistance, for example, I can read a paper that talks about that. I don't have to know how it happens.
Tommy,
I can read a paper that shows me how that it happens. I don't need to know how it happens.
Tommy, you can read a paper, but unless you know how to read a scientific paper, you have no way of knowing whether you're just being given a load of fucking bullshit or not. You have no way to tell if you're being lied to or not.
There's the thing, though.
That's a bit more eloquent than I would have put it there, Lou, but yeah, that's my point.
You complain if I read the paper, and you complain if I read a popular science article. So, in other words, I can't read either one, and so I might as well just give up and go home.
Hold on. Here's an important thing. Hold on. I just looked up something on this article by Tompkins, and another scientist who's saying he rebutted was trying to answer Tompkins' article said that and I'm just reading what's said here, just so you can see that it's important to read all these things. And this guy could be full of shit, by the way, the guy I'm about to read. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying it's a view. He's saying that Tompkins, where the fusion site was, he's saying there's a functional gene there instead of a remnant telomere, but he actually is looking at the wrong spot. He's saying that the actual fusion site is 1,300 base pairs away from the gene that Tompkins is saying is right at the fusion site. So what do you do with something like that? You got one scientist saying, no, you're actually looking at the wrong spot in the DNA. You got another scientist saying, no, this is the right spot and there's no fusion event. There's actually a functioning gene here. What do you do if you're not an expert? Tell me.
Yeah, it's a good question. Because and scientists have disputes and arguments and opposing views all the time. I put a link to a paper or an article earlier, and it said 50% of science papers are wrong. So
yeah, probably more than that.
Who do you believe if 50% of the science papers are wrong?
The point of science.
Keep questioning.
The point of science is to try and disprove your own hypothesis. So I'd hope even more than that are wrong.
Well, I wouldn't. I mean, if you're following science,
negative results in science are every bit as important as positive results.
Well, it's not talking about negative results. They're saying the results that they claim to be correct or truthful are actually not truthful and are not accurate. That's a problem.
Yeah, I believe that too, and yeah, that is a major problem. I agree. Huge problem.
I imagine for an active gene, you would expect to be able to find a protein that is associated with it if it's a gene for synthesizing a protein.
Yeah, no, I'm still going. I want to
As
read
well
one
as
more.
Doug.
Sorry.
Doug, Mr. Fudmutton, as well as Lou. When you get a chance, you ought to check this out. This is pretty impressive. I think you'll enjoy it.
You don't listen well, do you? Or is your short-term memory really bad?
What'd you say? Couldn't hear you, huh?
Is your short-term memory really bad? Or do you just not listen to what people say at all?
No, I think the hats hypnotized me. That's what it is.
Okay, because I distinctly remember saying I do not click on YouTube links, .coms, or .orgs.
Right.
So why are you posting stuff that you know I'm not going to look at?
Well, if you're not going to check it out there, fine. Don't cry.
No, I'm just asking why you're being obtuse. I mean, are you doing it on purpose, or are you just naturally stupid?
Boy, this guy's got a crybaby routine.
Come on, Lou. Come on, Lou.
Lou, could I ask you your opinion of the Smithsonian?
The Smithsonian? Like, what about it? I've never been there.
Would you regard them as a reliable source?
I can't give any opinion at all on the Smithsonian because I don't know jack shit about it.
What do you think of the journal Nature?
I know it's really, really, really expensive, and I would sell a testicle if I could get a subscription to it.
Is it that much? I thought it was only like $50 a year or something.
Nature Journal? No, that thing's like hundreds of dollars.
The what if it's a magazine or whatever it is? Well, it's like, I guess it's published kind of like a magazine a little bit too. There's a publication called that.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's $200 for 1 year, 51 issues. So it's $3.90 per magazine. $3.90 per magazine. That's not that bad.
Guys, I do want to let Lou know, though, he has made a terrible mistake. Lou, you've clicked on a plus.google.com hangout link, and you might want to leave immediately because it's a .com.
May I also point out that nature is...
That's what I'm talking about.
If you regard
and the stupid
you regard nature as reputable, it's nature.com.
Journal
and
Nature.
Smithsonian, well, you may not have directly acknowledged or whatever, but Smithsonian's regarded as highly reputable as a repository of a vast number of like actual physical fossils, and they are .org. So.
Yeah, no, there are organizations that I'll trust, but I'm not going to trust the websites. That's a totally different thing.
It's .com though.
I just, how many times do I got to say this? My professors do not accept .com and .org for sources, so why would I?
Yes, Prof. I'll be right back. I'm getting me another cup of coffee.
Coffee? What time is it? There you are.
Yeah, really. I'd be up all night.
Yeah.
I'll put the link over there about the chimp Y chromosome. It's actually the Y chromosome that's radically different than the human. If anybody wants to say that sometime.
But why is
that? Academia, you have rules for citation, and they don't have a proper... There's no proper way to cite the internet because the darn URLs can change on you.
Yeah. I mean, there's ways you can cite a website, but you got to be really, really careful, and you got to make sure it's legitimate. You got to fact check it. It's easier just to stick to scientific journals and papers.
Here's the secret. You know, the thing about creationists is on these internet sites, they go, as a general rule, it's not to say they're never wrong, but they usually go overboard to make sure that they're accurate, because if they're not, then they can quickly be slapped with the accusation that they're either unprofessional, you know, that they lie, that they get things wrong, and so they don't want that sort of thing being floated around by evolution.
But they are slapped with those accusations constantly.
I know they are, but that's why they generally.
Example, I looked up the chromosome 2 example, and the first thing that comes up is the guy's not even looking at the right spot in the chromosome.
Yeah, but you don't know who's right.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not an expert. I'm not a fucking chemist. I don't know.
So I'm just saying, creationists usually dot their I's and cross their T's pretty well, from what I've kind of. You can usually follow the source.
Yeah. Tommy, show me
don't
one
make stuff
thing
up.
on AIG website that's factually accurate.
I actually don't read that website.
Oh,
And
well,
the
which
other thing too, that there's a conspiracy, anti-evolution conspiracy. I think that is just in journals. That's crazy. Like, why do you think we've gone from Darwinism to the modern synthesis to neo-Darwinism? There's been tons of stuff that's directly challenged previous beliefs published in major journals in huge ways.
Mm-hmm.
Even now, we're getting to the point where the underlying quote-unquote dogma, central dogma, is being challenged. And guess what? These papers are being published in mainstream journals. And this is attacking the central dogma.
Yeah.
I mean, so how can you say there's a conspiracy that creationists aren't allowed to publish in these papers?
Well, it's just simply true. I mean, come on, you don't really think that creationists are just that lower on the IQ scale than evolutionists. That's just a really kind of
No, I don't think that at all.
So it would have to be then that there is some sort of a bias going on in peer review or within the scientific community at large regarding to creationists.
Is that the only possibility?
Here, how about this? You guys like analogies, so let me give it to you this way. You're always complaining that creationists can't get published in the real science journals. Okay, if you had a bad habit of making left turns on red lights and causing wrecks and everything and getting all kinds of tickets, would you expect to be able to keep your license?
Can you show that, or are you just making that up?
I'm giving you an analogy. Okay?
Yes, of course. If you're a bad driver, you don't need to be on the road. But
okay, so if you're a bad scientist, why should you be published?
And the thing is,
you haven't demonstrated that's the case.
The thing is that the scientific community is saying constantly that the creationists are fudging data or falsifying stuff in their papers and all this sort of stuff, and they're saying it's not. They could be lying. You're right. It could be a vast conspiracy against creationists.
Look,
that could
it's
be
kind
happening.
of like politics. You would never expect a Republican publication to hire a freelance Democrat to write a column for them.
Except here's the problem.
It's kind of like that.
That's not a good analogy, because there are tons of papers being published in these journals that directly challenge some of the fundamental views of these theories.
I agree, but they have to come from within. They're not going to let creationists have that sort of moment, or that sort of they're not going to give them that ammunition to go back to their camps and say, hey, look what we did. We got this paper published by Nature. It confirms this, that, the other. They're not going to give us that ammunition. They know that.
Tommy, if a certain group of people has a fail rate of 100%, what reason does anybody else have to trust them on anything they say?
You're just making crap up.
No, I'm not. You guys have been
No one is going to fail 100% of the time and get anywhere in life, much less.
Creationists have been wrong and busted 100% of the time.
Oh, come on.
Name one illness or disease creation science has cured.
Name one that the scientific community has cured. A disease that they have actually cured. I'm not talking about vaccinations.
That's curing, you dumb fuck.
I'm talking about curing diseases.
Smallpox is extinct.
Smallpox was cured back in the 1700s by a doctor who figured out that rubbing cowpox scabs on people developed immunity.
I would say that the vaccine has been refined considerably since then.
All that is taking advantage of the immune
smallpox
system.
is at the CDC, darn it. The Army's equivalent of the CDC, and Russia has a lab with it that's frozen. So,
can anybody name a disease that's been cured in the past 30 years?
It comes back, or they decide to make a weapon out of it, or whatever.
Well, Nadia pointed out the insulin thing, and then
that's not a cure.
Sam earlier. Well, it's not a cure, but it's a disease that is.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's a treatment for a disease that's effective, that is based off of genetics, and then
there's all kinds of
polio vaccine too.
Yeah, Humulin is genetically produced. Yeah, it's bacteria produces it. I think it's bacteria.
As far as I know, there's no cures in the past 30 years. produced by science.
All right, so I was away for a little bit. Did anybody ever provide the transitional fossil of the rat ape yet?
I would say very briefly that my existence is a quote-unquote miracle of modern medical science. It takes literally 6 synthetic hormones a day to keep my condition as stable as it gets. And on top of that, if I ever get to surgical candidacy, my face, voice, and other parts of me will also be miracles in modern medical science.
Well,
that'd be cutting on you. I mean, I don't know if I'd call that a miracle, but hey guys, I gotta go.
Surgery is 2
o'clock.
Very much
Tommy.
2 o'clock.
Yeah, prophylactic. Excuse me.
See you later, Tommy. Good talking to you.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Nice to meet y'all.
Well, all right. Have a good night, Tommy.
See you later,
prophylactic antibiotics to prevent post-surgical infections, and then actually just plain study of anatomy and such to even carry out surgeries is very much a matter of medical science. So surgery is both chemically. Surgery is both chemically and in terms of structural reconfiguration and such. Is very much a scientific engineering endeavor.
Yeah, Nadia, you know as many times as we've talked, that a lot of us God believers out there, we have a great deal of respect for science. Our issue really falls into the field of believing that we actually evolved from some kind of rat or snake or worm or things like that. I don't think there's any problem with questioning. Some of the greatest minds who've been scientists have been God believers all throughout time, how we even came up with the scientific method.
But what is a creationist? You asked this question. Can you give an example of a creationist that has done something to cure diseases, or what was the question? What is a creationist? I don't know how you define that.
Someone who believes
a link to a bunch of really interesting information, but Mr. Lou says he doesn't like .coms or .orgs and all that. It drives him absolutely apeshit.
I can read by myself. I don't. What do you define as a creationist?
There you go.
I don't know. What is a creationist? You are talking like with this kind of words, but what is a creationist?
Actually, should we let Patriotic Lobster in?
I don't know who it is there, Nadia. It's up to you to take the chance.
Patriotic Lobster, give us an idea that you're actually serious about the conversation.
Oof, that didn't take long, huh? So you had to start using cameraman now, huh, Nadia?
It's easy enough.
Yeah,
Patriotic Lobster, give us an idea that you're actually serious about the conversation. And the sidebar text chat, of course.
Balthazar, you know what a creationist is. Come on, man.
No, I don't know. We don't have this word. It's an American word. We don't have.
I know it's mostly an American thing, but you got to know about it.
Well, there's different kinds of.
I'm not. When I ask a question, I ask a question. It's something I want to know.
Well, there are individuals out there who have. Most of the human beings in the world actually are convinced that there's an intelligent mind behind the universe. Some people believe there's more than just one. And then there's people who say, no, the universe doesn't have the potential or capacity for a rational, logical mind behind it.
Okay. So,
the actual term itself, isn't that from Robert Morris back in the 1970s?
Oh, I thought that was fundamentalist or something. I don't remember.
I could be wrong. I mean, I'm just regurgitating.
I also have the feeling it's pretty modern. I mean, could you say Mendel? He was the one who found out the whole foundation of genetic. He was very religious. Can you call him a creationist, or is that?
Basically, the typical definition of American creationist is someone who takes the book of Genesis, mainly chapters 1 and 2, as literal history, not
Okay.
so they'll typically say like the Earth is, say, less than 10,000 years old or 15,000 years old or 6,000 years old or something like that, and that there were literally Adam and Eve were literally in the garden, and all humans come from Adam and Eve, and that.
Okay, then I'm not a creationist. I thought, because I said that before, I'm not a creationist, and I didn't want to say that I don't believe in a creator. So that's why I asked. So yeah.
Yeah, there's different kinds of creation. We just refer to fundamentalists as the creationists in America because that's the largest group. There's also deists who technically would be creationists because they believe in a creator.
Yeah, but not in the Bible, so that's not
right.
They are not creationists.
Not what we label as a creationist. No.
Okay.
Yeah, typically, if you're just in the U.S. and you hear that word, that's probably what it means. What I described earlier.
It's because 35% of Christians in America are fundamentalists.
I was reading what Mr. Patrick Lobster wrote. The Earth is 100 million years. Usually, some people will say 6,000, 10,000. Some will say 4.5 to 4.7 billion years old.
Yeah, no, because I've heard this expression also young Earth creationists. So that's why I asked if they are taking the Genesis account literary. And Mendel, I'm pretty sure he didn't. I mean, that's a very modern phenomenon to take it literary. Then all these great scientists you are talking about that were Christian, and that is true. They were not creationists, they were Christian.
Yeah, in fact, the first geologists who were trying to set out to find evidence for the flood were Christians, and they ended up becoming the enemy. They ended up becoming old Earth creationists by going out and looking at the evidence. Anyways, you also have guys like Hugh Ross who takes Genesis literally, but he says like the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and he doesn't believe in evolution though. He thinks that's wrong, and he's an astronomer, and he since he's an astronomer, he goes off also a lot of the astronomical evidence that the light from distant stars had to have been originating from that star and had to have been traveling at the same speed of light. So therefore it has to be however many millions of light years at least that it is away, etc. There's actually a really good debate between him, who's an old Earth creationist. He says he takes the book of Genesis literally, like to the word, and then Kent Hovind, who's a young Earth creationist, who says he takes the book of Genesis literally, and they're debating each other. It's actually a good debate.
Now, Doug, what do you think about the parallel of time, the parallel universe that they've been putting out there so far?
Arrow of time?
Yeah, they're claiming that the singularity, this is one of the things that's pretty popular nowadays, they're claiming that two universes were created from the singularity, and one is actually retracting and going back towards the singularity, as where we are accelerating outwards.
Who is saying that?
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Hold on, let me hook you up. Oh, wait a minute, it might be a .com deal.
No, if you have like a quick 3-minute YouTube video that I can, I could watch that, because I've never heard that story before.
Well, that's some of the stuff I was giving you was YouTube links and all that.
No, this is a discrete, specific thing you said that I've not heard about, and I would be interested in, spending a few minutes on something like that.
All right, let me get it for you.
Just not some half-hour-long freaking thing or something crazy like that.
I'll just give you a straight-up page of science site on this.
Sure, that works.
That way you don't have to sit through a video. One of the interesting things about it says if someone was in the other universe, an observer, it would seem like we are their ancient past. Hold on a second, let me get this.
This is like some Doctor Who stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
You see,
I like the B theory of time stuff. That's the most wild shit of all. that there isn't really past, present, and future, that we just experience it that way. But really, the whole stretch of time is just laid out in one long block, and it's all there. But
Here you
we
go.
just experience it as past, present, and future.
Yeah, I have a different look on that stuff.
Here you go, guys.
What was that one you were just talking about, Doug? What theory of time?
B theory of time.
Oh, okay. I've never.
Because we don't have a good, for sure theory of time and exactly how it works. So that's the other alternative.
Oh, there it goes.
I guess I missed my time slot, but there are also people who I self-identify as theistic evolutionists.
Yeah, tons. Yeah.
So
probably Balthazar is one.
Oh, I understand what you're trying to say now. Okay.
And Francis Collin, what did you say? Theistic evolutionist? Francis
I
Collin?
thought you were Balthazar.
Yeah, I am, but I don't believe in I don't believe the Darwinian theory is right. I think it will be corrected in not more than 20 years. It will be so different from what it was that. But I don't. It's not an issue of my religion. I mean. You cannot mix religion with any kind of science. I think it's utterly it's a category mistake to go back and forth and use science or religion to disprove or prove each other. But,
Did you guys see the link I posted?
Hey, I wanted to address the Balthazar.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't want to interrupt anyway. On the whole Darwinian thing, that we know right now that Darwin got almost everything wrong. Okay, he got one specific thing correct, and everything else that we go by today is pretty much has nothing to do with Darwin whatsoever.
I know. No, I thought about the publicly, like when neo-Darwinism, how it's this popular definition what Dawkins is operating with. I think it's natural selection working on random mutation. I think that is utterly wrong. I think evolution is natural selection working on mutations.
Do you understand?
And it's a big difference. It's a big difference.
Okay, do you understand what biologists and scientists mean when they say random mutations, though?
I know exactly what they mean. Yes, and that's why I'm very impressed by Shapiro, and also another one because. Well, I don't think evolution can go this way, and that's why I'm pointing all this with the DNA. It's regarded as the only right system, and that is in the dogma that it's random, because they haven't allowed the possibility that DNA, the changes in DNA must be random. But where I think it will lead is that it's not random. So it's communication from the cell. It takes information from the environment, and you have a feedback to the DNA. So it's a read and write system. And in this way, evolution try to develop the most advantaged changes. Of course, natural selection picks out what it will be like. That's of course. So, but I'm convinced. I'm convinced that this like Dawkins expressed it, like monkeys sitting and tipping. I don't think they can produce. He says they can produce a Shakespeare, but I don't think they can produce one sentence in Shakespeare.
Okay, so bringing up the monkeys with typewriters is great. So let me use that for a second. If you take a bunch of a tribe of chimps today, like a whole tribe of them, and you give them all typewriters, right? And you want them to write Shakespeare. What you're going to get is it won't happen. But what you can do with that tribe of chimps is you can take the ones, you can try to teach them all the alphabet, you can teach them how to spell words, and the ones that do best are the ones that you allow to reproduce. And if you do that hundreds of times, over time what you will get is smarter and smarter chimps because you are selecting for intelligence.
I don't believe this experiment is possible, but
no, it's an analogy, but you
problem,
use
though.
the wrong
I don't think that is possible later.
Your hypothesis requires an intelligent mind as well as machines that were created by a mind to do this.
It's just a metaphor. I would put it a different way. Let's say you had a bunch of tribes of chimps and you wanted them to write Hamlet, right? And you're just going to get a bunch of random letters every time. You're never going to get it. But let's say as they're typing, you have a place point for each letter where it belongs, right? As they're typing, let's say once they get a letter right in the right spot, that letter stays there. And so then they go to the next edition, those letters that they happen to just randomly get right are still there. And they keep typing. And now in this round 2, the letters they just happen by chance to get right, those stick there because they're advantageous, quote unquote. And then you keep going and eventually there's some generations of Shakespeare. Huh?
Yeah, but that is cheating.
Yeah, of course it's cheating. The point is that it's a rough metaphor for natural selection, that it keeps the good and discards the bad.
May I point to the Hardy-Weinberg laws and variations thereupon? I can throw the book at you if you want. Joseph Felsenstein's Theoretical Evolutionary Genetics.
Yeah, post a link in there. By the way, Baltazar, I think that's right. I think what you said earlier, that there's a more interaction between the cell and the DNA than we probably think is going on. It seems like a lot of people are heading that way.
Yeah, and that would also explain, because of course we talk about changes over a long time, but it's going more and more in the direction that these changes were very fast, much faster, and it is. I have no to use probability. I think is stupid. I mean, you know, this probability that it's impossible and so on, but I think. I think it's I don't believe in intelligent design, of course, but it's an intelligent system. So you have intelligent system, and of course when I say intelligence, you always then think I'm talking about a conscious mind, or when I talk about intentionality, it's a conscious mind. But you can in fact separate this. It's not a metaphorical use of language. You know,
so, are you a Christian, or what are you exactly?
I'm a Christian, yeah.
Okay.
I can explain it with the cave fish. This would be a very interesting. I'm too old now to start with biology, but what one could do, and perhaps you could get a Nobel Prize with it. I don't know, but. You can take, you know, this cave fishes that loses their eyes. They are blind, okay?
Right.
Yes, and the theory of neo-Darwinism, or let's say the popular things that Dawkins is always telling the public, is it's random mutation. So you have randomly the one without eye, they have an advantage, and then they will. By random, it's not then a totally random process, but they will then have a bigger chances to survive. This in a if you look at this epigenetic, or perhaps not or in if it's an intelligent system, it would be different. It would be like the fish, the eye is taking information. I am not used. I used to feel too much energy. It's no use for me. and then and this signal comes through after a while to the DNA, and the DNA will shut off the eye instead of. You understand what I mean? So what one could do is to, because there you have perhaps this don't take longer than 5 years, and you can see if they suddenly gets blind. That is in a macro. I mean, this epigenetic is they have by bacteria they have already shown that it's not random mutation. They have the system of many bacteria are they go around, copy DNA, share them, and that is a very effective system because there will always be one bacteria around that has the right DNA. It's not like they are just randomly by accident something is happening. It's an intelligent system, and that would I think that would is much more capable of explaining this advantage, because it's a fact that you haven't found any random mutation that are actually advantage. So that's my view, and I think, but the most interesting thing, I think, what's now going on in abiogenesis is one guy is his name is Jeremy England, and instead of he have put up mathematically, he tries to use mathematics to show how to say how the reproduction or reproduction of complexity so there you have a real physical explanation for how this light could have evolved.
May I briefly ask whether you believe a single mutation event can be random?
There are a lot of mutations, but these kind of mutations. Of course, what is a mutation? I don't think we have defined this, because a mutation we always think about.
Actually, forget mutations. Can a single incident be random? Yeah, what is randomness?
Randomness is randomness.
Randomness to me means not cause. That's the only possible true definition of randomness.
Randomness is contra-causal. Okay.
Right. How else could it be? Because otherwise, randomness is just a limitation of our knowledge of the system.
No, that's why I talked about intentionality, because randomness in information in a computer program and so on, that is not intentional and will destroy it.
Yeah, I think there's only one definition of random you can use. I mean, for example, events that are independent of each other, like throwing dice, the results of the dice throw have nothing to do with the previous dice throw. But technically, that's not random, because you've got Newtonian mechanics working on the dice.
Yes. So that is not randomness, yes. I don't believe in randomness.
The context of the word random is rather important, otherwise you can fall into the equivocation trap.
Yes. So when outside biology, I don't think you cannot speak of randomness, because you can, like a dice throw, there is a reason why it lands how it lands. You just have to have enough information. But this you surely not agree with, but I have they put random into the evolutionary theory to be sure. Yes, there is no intention, because if you start with talking about intention, well, then the Christian comes and say we have a creator. So it's important, have been ideological important, and Dawkins is right. He says it's the one thing that makes it how to say good or the best way to be an intellectual, consistent atheist. And Karl Marx also, he was so fond of it because no, we have got evidence. No, we have proven God is not. There is no God. So I think there are a lot of ideology to.
Karl Marx said no such thing. Karl Marx said no such thing.
Sorry, I didn't know. Karl Marx.
Karl Marx said no such thing. He commented very little on the subject.
I can try to find it for you, but
by the way,
but do you understand? So this it's and this is I think have been it's not very has restrained biology. This either put limits on it, and for the science.
How is intentionality like the opposite of randomness? Why, if not randomness, therefore intentionality? Or otherwise, how do you arrive at intentionality from, well, I guess either presumption of non-randomness or conclusion of non-randomness?
Yeah, in DNA, it's like.
Well, no, in general, I guess.
In general,
not necessarily just DNA, but.
What's the difference between randomness and intentionality?
Well, non-randomness. The opposite of randomness is intentionality.
No, that's the same. That's the same.
So causality is intentionality, according to you. If randomness is contra-causality,
no, it's not. That's not true. No, it's not the same as intentionality.
So you're not going for.
But then I was wrong when I said randomness. That's true. The randomness cannot be the same, and non-randomness cannot be the same as intentionality.
Okay, so you're not going towards a design theory or a prime mover argument then.
What distinguishes intentionality from other kinds of non-randomness?
Yeah, that's what my point, and that I find mind-blowing is that you, like I said, like with the water flowing down, it's just acting on natural laws, physical laws, and that aren't. He's also he is also influenced by the natural laws to keep himself up and so on. He cannot escape the natural laws, but there is an intention in his movement. And if you say it's no intention in it, I have difficulties to. It's like it's like saying that the emperor has has clothes on it.
So intentionality falls within the domain of things that are causally determined, right? And
no, not causally determined, because if you have in the not living world, you have causality all the time. But okay, I know where you're going now. Then you have to say that the natural laws. But I won't go that far. But you can at least differentiate or define life out of intentionality, because it's the only place where we see intentionality is in from virus to human being. It's nothing else but intentionality. I mean, then
to distinguish intentionality from things that are causal, right? Things that are contra-causal, things that are random, right? are not intentional, right? So things that are causal are the remainder of everything else, at least assuming, binary Aristotelian logic, right? So you are in something of a, it's not really a big dilemma. I mean, call the compatibilist notions of, quote unquote free will and such are out there for you to latch onto. And Lou, your typing is grabbing the camera.
Oh.
The next thing is, even if it's not that big a deal, just how do you know that something that's causal, something that's not random, is intentional? It has intentionality to it.
Yeah, that is. I mean, how do you know? It's so obvious that I cannot answer the question. Like I said, the heart has a purpose. It has okay, we talked about intentionality, but we know that there, atheists say there are no intention, no purpose in the universe. But there are at least us here, and I think it's also many other places. From a bacterial to human being, we know they have one purpose. They show a purpose, and we know it's at least to survive or not to die or to procreate, and that is an intentionality. And snowflakes procreate.
How is that the intentionality of life? I mean, what you can. There's a justification out there somewhere to be had. Can you produce a justification? Which justification would you favor? I mean, I could make up a few myself, but I'd strawman you if I
for intentionality. Intentionality. It's like
or the heart. How do you know? What is your justification that the heart has the intention that you say it does?
No, it's like let's say where intelligent design people go totally wrong. Anyhow, I think on all aspects, but this discussion is always about how can something be so complex just evolve, or they are always stressing the complexity. But
it's an epistemic concern. It's an epistemic concern regarding what design is and how one justifies.
Yes.
It has an epistemic. Excuse me. It's an epistemic concern regarding how one justifies the conclusion of design. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, but I think they are on the. I mean, these arguments are very useless, and so you have to simplify it. And if you take like a coffee cup.
Well, what you cannot do, I can do for my end of the argument. The conclusion of design would be justified if evidence regarding the process of formation were available that, I guess, produced evidence that there was a intelligent agent that carried out a planning process that participated in the formation according to that process, and essentially it has to do with that kind of evidence about the formation process. That's the criterion I would use to establish, or a loose criterion I would use to establish that something was designed.
Yeah, and I think this is, in my opinion, of course, this is the old teleological, not teleonomic, but teleologic argument that it is planned like the cows were here so we could use them and so on in advanced plans, and I think that is clearly ridiculous, but you have
produced the blueprints of the planner that said, this system is being produced for this purpose, and these are the ways this thing's going to work, and this is some kind of videotape of that planner, that designer going about participating in the formation process of the thing that was designed to ensure that those blueprints were carried out.
But you can define then. I think you can go the other way, and that's why I also have. It's not intelligent design like Kent Ulvet, but you can understand design out of intentionality. Think about the scrapyard. So
The way intention is established is through that design.
Yeah.
Let me just finish this.
The way intention is established is through that design process, where the blueprints, the plan and such is outlined by the intelligent agent. You produce evidence that the intelligent agent has its plans.
Yes, but this is things that is repeated. I have another view, so I'm just expressing my view. So, like a beaver dam is designed, or beaver dam, or beaver house, when they make this.
Yeah.
That is design, or.
The beaver is a parent designer. We can videotape beavers doing it.
Of course, the beaver dam is design. But think about the scrap, a pile where you throw away your waste. So the intention you cannot see out of the structure. You cannot. It has intentionality to get rid of your waste, but the structure of this pile. Don't show any intentionality, so it's not inherent.
Correct.
But living organism or a beaver living organism has inherent intentionality. Or a design of a coffee cup, where you hold the coffee cup. That is design because it has an intentionality. It's not complex. It's so simple that it can be.
The extrinsic.
If I might interject something, it's going to sound incredibly naive, but I mean, as a heuristic, it seems to me designed things are much simpler than things that are that come from natural processes.
Okay.
Another time, sorry, I didn't understand. Design and?
Yeah. It's simpler than things that come from natural processes.
Design is things that come from natural processes?
Design is simpler than natural things.
Why? Yeah, why shouldn't it be? Design is for me. Design is for me something that shows intentionality. If it has no intentionality, it's not design.
Okay. Well, all right. If
it must have a function.
That we did not design. A leaf grows from natural processes, and
yes,
compare that to a coffee cup. Since you brought that one up, I mean, you see, a coffee cup is relatively simple by comparison to a leaf.
Yes, but a leaf has a leaf has a structure, and it has an incredible good architecture, and this architecture has an intention, and that is to collect or make the protosynthesis or the most efficient way to have a protosynthesis. So the design of a leaf has an intentionality. There's a function. It's a function. But if you take stones, throw some stones, or make a pile, it has no the structure. If you analyze the structure, you cannot say this stone lies there because of that and so on. It's just a pile, but I mean, all biological structure, design in nature, they have it's a function. And
well,
if
can we
has the function of holding a liquid, right?
Can we attack intrinsicness of design versus I don't know where you're going.
Like, okay, I'm just trying to say, I'm just trying to harp on the simplicity. A coffee cup. There's only a few different variations on the design of a coffee cup, whereas leaves are, I mean, there's billions of variations. I mean, you would think if there was intentionality behind the design of a leaf, you know, the optimum leaf would be designed, and that would be the only leaf around, or perhaps because environments are slightly different around the planet, there would be a few different kinds of leaves, but otherwise they would basically still fall around the same basic motif. And that doesn't look to be the case. So I'm not sure you can throw design.
When you take a leaf of a cocktail, that is not a leaf but a thorn.
Can we get back to
you can see, you can just analyze. You can out of the structure of a thorn that it has an intentionality. It's the best way in this climate to. It has a function. And you can go from the design or the structure, and I'm not talking about design from intelligence. You can go from that.
I think the intrinsicness is highly problematic. In the case of intrinsic design, something would design itself. Right, because intrinsic is, you know, emanating essentially from within itself, it's a property of itself, and so on.
Yeah,
So something designs itself, you're saying, right?
No, yeah, you are right about that. That was formulation. You cannot talk about intrinsic design.
How is it possible for something to design itself?
No, you cannot design itself. But that's why what I meant. DNA is designing it, and it's designing it by getting information from its environment. And how this is a mystery.
Abiogenesis isn't, say, a solved problem, but even so, I mean, the fact, you know, just designing itself explodes the intrinsic design, you know, creates some serious problems for your notions of intentionality. Basically, just, you know, kind of equivocating sort of intentionality and design, but ultimately it comes back to design, and then designing itself means what you're proposing with intrinsicness can't be the case. It can't be intrinsic. It must be extrinsic. It must be extrinsic.
Yeah,
may I say something real quick to Reuben, so I don't have to type out all this crap? Oh, my fingers are getting sore. Pol Pot, you know what the difference between an atheist and a Buddhist is? One meditates more than the other. That's the difference. So he actually was a non-believer. Jimmy Jones admits on video, on footage that I just gave you, that he was in fact an atheist. The guy that killed 950 people with Kool-Aid poison.
Well, I have a belief system. Doesn't include killing 900 people with Kool-Aid, or I'm not sure which dictator you named, or whatever. But
well, Jimmy Jones wasn't a dictator. He was a.
Most of the body counts are exaggerated. Pol Pot's the one that's actually the kind of real deal, genuine one. As far as like, well, okay, actually. I haven't heard your body counts on Pol Pot. I probably should hold back, but still. Even so, you know, what they did was horrific, and, you know, Nadiaslam has no allowance for it. My belief system is not theirs. The fact, you know, both the fact that our belief systems lack deities, it doesn't give them much anything else in common. In fact, it's something they don't have in common, right? So in the meantime, back to intrinsic versus extrinsic. Once you have teleology as extrinsic, then you're faced with the same evidential problem that I posed to you originally, right? Where is the evidence of the design process? Where is the plotting and planning by the intelligent agent and the participation in the formation or otherwise causation process, right?
Yeah. That's when I talk about this design, I'm not talking about the planning process in advance. I'm talking about the intelligent system that reacts intelligent on its environment, and this information goes back to the DNA, and the DNA, there's not just throwing out things. It's reacting to this information and try to develop, let's say, intelligent design to meet the environment. And the one who are good, of course, will survive. But I have problem to see this is random. So just and the problem with this when they made the first living cell out of synthetic DNA, the problem was to have accurate enough reading of the DNA. So nature is so it's much more accurate in reading it. I guess Martin knows this better than me. It's to me it's very strange when this should then also be random.
Well, again, you're conflating.
Read the sequences.
Excuse me. You're conflating, contra causality with, lack of intentionality. Right? Things can be, fully within the realm of causality, fully causally determined, but again, lack intention. Right? And that's the key part you're missing.
I am a determinist. I don't believe in free will.
Hey, Nadia, you mind if I share something with you real quick?
Go ahead.
This is a comment that an atheist made to me recently. Check this out. Tell me what you think. I don't use vote bots to downrate your videos, but I do use attack bots to destroy your family. The worst thing in this world is your family. I'd like to spend my free time thinking of negative thoughts about your family. If a deer ran out in front of my car, I wouldn't just swerve to miss it. I'd drive all the way to your house and hit your family. I'm going to intentionally get AIDS so that I can spread it into your family via rape. When I was a Christian, I used to pray to God to smite your family. Now that I'm an atheist, I sacrifice animals on my satanic altar and beg Satan to burn your family. I'm going to invent the time machine and go to the future and kill your family, then go to the past and kill your family again. Your family did 9/11, knock knock, who's there? Me attacking your family. Your family sucks, fuck your family. There you go. What do you think of that?
That's horrifically unethical. I'd say that's, well, a sign of, poor character and, at the very least, a bad thing to have done. They should.
Unfortunately,
seriously
my blacklist thing caught it in the spam, Nadia. I went ahead and approved it. I would like folks to see how wonderful and rational-minded some of these atheists are on YouTube. So I'm going to let that sit right at the top. I'm going to put that right up front for everybody to look at. Man, that guy was creative. Said he would use a time machine. What's the point of going to the future and doing it, though? You know what I'm saying?
I need to learn how to jump in on these things because I want to address Balthazar with this feedback mechanism. in computer simulations, natural selection, well, it's artificial selection, obviously, but the selection mechanism with the applied as a feedback to the random mutations produces exactly the effect that you've described, where you're saying that the organism is changing itself to suit the environment. That is, it looks exactly the same when you do the random mutations and then the non-random selection for fitness. Looks exactly the same.
Can you explain a little bit more, because I'm very interested if you can. Can you explain? Can you give an example? I need an example. It's I want to see if my theory have any.
Well, there's Polyworld. You could look. You could look up Polyworld. That's a genetic a genetic algorithm type simulation.
Yeah.
Mind you, it doesn't. It's not biological in nature.
Yeah.
I've personally actually written a program. This is based on something that Doug mentioned earlier, where if you have, where you have a bunch of random letters, except in my case it was randomly colored pixels, and you have them mutating, and when they start to look like a picture, that's the selective sieve I was using, you encourage them to stay. They don't always stay, but they have a higher odds of hanging around. So that you go from noise to something that resembles the picture but noisy, although it never quite makes it to the picture before the program I wrote would crash.
Yeah, but are you not a little bit cheating, like I said, with these chimpanzees? So you are working real teleology. You have the aim is to create this picture, so that you have a mechanism that every time it starts to getting more and more a picture, that you have some program that is does this. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, well, it's randomly mutating the pixels, but when it goes to the selection phase, it favors the ones that most look like the picture. So and I only did it like on scan lines, because if you do it for the whole picture or for a very large picture, it just takes too long. So you got to do it for something relatively small. But the idea is the basic process. You have a bunch of random pictures, and then you combine them together to produce the next generation of random pictures. And that gives you a huge population of pictures. Then what you do is you pick the top portion that looks the most like the original picture, and you kill off the rest of them. And then you repeat the process. That is, you make the pictures together, they produce a huge population, and then again you kill off the one, all but the small set that most look like the original picture. And you repeat this process, and early on you can start to see the picture form very, very quickly. Although the closer you get, the longer it takes to get there, because as you pass a certain point, the random changes become, move you away from your goal instead of towards your goal. So,
very
you never get exactly to the picture. You just get to something that your eye brain will recognize. Yeah, that's looking like the target picture. But
why does it never reach the full picture?
Because what happens is the closer you get to the full picture, the more likely the random changes will move you away from it instead of towards it.
And so you're not freezing pixels in place that are right in the right spot. That's not how it works.
Well, in that particular case that I was doing, I was not freezing them, no. If you do freeze them, you can race straight to the picture very quickly.
Yeah. So how
I'm
exactly
not
was
changing
yours
this pixel
approximating?
no matter what.
What were you using for yours to get closer and closer to the picture?
I was just doing a straight up binary comparison. That is,
Oh, number of pixels that match up for every iteration.
match. The ones with the highest number of matching pixels win. It was a very simple rule.
I think I see. I think I get what you're saying.
It was inspired by something that a YouTuber did. Oh, I forget his channel though.
I have a reference.
007 maybe?
Oh, CDK? Or...
Because I think he
Yeah.
used MATLAB to do some of those.
Yeah, he's a great resource.
But
I have a reference here that might be handy for this. Bear with me.
yeah, there are a lot of genetic algorithms out there and ways to do them, and they produce some amazing results that can quite often surprise the programmers.
This is not so much about genetic algorithms as it is about simulating, I guess, biological population genetics and such.
But that would sure then, Martin, that would sure refute what I said, disprove what I said. But I will come back to you to that. I'm not sure if I clearly understood it, but perhaps we can talk about it another time if you have time. I don't get it exactly what is how this happens, but it sounds very very amazing, wondrous.
That's the other thing I forgot to mention. You just reminded me of it, Nadia, when we were talking about how modern evolutionary theories changed so much from Darwinian days. Like population genetics was huge. Like individual organisms don't evolve; just the population it evolves. Works on the genome through time as a whole, the whole gene pool.
Yeah, the program was relatively simple. It was crashing because of a problem with the garbage collector, but it was a very, very simple rule because you randomly generate, say, 50 images, and then you mate them all together, and now you've got several thousand, and then you're using as your fitness algorithm a photograph, for example. So you just keep the 50 that have the most pixels that match the ones in the picture. And just by doing that, all that random noise very quickly converges towards the original picture. But when you start getting closer, you're more like those random pixel changes you're making are more likely to move you away from the original picture than towards it. Simply, it's straight up statistics.
Right. Yeah. Because so
that's why you don't quite get there. Although you can get there when you're doing like really smaller pictures. It's just with the big ones, it takes a lot longer. I mean, eventually, in principle, you would get there. It's just that it takes a lot longer with a big genome, so to speak, that is large number of pictures, than with a small genome or little pictures. But it's done over a population. It's not done with individuals. Evolution doesn't work with individuals. It works on populations.
Right.
So, yeah, ultimately the various combinations of like alleles and such are going to be something of a combinatorial explosion. That's a bit tricky to keep count of and so on.
Yeah, that was the problem I had because my for testing the code, I originally had really small pictures, like just 32 pixels square, and that worked beautifully. And then I tried going with a 640 by 480 photograph, and then all of a sudden, it just was running for hours and hours and hours and hours with apparent. I mean, it would seem to make rapid progress, and then it would come to a stop and seem to stabilize at this noisy picture.
Punctuated equilibrium?
It seemed to reach an equilibrium, yeah. So, and of course, and the equilibrium was no longer the original picture. Well, it was no longer the target picture that I was using for the fitness algorithm. It was fitness function. Sorry, it was
the Hardy-Weinberg law is actually
there, and then it couldn't finish.
The Hardy-Weinberg law is actually pretty good.
Yeah, and of course there's also genetic algorithms that don't use fitness functions.
How the heck do they work?
What they do instead is they do something called, I guess, like Mortal Kombat. This is what Polyworld does. Like, you have these artificial critters that are supposed to grab resources from the environment, and basically they're competing with each other. So the fitness is, you're not writing your own fitness function. The fitness is based on how well they compete against each other. So
oh, wow. So just certain fitness functions kind of emerge through the competition?
Yeah, the fitness function becomes emergent.
Just like reality.
Basically, yeah. You could do it with chess algorithms if you wanted to. Make chess playing algorithms. Have a whole bunch of them. They compete against each other, and then make the various characteristics they're using to determine how they do the moves, and just repeat that process over and over again to get a better chess playing algorithm.
That's not how chess algorithms approach the issue at all.
Well, no, that's
they don't do
I'm
brute
just
force,
saying
right?
you could do that. I'm not saying that's. I mean, I know that. What is it? Deep Blue was not written that way.
I've heard different things. I've heard people say that the chess algorithms are just brute force computation, but then I've heard that they have certain strategic moves that they will prefer given the arrangement of the board. Over, do you guys know which? If it's just raw brute force, because I know they can't calculate all the possible moves.
Yeah,
it's possible, but
yeah,
there's a great deal
stuff, book openings, stuff like that.
There's a great deal that goes on related to making sure they can actually cram enough of the, I guess, all possible moves and such into memory.
Yeah.
A lot of the complexities have to do with that, not just the way they go off searching.
Yeah,
in some sense it is brute force then.
Yeah, the early chess algorithms just did endgame solutions, which were very simple because there were only a few pieces on the board. So brute forcing that was actually very simple. But now when you start from the original game, I don't know, it gets complicated. I mean, you can look at the GNU chess program. The source code for that is free.
Well, the trouble is how instructive it is, right? It's not going to be very instructive.
It would be instructive only if you understood the programming language it was written in.
No, it wouldn't be instructive even then.
Really?
What probably is more instructive or more simplified kind of chess programs, things like endgame solvers.
Well, the endgame solvers came first because they were easier to solve.
Well, but they're also easy to understand.
Yeah, easier to understand. Well, it comes down to the same thing. I mean, a complex program is harder to write than a simple program. Well, okay, that sounded much better in my head.
I know what you mean, though. Yeah, the ability, ease of understanding is pretty much the same as ease of writing it, right? How complex it is.
You could go to a checkers program or Othello. Those games are far simpler than chess.
I can show you programs that are very short and very difficult to understand. Let me show you one I wrote that will probably send you off into who knows when. Actually, yeah, Fibonacci numbers here.
So,
I
Fudd,
wrote
do you
a Fibonacci generator in one line of Lisp. It would fit within 80 characters.
do you have a background in computer programming, I'm assuming?
That's my profession, yeah.
Okay.
Well, in principle, like it might come up eventually.
But Martin, what you are telling us there is actually that would prove a random mutation as evolution through random mutation, or is it something that is not random into it? It's totally random.
There's no such thing as a computer random number generator. Not true randomness. They're all deterministic.
There are hardware random number generators. That is, they will.
Okay.
Now, of course, okay, you're going to start hitting philosophical arguments if you're talking.
Yeah, I mean philosophically random.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you mean.
But they're not using a function that will eventually repeat itself and give you the same sequence over and over again. The hardware ones, in principle, will never, ever, ever.
And what do they work off of, like electrical current or something?
They just gather
Radioactive
noise
decay.
from the environment and stuff.
Oh, wow, okay.
And sample that.
But I mean, the evolutionary theory don't work with a goal, at least not how it is formulated popularly. There's no goal. It's just. But what you set up, isn't that a goal? So the picture, creating the pictures. Do you understand?
Yeah, creating
So
the
it's
picture, that's a goal. Yeah, creating the picture is a goal.
Yes,
but
yes,
if you had robots fighting each other, which is what Polyworld basically does.
Yeah.
I'm being simplistic here. The goal is simply for the robots to win. You know, they have certain rules they're following. So instead of you writing a fitness function, it emerges out of. It's more of a survival of the fittest type thing. But the fitness function is not something you write. It's based on how they perform against each other.
Okay. So I put in the sidebar text. I put some old code of mine in the sidebar text chat. Yes, I still hold the record for the fastest fib in the West. After all these years.
You have the fastest. What does that mean? The fastest Fibonacci sequence generator?
Cool.
In that language, yes.
Yes, Haskell, nice functional language.
So the pictures, yeah, you're choosing the fitness function, but the other one you described where they're competing against each other, that's emergent. And wouldn't that be more equivalent to nature, where just whatever the environment happens to be, certain fitness functions will just happen to be depending on like the particular features of the organism and the environment they're in?
Yeah, but the one problem with the computer algorithms though is they don't follow the actual. You know, they're not simulating things at a chemistry level or anything because you know life is chemistry. They are instead following their own rules. That is, the rules that you program. So,
the rules you programmed, that's the problem.
Yeah, well, at the risk of making the universe sound like it was programmed, it's basically what the universe is doing. You know, it's got
You've just proven God's existence.
Oops.
Or we're living in a computer program.
Yeah, or we're living in a computer program. Well, no, but I mean, there are laws that we don't even understand the origin of, like, for example, inertia. We can measure it. We've got a name for it. We call it mass. We've got a description for it, you know, like F equals ma, for example.
Isn't that true of all our laws? Aren't they all basically just descriptions of...
Yeah, they're all mathematical descriptions of what happens. to our best observations.
Right, and we just call them laws because they're 100% persistent.
Until they're not, yeah.
Yeah, right.
I mean, Newton's laws don't work at the quantum level, for example. They tried using his laws of motion in the early days at the quantum level, and they just didn't work. So they had to come up with a whole new set of laws of motion.
Okay, I got the 5-minute warning a few minutes ago, and the link to the fresh hangout is in the sidebar text chat.
But we have. Yeah.
We're about to roll over 8 hours.
So let's just click. We'll all go to the other hangout.
Yeah, I'll go to the other hangout. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm moving over now.
Same here.
Just to finish, we haven't talked about quantum physics and evolution. So
That's true. Let's do it in the other hangout.
That's also the direction where it will go. I mean, of course, beneath it's the quantum physics.
Yeah, quantum physics seems to be fundamental to everything. Hey, you see that link, Baltazar?
Yes, this the new hangout or
yeah, that's where we're all headed over there right now.
Okay.
Yep, I'm still seriously thinking about it. There's, stuff's gonna happen, so I better be ready for it. Yeah, I gotta do some research myself too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're the right one. Yeah, I messaged Ronnie in a private external text chat, but he might be, it might take a while.
I'm on my way. Thank you. I'm on my way.
Okay, Ronnie's on his way, so I should be able to get the link out. But let me pass the link around myself. Well, we do care. But, try to handle procedural things and have things start on time and so on.